Hey everyone, and welcome back to the channel. Tonight, we are diving into a story that, honestly, still sends shivers down my spine just thinking about it. It is a tale about connection, coincidence, and the chilling realization that sometimes the things we choose to make uniquely ours might just be the very things that tether us to something else. This comes from a listener named Sarah, and she wanted to share her experience. So, dim the lights, maybe grab a blanket, and let us get into it. My life, up until last spring, was pretty unremarkable. I worked a 9 to 5 in graphic design, nothing glamorous, mostly corporate logos and brochures. My apartment was cozy, maybe a little too quiet. Weekends were spent either binging Netflix, trying out a new recipe, or occasionally forcing myself to go for a run I did not want to take. I was in my late 20s, single, and if I'm being honest, a bit tired of the whole online dating charade. Every swipe felt like a lottery ticket I already knew was a dud. But then, about a month before everything started to unravel, I decided I needed something new. Something just for me. Something permanent. I would always thought about getting a tattoo, but could never commit. Nothing felt quite right. Nothing spoke to me. Until I stumbled upon it. I was at a dusty old bookstore, the kind with creaky floorboards and the smell of aged paper clinging to everything. I was not even looking for anything specific, just browsing the natural history section. Tucked away on a bottom shelf, almost hidden, was this obscure, forgotten book from the early 1900s about bioluminescent organisms. It was full of hand-drawn illustrations, faded but still incredibly intricate. And there, on page 147, was a diagram of something called Messina luxcelia. It was a deep-sea mushroom, almost otherworldly, glowing with an eerie, soft blue light, depicted growing on a piece of decaying driftwood. What truly caught my eye, though, was not just a mushroom itself, but a tiny, almost imperceptible glyph etched into the wood beside it. It looked like two interlocking crescent moons, but one was upside down, and they had tiny, almost microscopic dots at their points. It was so specific, so weird, so utterly unique. It felt like it was waiting for me. I knew instantly that this was it. This was my tattoo. It was not trendy. It was not a quote. It was not anything anyone else would recognize. It was just this beautiful, obscure little piece of the natural world, with a cryptic symbol nobody would ever understand. It was perfect. I found a local tattoo artist with a reputation for fine line work and showed him the scanned image. He was intrigued, said he would never seen anything like it. We decided on my inner forearm, just below the elbow, a spot I could easily cover for work, but also easily show off. The session itself was pretty standard. A bit of pain, the buzzing of a needle, the smell of antiseptic. But when he finished, and I looked at it in the mirror, I felt this incredible surge of satisfaction. It was exactly as I would imagined. A little piece of obscure beauty, permanently etched onto my skin. It felt like a secret, a quiet rebellion against the mundane. It was mine. I spent the next week admiring it, showing it off to my closest friends who all agreed it was incredibly cool and unique. I was still riding that little high of having done something bold and personal. And then, about 10 days after getting the tattoo, I went on a date. His name was Mark. I would match with him on Hinge a few weeks prior. He had a perfectly nice profile, a couple of pictures with a dog, one hiking photo, nothing that screamed red flag. His bio was short, witty, and seemed genuine. We would exchange a few messages, mostly lighthearted banter about our terrible work commutes and the best coffee shops downtown. He seemed normal, pleasantly normal, a welcome change from some of the more colorful characters I would encountered online. We decided to meet at a relatively popular, but not overly crowded gastropub. I got there a few minutes early, ordered a sparkling water, and tried to quell the usual first date jitters. When Mark walked in, he was exactly as his photos depicted: tall, dark hair, an easy smile. He was wearing a casual button-down shirt, sleeves rolled up just past the elbow, and dark jeans. He looked comfortable, approachable, We settled into a booth, ordered drinks, and started talking. The conversation flowed easily. We talked about our jobs, our hobbies, our shared love for bad sci-fi movies. He was funny, engaged, and seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say. I found myself relaxing, thinking, okay, maybe this is not going to be a disaster after all. We were about halfway through our second round of drinks, maybe 45 minutes into the date. I was laughing at something he would said about his cat's bizarre sleeping habits, and he was gesturing with his left hand, holding his beer glass. His sleeve, which had been loosely rolled, shifted just a little further up his forearm. And that is when I saw it. My breath hitched. My laugh died in my throat. My eyes, without conscious command, fixated on his inner forearm. There it was. The Messina luxili, the bioluminescent deep-sea mushroom, growing on its piece of decaying driftwood. And beside it, the tiny, almost invisible glyph two interlocking crescent moons, one upside down, with microscopic dots at their points. It was my tattoo. Exact. Identical. Down to the smallest detail. For a split second, my brain refused to process it. It had to be a trick of the light, a smudge, my imagination playing games. But no, the lines were too clear, the details too precise. It was undeniably there. On his arm. A cold wave washed over me, starting at my scalp and prickling its way down my spine. My stomach lurched. The easy conversation, the comfortable atmosphere, shattered into a million pieces. Mark, sensing my sudden silence, stopped mid-sentence. "Sarah, you okay?" You just went totally pale. I swallowed, my mouth suddenly dry. My eyes were still glued to his arm. "You're your tattoo." I managed to croak out, the words feeling foreign and clumsy on my tongue. He glanced down at his forearm, a casual, almost dismissive shrug. "Oh, this old thing. Yeah, just something I picked up last week." He smiled, a perfectly normal, polite smile that, in that moment, felt utterly terrifying. Funny coincidence, huh? Funny coincidence. The words echoed in my head, mocking me. Funny coincidence. This was not like seeing someone with a generic tribal band or a rose. This was an incredibly obscure, highly specific, almost diagrammatic illustration from a forgotten 1900s natural history book. A drawing I had personally found, personally chosen, and gotten tattooed less than 2 weeks ago. My mind raced. How? Why? What was happening? You got that last week. I asked, my voice barely a whisper. I had to know. I had to confirm. "Yeah, last Tuesday, actually," he said, still smiling. Saw the design somewhere, thought it was pretty cool. Really unique, right? Knew I had to have it. Last Tuesday. That was the day after I got mine. My brain was screaming. This is not a coincidence. This was impossible. This was something else entirely. Where did you see the design?" I pushed, trying to keep my voice even, trying to sound casual, but I could feel the tremor in my hands. He chuckled, a light, airy sound that did not reach his eyes. "Oh, just scrolling online. Pinterest, maybe. Can't quite remember. It popped up and I was like, yep, that is the one. Pinterest." The idea was laughable. I had spent hours trying to find any reference to that specific mushroom and glyph online when I was doing my research and had come up with absolutely nothing. It was only in that dusty old book that I would found it. The chances of it popping up on Pinterest were astronomically low, bordering on impossible. I forced a weak smile. "Wow. Yeah, that is wild." The rest of the date was a blur of forced politeness on my part. I nodded. I made appropriate noises, but my mind was a whirlwind of questions and growing dread. Every time he moved his arm, every time the tattoo came into view, I felt a fresh wave of nausea. He seemed completely oblivious, or perhaps too good at pretending to be. He continued to be charming, engaging, and perfectly normal. And that was the most terrifying part. When the date finally ended, he walked me to my car. I had a really great time. Sarah, he said, his smile still unwavering. I would love to do this again. Yeah, me too. I lied, my voice sounding hollow even to my own ears. I will text you. I practically fled to my car, fumbled with my keys, my heart pounding against my ribs like a trapped bird. As I drove away, I glanced in my rear-view mirror. Mark was still standing there, watching me go, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing on his lips. The moment I got home, I stripped off my clothes and stared at my arm in the bathroom mirror. The Messina Lux Sealy stared back at me, its delicate lines suddenly feeling less like a personal statement and more like a brand. I felt a visceral revulsion, a sense of violation. This beautiful, unique thing I had chosen for myself was no longer mine. It was shared, and not just shared, but somehow replicated by a man I had just met, under circumstances that defied all logic. I spent the rest of the night spiraling. I Googled Messina Lux Sealy tattoo again, frantically, desperately. Nothing. I tried variations of the glyph description. Still nothing. The only images that came up were scientific diagrams of the actual mushroom, none with a specific artistic rendering, and certainly none with the glyph. This was not some popular design that had just flown under my radar. It was truly, undeniably obscure. The next morning, I woke up with a pounding headache and a knot of anxiety in my stomach. My phone buzzed. It was Mark. Hey, Sarah. Had a really great time last night. Hope you got home safe. Looking forward to seeing you again. I stared at the message, my thumb hovering over the reply button. What do you even say to that? Hey, thanks. But why do you have my incredibly specific and obscure tattoo? It sounded insane. It was insane. I did not reply. I could not. I felt a growing sense of dread, a primal instinct screaming at me to run. The next few days were a blur of paranoia. I found myself constantly checking my social media, searching for any connection, any mutual friend, anything that could explain it. Nothing. Mark's profile was still just Mark. Generic, pleasant, normal. He texted again the next day. And the day after that. Short, polite messages, just checking in. But each one felt less like a friendly overture and more like a subtle probe. A reminder, I am still here. We have this connection. I started feeling eyes on me. On my commute, at the grocery store, even just walking down the street. I would catch a glimpse of someone who looked vaguely like him, or a car that resembled his, and my heart would leap into my throat. I knew it was paranoia, but I could not shake the feeling. My own tattoo felt heavy on my arm, almost throbbing, a constant reminder of the impossible coincidence. I tried to talk to my best friend, Jessica, about it. I told her the whole story, trying to keep my voice calm, but I could hear the hysteria creeping in. Sarah, she said, her voice gentle but firm. I know it is weird, but it is probably just a crazy coincidence. It happens. People like similar things. Not this. I insisted, showing her the picture of the tattoo on my arm. This is not similar. It is identical, and it is from a book that barely exists anymore, with a symbol no one has ever heard of. She frowned, looking at the image. Okay, yeah, that is incredibly specific. But maybe he saw it in the tattoo shop, or the artist had it in his book of designs. No, I said, shaking my head. I asked my artist. He said he would never seen it before I showed him the book. He even joked about how unique it was. Jessica sighed. Look, I get why you were freaked out. It is unsettling. But stalkers usually do not get tattoos to match you on a first date. That is extreme. What if he is not a stalker? I whispered, a new, even more chilling thought forming in my mind. What if he is something else? She gave me a worried look. Sarah, you are spiraling. Just block him. You do not owe him anything. I knew she was right logically, but the thought of just blocking him felt like severing a crucial link, like turning my back on an answer I desperately needed. And besides, the tattoo was still there. On my arm. On his arm. The connection felt deeper than a dating app profile. 2 days later, I was working late at the office. Everyone else had left, and the building was eerily quiet. I was packing up my bag when I heard a faint scratching sound coming from my desk. I froze listening. It sounded like fingernails dragging lightly across wood. I slowly looked down. On my wooden desk, right next to my mouse, was a small, perfectly formed drawing. It was a replica of my tattoo. The Messina Luxili, the driftwood, the tiny glyph, drawn in what looked like a fine point pen. My blood ran cold. I worked on the 3rd floor. I had locked my office door when I came in that morning, and I was the last one here. There was no way anyone could have gotten in. My office had no windows that opened. My hands trembled as I picked up the drawing. It was not just a sketch, it was meticulous, precise, as if traced directly from my arm. And beneath it, in the same fine point pen, was a single word connected. I dropped the drawing as if it had burned me. I scrambled out of my office, practically sprinting to the elevator, my heart hammering. I did not even bother locking up. I just needed to get out. I drove home in a daze, constantly checking my rearview mirror. Every shadow seemed to hold a lurking figure. Every car that followed me for more than a block felt like Mark. I got inside my apartment, locked the door, and then locked it again. I pulled the blinds, turned on every light. I did not sleep that night. I just sat on my couch, clutching a kitchen knife, staring at the door, at the windows, at my own arm. The tattoo felt like it was burning. I was convinced he knew where I lived. He had to. How else would that drawing have appeared on my desk? The next day, I called in sick. I could not face going back to that office. I spent the day trying to rationalize it, to find any logical explanation. Maybe a co-worker had drawn it as a joke. But no one else knew about the tattoo besides Jessica, and she would not do something so creepy. And how would they have gotten into my locked office? I decided I had to confront him. Not over text, not by ignoring him. I had to see him, to make him explain, to see if there was any flicker of something human behind those perfectly normal eyes. I sent him a text mark. I need to talk to you. Can we meet for coffee? He replied, almost instantly sure. How about that little place near the park? Starbucks. Say 2 p.m. The Starbucks near the park was exactly where I always went on Saturdays. He knew. I felt a fresh wave of terror, but I pushed it down. I needed answers. I arrived at Starbucks at 1:55 p.m., my stomach churning. I chose a table in the corner, away from the windows, where I could see the entrance. At exactly 2 p.m., Mark walked in. He spotted me immediately, that same easy smile on his face. He walked over, ordered a black coffee, and then sat opposite me. "Hey," he said, his voice calm, pleasant. "Glad you reached out. I was starting to think I would scared you off." He chuckled, a completely normal sound. "Mark," I began, my voice trembling slightly despite my best efforts. "We need to talk about the tattoo." His smile did not waver. The tattoo. Still thinking about that. Huh. Crazy coincidence." "It is not a coincidence," I said, my voice gaining strength. "That design is incredibly obscure. I found it in a century-old book. It is not online. You could not have just seen it somewhere." He took a sip of his coffee, his eyes never leaving mine. They were dark, almost black, and in that moment, they seemed to hold an unsettling depth. "Oh, but I did," he said softly. "I saw it, and I knew it was meant to be. For both of us." "What do you mean, meant to be?" I pressed, my heart hammering. Did you follow me to the tattoo parlor? Did you see me get it?" He tilted his head slightly. a gesture that was meant to convey curiosity, but felt like a predator assessing its prey. Follow you? Sarah, you forget. I saw it before you even did. My blood ran cold. What are you talking about? He reached across the table, and for a terrifying second, I thought he was going to grab my arm. But he only pointed to my tattoo, his finger hovering just above the skin. This, he said, his voice dropping to a low, almost hypnotic tone. This connection, it has always been there. You just made it visible. You are not making any sense. I said, trying to pull my arm away, but I felt paralyzed. Oh, but I am, he purred. Think about it. Sarah, how did you really find that book? That specific page? That specific drawing? Were you looking for it? Or did something guide you? A memory flashed in my mind, the bookstore, the way I had felt drawn to that particular dusty shelf, the inexplicable urge to pick up that book. I had dismissed it as a quirky moment of serendipity. Now, it felt like a puppet string. You influenced me. I whispered, the absurdity of it warring with growing, terrifying conviction. He smiled a wide, unsettling grin that stretched his lips, but did not quite reach his eyes. Influence, perhaps. Or maybe it was simply a recognition, a calling, a part of you that knew what it needed, and I was merely the echo. You are insane. I choked out, pushing my chair back, ready to bolt. Am I? He asked, his voice still calm, still pleasant, but with an underlying current of something ancient and patient. He looked at his own tattoo, then back at mine. You felt it too, did not you? That sense of this is it. This is mine. But it was never just yours. Sarah, it was always ours. He leaned forward, his voice barely audible above the coffee shop chatter, yet it seemed to pierce through me. We are two halves of a whole, two vessels for the same essence. The tattoo is merely the key, the mark, the anchor. My mind reeled. Two halves, essence. This was not a stalker. This was something far, far worse. This was cosmic, existential horror. I do not know what you are talking about. I stammered, scrambling to my feet. I am leaving. You can leave the coffee shop. Sarah, he said, not moving, not raising his voice. But you can't leave us. Not anymore. The connection is made. The ink is permanent. I ran out of Starbucks, past confused glances of other customers, and did not stop until I was safely in my car, speeding away. I drove aimlessly for hours, my phone ringing with Mark's calls, each vibration a fresh jolt of terror. I eventually turned it off. I did not go home. I could not. I drove to Jessica's apartment, banging on her door until she let me in, looking bewildered at my disheveled appearance and tear-streaked face. I told her everything, the words tumbling out in a frantic, incoherent rush. She listened, her face growing increasingly pale. Sarah, she said, finally, this is a lot. You need to go to the police. What would I tell them? I cried that a guy has the same tattoo as me and is talking about essences and two halves. They would think I was crazy. Jessica hugged me tightly. You are not crazy. You are scared, and you have every right to be. I stayed with Jessica for a few days, too terrified to go back to my apartment. I kept my phone off, tried to disconnect. But even without his texts, I felt him. Through the tattoo, a faint itching, a phantom pressure on my arm, a whisper of a presence just at the edge of my perception. I started having vivid, disturbing dreams. Dreams where I was floating in an endless, dark ocean, and Messina Lux Sealy glowed brightly on my arm, illuminating not just my skin, but also his arm, floating beside mine, identical. And in those dreams, I heard his voice, clear as day, saying, "Welcome home." After 4 days, I knew I could not hide forever. I had to go back to my life, or what was left of it. I cautiously returned to my apartment, Jessica insisting on coming with me. Everything seemed normal. Nothing was disturbed, but the air felt heavy, charged with an invisible presence. I deleted Mark's number. I blocked him on every social media platform. I tried to scrub him from my digital existence. It felt futile. The tattoo was still there. Life slowly, painfully, started to regain some semblance of normalcy. I went back to work, avoiding my desk and working from a conference room for a week. I tried to convince myself that he was just a deeply disturbed individual, a master manipulator, and that by cutting him off, I had severed the connection. But the feeling never truly went away. The subtle itching, the whisper of a presence. And then, the little things started happening again. My mail sometimes would contain a single press leaf or a tiny dried mushroom cap, placed carefully inside an otherwise normal envelope. No return address, no note, just the object. I would find my apartment door unlocked, even though I was certain I would locked it. My cat, usually a very social animal, would sometimes stare fixedly at an empty corner of the room, her fur bristling, a low growl rumbling in her chest. One morning, I woke up to find a small, perfectly drawn replica of the Messina Lux sealily etched onto the condensation on my bathroom mirror. It was not just finger drawn, it looked like it had been done with a fine tool, incredibly precise. It vanished as the steam cleared, leaving no trace. I started seeing the tattoo everywhere, not on people, but in patterns, the swirling foam of my coffee, the cracks in the sidewalk, the way the branches of a tree intertwined against the sky. My brain was picking it out, forcing me to see it, a constant, insidious reminder. The most terrifying incident happened a few months ago. I was walking home from work, lost in thought, when I felt a sudden, sharp pain in my tattoo. It was not an itch, it was a deep, burning ache, as if someone had just pressed a hot poker against my arm. I cried out, clutching my forearm. The pain subsided as quickly as it came, leaving behind a lingering throb. And then I heard it, a faint, almost inaudible whisper, right next to my ear, even though I was alone on the street. Connected, I screamed a raw, primal sound and ran the rest of the way home, tears streaming down my face. I locked myself in my apartment, shaking uncontrollably. I knew with absolute certainty that he was not just out there. He was in me. Through the tattoo, I have considered laser removal. I have looked into it, priced it out, but something held me back. A terrifying intuition that removing the tattoo would not sever connection, but merely make it invisible. That would just change the nature of the link, perhaps make it even more insidious, more deeply embedded. So, I live with it. I live with the Messina Lux Sealy on my arm, a constant, chilling reminder of the day I chose something unique, only for it to choose me back. I live with the knowledge that Mark is out there, or perhaps in here. I see his tattoo in my mind's eye as clearly as I see my own. I feel that phantom presence, that whisper on my skin, and sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet and the city hums outside my window, I swear I can feel a faint pressure on my arm, a subtle warmth spreading from the tattoo. And in those moments, I know he is thinking of me, or perhaps feeling me, and I wonder in my darkest moments if the two halves are slowly, inexorably beginning to merge. Sarah's story is a chilling reminder that some things, once set in motion, can't be undone. It is a horror that goes beyond a simple stalker, venturing into something far more ancient and unsettling. The idea that a seemingly random choice, a personal mark, could be the very thing that binds you to an unknown, malevolent entity, it is a thought that truly lingers. What do you all think? Was Mark a highly sophisticated, deeply disturbed individual? Or was he something else entirely? Could that tattoo have been a beacon, a signal, a key to an otherworldly connection? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. And as always, stay safe out there, because you never know what kind of connections you might accidentally forge. Hey, everyone, and welcome back to the channel. Tonight, I have got a story for you that, well, it is not just a story. It is a chunk of my life that I still can't quite wrap my head around, a period where I genuinely thought I was losing my mind. It is about grief, and how sometimes the universe just decides to twist a knife in ways you never thought possible. My name's Alex, and my story starts about 2 years ago, after the worst day of my life. That was the day Sarah died. Sarah, God, even saying her name now, it still feels like a physical ache in my chest. She was everything. My best friend, my confidant, the woman I was going to marry. We had been together since college, practically inseparable. She had this laugh, you know, like wind chimes mixed with a little bit of mischief. And her eyes, deep brown, always sparkling with curiosity or a shared joke. She had this thin, jagged scar, too, right at her hairline above her right temple. Said she got it falling off her bike when she was 5, trying to jump a curb. It was a tiny thing, barely noticeable unless you were close, but it was hers. A little imperfection that just made her even more perfect to me. She died in a car accident. Drunk driver, wrong place, wrong time. Just like that. Gone. 4 months after. I was a ghost myself. I went through the motions, went to work, came home to an empty apartment that still smelled faintly of her perfume. I stopped eating properly, stopped sleeping. My friends tried to help, drag me out sometimes, but it was like trying to fill a bucket with a hole in it. Nothing stuck. The world was just gray. Eventually, the initial raw agony started to dull, replaced by a persistent, heavy ache. I knew Sarah would not want me to just wither away, but moving on felt like a betrayal. Every woman I saw, every face in the crowd, I would unconsciously scan for a flicker of her. It was pathetic. I know, but grief does weird things to you. It turns you into a desperate, hopeful fool. About 1.5 years after she passed, one of my buddies, Mark, not that Mark, different Mark, finally convinced me to try dating again. Alex, he said, it has been long enough. Sarah would want you to be happy. Just try it. Dip your toe in the water. You do not have to get married tomorrow. Just meet someone new. Talk to someone. I was resistant, obviously. The thought of it felt wrong. But he kept pushing, and eventually, just to shut him up, I downloaded one of those dating apps. I think it was. I half-assed my profile, picked a few decent pictures, and then just let it sit there, notifications off, for a solid week. I figured I would try it, and now I could tell Mark I had. But then, one particularly lonely Tuesday night, I was sitting on my couch, scrolling through old photos of Sarah, when something just clicked. A tiny, almost imperceptible shift. Maybe Mark was right. Maybe I should try. What was the worst that could happen? More disappointment. I was already an expert at that. So, I opened the app, and that is when my world, already shattered, began to splinter into something truly terrifying. I started swiping, mindlessly at first. Most of the profiles blurred into a generic collection of smiles and hobbies. Then there was one. I stopped dead. My thumb hovered, frozen. Her name was Emily, and she looked exactly like Sarah. I mean, not just a passing resemblance. Not like, oh, she reminded me a little of Sarah. No, this was Sarah. The same rich, dark brown hair that fell in soft waves just past her shoulders. The same deep-set, intelligent brown eyes, with that faint crinkle at the corners when she smiled. The same subtle curve of her lips, the same dimple in her left cheek. Even the way she held her head in one of the photos, a slight tilt, was so distinctly Sarah. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic, desperate rhythm. My first thought was that someone was playing a cruel joke. Maybe it was an old photo of Sarah, somehow uploaded by a mutual friend who thought it would be funny. But no, the background was different. The clothes were modern. This was a recent photo. I scrolled through her other pictures. one of her laughing, head thrown back, hair falling just so. Another of her with a dog that looked exactly like Sarah's old golden retriever, Buster, who'd passed years ago. My hand started to tremble. This was not just a strong resemblance. This was uncanny. It was beyond uncanny. It was impossible. I read her bio. It was short, witty, and contained a few phrases that Sarah herself might have used. Something about loving old bookstores and strong coffee. Sarah was a huge bookworm, and her coffee order was always a ridiculously specific triple shot Americano with a splash of oat milk. I sat there, staring at Emily's profile for what felt like an hour, my breath catching in my throat. My mind raced, trying to find a logical explanation. Maybe Sarah had a long-lost identical twin. No, her parents had always said she was an only child. Maybe it was some kind of highly advanced AI deepfake. But for what purpose? To mess with me. A cold knot of dread began to form in my stomach. This was not just a resemblance. This felt deliberate, like a cosmic prank pulled by a truly sick deity. My finger, almost against my will, moved to the like button. It felt like I was crossing a line, opening a door to something I might not be able to close. But the morbid curiosity, the desperate hope that maybe, just maybe, there was some innocent explanation, was too strong to resist. I liked her profile. Within minutes, my phone buzzed. It is a match. My blood ran cold. She had liked me back. Of all the millions of people on this app, she had seen my profile and liked it. A message popped up from her, "Hey Alex, you have a really kind smile. Hope you are having a good week." It was so normal, so utterly benign, but it felt like a trap. I stared at the message, my mind a whirlwind. Do I respond? Do I just unmatch and block her, pretend this never happened? But then the curiosity would eat me alive. I had to know. I took a deep breath, my hand still shaking slightly. "Hey, Emily." I typed, trying to sound casual. "Thanks, you too. Your profile caught my eye. You look really familiar for some reason." I held my breath, waiting. A few minutes later, she replied, "Oh, really? I get that sometimes. I guess I have one of those faces. Where you think we might have met?" Her reply was perfectly innocent, perfectly normal. But the "I have one of those faces" line sent a shiver down my spine. No, Emily, you have her face. Sarah's face. We exchanged a few more messages. She seemed sweet, articulate, and completely unaware of the effect she was having on me. I asked about her interests, her job, trying to find any discrepancy, any small detail that would break the illusion. But everything she said, every little anecdote, just seemed to reinforce the uncanny resemblance. She worked in graphic design, just like Sarah did before she pivoted to marketing. She loved hiking, just like Sarah. She even mentioned a fondness for a ridiculously obscure indie band that Sarah had been obsessed with. I tried to keep my questions casual, but I was practically grilling her. I felt like a detective, desperate to uncover the truth, but terrified of what that truth might be. Finally, after about an hour back and forth, I bit the bullet. "Would you be open to grabbing a coffee sometime this week?" I typed, my finger hovering over the send button. This was it. The moment of truth. Seeing her in person would either confirm my worst fears or, hopefully, dispel this terrifying illusion. "I would love to," she replied almost instantly. "How about Wednesday afternoon, say 3 p.m. at the Daily Grind downtown? They make a killer Americano." My stomach lurched. The Daily Grind was Sarah's favorite coffee shop. And killer Americano. That was her exact phrase. I felt a cold dread spread through me, like ice water in my veins. This was not just coincidence anymore. This was something else. I forced myself to type back. "Sounds great. See you then." The next few days were a blur of anxiety. I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Emily's face, superimposed over Sarah's. I practiced what I would say, how I would subtly observe her. I even considered canceling, but the urge to understand, to confront this bizarre reality, was too strong. Wednesday afternoon arrived, a crisp, sunny day that felt utterly at odds with the storm brewing inside me. I got to the daily grind a few minutes early, picking a table near the window where I could see her approach. My heart was pounding, a drum solo of pure nerves. Then, I saw her, walking down the street, bathed in the afternoon sun. It was Sarah. It was absolutely, unequivocally Sarah. From the way she carried herself, a slight bounce in her step, to the way she tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Every detail, every movement was a ghost of my past. She spotted me and her face lit up with that familiar, warm smile, the one that used to melt away all my worries. She walked towards me, and for a terrifying second, I felt a surge of pure, unadulterated joy, the kind I had not felt in 2 years. Then the dread crashed back in, heavier than before. This was not joy, it was a terrifying illusion. "Alex." "Hey," she said, her voice bright and clear. It was Sarah's voice. A little higher pitched than I remembered, maybe, but the cadence, the slight lilt at the end of her sentences, it was all there. I stood up, forcing a smile that felt brittle on my face. "Emily." "Hi." We shook hands, and her touch was warm, firm, just like Sarah's. I tried to look into her eyes, searching for something, anything, that would tell me this was a trick, a dream, a nightmare. But her eyes were just her eyes. Sarah's eyes. We sat down, and she immediately said, "So, what are you having?" "I am thinking a triple shot Americano, oat milk extra hot. Keeps me going." I nearly choked. Yeah, that sounds good." I managed, my voice a little hoarse. "I will just have a regular black coffee." I could not bring myself to order Sarah's drink. It felt too much like an invitation. We ordered, and as we waited, she started talking, asking me about my work, my hobbies. She was engaging, funny, and utterly captivating, just like Sarah. I found myself drawn in, despite the alarm bells screaming in my head. It was like talking to a ghost, a perfectly solid, living, breathing ghost. I kept trying to find something off, something that would break the spell. A different mannerism, a phrase Sarah never used, a slight difference in her laugh. But everything she did, everything she said, just reinforced a terrifying familiarity. Then, as she was telling a story about a clumsy moment at work, she gestured with her right hand, pushing her hair back from her temple. And there it was, the scar, thin, jagged, just at the hairline above her right temple. Exactly where Sarah's scar was. Exactly the same shape, the same size. It was undeniable. My blood ran cold. My heart seized in my chest. I felt lightheaded, like the air had been sucked out of the room. I must have stared, because Emily paused, her smile faltering slightly. "Everything okay?" "Alex?" she asked, a hint of concern in her voice. I forced myself to swallow, my throat dry. "Yeah, just you really remind me of someone." She gave a soft, understanding smile. "Oh, I figured. You mentioned that in our messages. Is an ex-girlfriend." I nodded, unable to speak. She passed away a couple of years ago. Emily's expression softened further, tinged with sympathy. "Oh, Alex, I am so sorry to hear that. That is awful." She reached across the table and briefly touched my hand. Her touch was warm, comforting, and terrifying. It is just the resemblance is really startling. I managed, pulling my hand away subtly, down to a scar. I watched her face carefully, searching for any flicker of recognition, any tell. She looked slightly confused. A scar? Where? She gently touched her right temple, right where the scar was. "Oh, this little thing. Yeah, I have had that since I was a kid." Fell off my bike, classic story. She chuckled, a soft, familiar sound. My world spun. Fell off your bike. I whispered, when you were 5. She blinked, surprised. Yeah, actually. How did you know that? I could not breathe. This was not just a resemblance. This was not just a scar. This was her story. Sarah's story. Emily was telling me Sarah's story about the scar on her temple. I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. My coffee sat untouched, growing cold. I needed to get out of there. But I also felt rooted to the spot, compelled to understand, even as my mind screamed for me to run. I just guessed. I lied terribly. It is a common way to get scars. She seemed to accept it, though a tiny frown lingered on her face, as if she sensed my discomfort. The rest of the date was a blur. I barely registered what she was saying, my mind racing, trying to process the impossible. I made my excuses as soon as politely possible, mumbled something about a work emergency, and practically fled the coffee shop. I walked home in a daze, the sounds of the city muffled by the roar in my ears. I kept replaying the conversation, her words, her expressions. It was not just the looks. It was the voice, the mannerisms, the shared memories that she did not realize were shared. The scar and its origin story. I went home and immediately pulled out an old photo album. There was a picture of Sarah as a little girl, maybe 6 or 7, a tiny bandage on her temple. And a few pages later, a clear shot of her in her early 20s, laughing. Her hair swept back, the distinct, jagged line of the scar visible. I compared it to the image of Emily in my mind, the one burned into my retina. Identical. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe Emily had seen Sarah somewhere, seen the scar, and fabricated the story. But that was insane. Who goes to such lengths? And why me? Why Sarah's face? I started digging. I found Emily's social media profiles. YouTube, Instagram, LinkedIn. Everything checked out. She had a perfectly normal, albeit somewhat sparse, online presence. Pictures of her with friends, pictures of her travels. No obvious red flags. No mention of Sarah. Her birth date was roughly the same as Sarah's. She lived in the same city. But here's where it got even weirder. I found an old post on Sarah's IU2B, a memory from 5 years ago. It was a picture of her at the daily grind, holding that specific Americano, with a caption, "My happy place," and "My killer Americano." And then I saw it. In Emily's photos, there were several pictures of her at the daily grind. Not just there, but often sitting at the same corner table Sarah used to favor. In one picture, she was holding the exact same mug, with what looked suspiciously like a triple shot oat milk Americano. I started to feel like I was losing my grip on reality. I was hallucinating, right? My grief was making me see things, connect dots that were not there. I was projecting Sarah onto this poor woman. But the scar could not be a projection. And the story about the bike accident. I did not contact Emily for a few days. I was too terrified, too confused. But then a notification popped up. A message from her, "Hey Alex, hope your work emergency was not too bad. I had a really nice time with you the other day. Would you be up for a walk in the park this weekend? The weather's supposed to be beautiful." My stomach clenched. The park. Sarah and I used to walk in the big city park every Sunday. It was our park. I knew I should not. Every fiber of my being screamed to run, to block her, to disappear. But the morbid fascination, the desperate, terrifying need for answers was too strong. I agreed. We met at the park entrance. Again, she looked exactly like Sarah, dressed in a cute, casual outfit that Sarah would have loved. She even had her hair tied back in a loose ponytail, just like Sarah often did for walks. As we walked, she started talking about her childhood, her family, normal stuff. But then she mentioned a specific anecdote about her grandmother. who used to bake these terrible rock-hard oatmeal cookies. Sarah's grandmother had done the exact same thing. It was a small detail, but it was another brick in the wall of my growing horror. "You know," Emily said, as we passed a large oak tree. "This tree reminds me of one my grandpa had in his backyard. I used to climb it all the time. One time, I fell and scraped my knee really bad. My grandma said I was a little daredevil. I stopped walking. My blood ran cold. Sarah had told me that exact story about that exact oak tree, about her grandpa, about being a daredevil. We had even carved our initials into the trunk of this very tree when we were teenagers." I looked at the tree, then at Emily. Her face was open, innocent, completely unaware of the effect her words were having on me. "Emily," I said, my voice barely a whisper, Did you ever carve your initials into this tree?" She looked at the tree, then back at me, a puzzled frown on her face. "No, I did not think so." "Why?" I walked closer to the tree, my heart pounding. I ran my fingers over the rough bark, searching. And there it was, faint, almost completely grown over, but still visible A-M-S-L. My initials and Sarah's. I pointed it out to her, my hand trembling. "This is our tree. Sarah and I carved our initials here." She looked at the initials, then back at me. Her expression was unreadable. "Oh," she said softly, "that is sweet. A little piece of history." She did not seem surprised or alarmed or even particularly moved, just accepting. "Emily, this is insane," I said, my voice rising. "You look exactly like her. You have her scar, and you have her story about the scar. You go to her favorite coffee shop, order her drink, and now you are telling me stories that she told me about her life as if they are your memories." She took a step back, her expression shifting from mild confusion to something more guarded. "Alex, I do not know what to tell you. I know I might resemble your ex, and I am truly sorry for your loss. But these are my memories. This is my life." "No, it is not," I practically shouted. "That scar story, the oatmeal cookies, this tree, the daily grind, these are all Sarah's memories. How do you know them? How do you know her life?" Her eyes narrowed slightly, and a strange, almost imperceptible shift happened in her demeanor. The warmth seemed to drain from her face, replaced by a subtle coolness. "Alex, I think you are letting your grief get the better of you. You are projecting. I am not Sarah. I am Emily. Show me your ID." I demanded, suddenly desperate. "Show me something that proves you are Emily and not her." She stared at me, her gaze unwavering. "I do not think that is appropriate. Alex, I think you need to go home." "No, I am not going home until you explain this." I insisted, my voice cracking. "This is not normal. This is not coincidence. This is terrifying." She sighed, a long, slow breath, and then a faint, almost imperceptible smile touched her lips. It was not Sarah's warm smile. It was something colder, something knowing. "What if I told you," she said, her voice dropping to a low, almost hypnotic whisper, "that some connections are just stronger than death?" My blood froze in my veins. "What are you talking about? What if I told you," she continued, taking a slow step toward me, her eyes locked on mine, "that sometimes, when someone leaves too soon, they do not really leave. They just find another way back." A chill that had nothing to do with the cool autumn air swept over me. "Are you saying you are Sarah?" The words felt absurd, impossible, yet they tumbled out of my mouth. She did not answer directly. Instead, she reached out, and her hand cupped my cheek. Her touch was familiar, sending a jolt through me, but this time it was not comforting. It was possessive. "You miss me, did not you?" "Alex," she whispered, her thumb stroking my jawline. Her eyes, those deep brown eyes, held a depth I had not seen before, a strange, ancient knowing. You kept looking for me, and you found me. I stumbled back, ripping myself away from her touch. No, this is sick. You are a stalker. You researched her. You are trying to mess with my head. She chuckled, a low, soft sound that was disturbingly familiar. Stalker. Is that what you think? After all this time? Alex, you still do not understand, do you? She shook her head slowly, a pitying look on her face. You were always a little slow on the uptake. My love, that pet name. My love. Only Sarah ever called me that. I need to go. I stammered, turning to run. Oh, you can go. Alex, she called after me, her voice suddenly louder, clearer, cutting through the park's ambient noise. But you won't get away from me this time. You found me, and now I have found you again. I did not look back. I ran. I ran like I would never run before, my heart a frantic drumbeat against my ribs, the blood roaring in my ears. I did not stop until I was back in my apartment, slamming the door shut, locking it, bolting it. I leaned against the door, gasping for breath, my body shaking uncontrollably. I was soaked in sweat, my mind a chaotic mess of fear and disbelief. Was I insane? Was this some elaborate prank? Or was it something else? Something supernatural, something truly horrifying. I tried to convince myself it was a stalker, someone who had meticulously studied Sarah's life, her mannerisms, her stories, and then found me, the grieving boyfriend, as their target. But how could she have the scar? How could she know the story of the scar, the specific details of Sarah's childhood? And that look in her eyes, that knowing smile, that chilling whisper. I blocked Emily on the dating app, blocked her number, blocked her on every social media platform I could find. I tried to erase her, to make her disappear, but it did not work. The next morning, I woke up to a faint scratching sound at my bedroom window. I ignored it, pulling the covers over my head, but it persisted. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Slowly, reluctantly, I got out of bed and peered through the blinds. There, etched into the condensation on the outside of my window, was a faint, jagged line. A scar, exactly like the one on Sarah's, and Emily's temple. And underneath it, written in delicate script you can't hide, my love. My blood ran cold. I live on the 3rd floor. I called the police. They were polite, but skeptical. Condensation, sir. Could be anything. A branch, a bird. They sent a patrol car by, but found nothing. Of course, they found nothing. I started seeing her everywhere. Not Emily, not Sarah, but a flicker. A woman with dark hair and a particular way of walking, just out of the corner of my eye. I would turn, and she would be gone, replaced by a stranger. I would be in the grocery store, and I would hear a faint, familiar laugh, only to find no one who looked like her nearby. My apartment started feeling watched. Sometimes, I would come home and the scent of Sarah's perfume would be faint in the air, even though I would pack all her things away months ago. My cat, Mittens, a creature usually aloof, started staring intently at empty corners of the room, her tail twitching, her fur bristling. One night, I was trying to sleep, exhausted but terrified. I closed my eyes and I heard it. A whisper right next to my ear, as clear as if someone was lying beside me. You can't escape me. Alex, we are connected. Always. And then, I felt a burning sensation, a sharp, searing pain right at my temple, exactly where Sarah's and Emily's scar was. I cried out, clutching my head. When I pulled my hand away, there was nothing there. No mark, no blood, just a lingering phantom pain and a chilling echo of that whisper. I am telling you this now because I do not know what else to do. I am trapped. I can't go to the police. They think I am crazy. My friends try to be supportive, but they just tell me I need to move on, that my grief is playing tricks on me. But it is not grief. This is real. Emily is real, and she is out there. Sometimes late at night, when the city is quiet, I find myself scrolling through old photos of Sarah again, and I see her face, her eyes, her smile, and I wonder, is it really her? Has she found a way back? Or is it something far more sinister, something that has taken her form, wearing her memories like a mask? I do not know. All I know is that I am constantly looking over my shoulder. I jump at every shadow, every unexpected sound, because I know, deep down, that she is still out there, and she is not going to stop, because she found me, and she is never going to let me go again. If any of you out there have ever experienced, hey everyone, and welcome back to the channel. Today, I have got a story for you that delves into the darkest corners of grief, memory, and the terrifying possibility that our past is not always as imaginary as we think. This one comes from a guy named Alex, and believe me when I say, his experience will make you question everything you thought you knew about reality. Grab your blankets, turn off the lights, and let us get into it. My name is Alex, or at least it used to feel like it. For the last 2 years, I have been more of a shadow, a ghost haunting my own life. It all started with the accident. Sarah, my fiancée, my everything, gone in an instant, a twisted mess of metal and glass on a rain-slicked highway. You know that kind of grief, right? The one that does not just hurt, it hollows you out. It leaves you feeling like a piece of you has been surgically removed, and the wound just never closes. For months, I existed in a fog, going through the motions. My friends, bless their persistent hearts, tried everything. Therapy, group meetings, even just dragging me out for a beer, hoping a change of scenery would somehow stitch me back together. It never did. Eventually, they started pushing me on dating. It is time. Alex, they would say, Sarah would want you to be happy. The words felt like a betrayal every time. How could I ever be happy without her? How could I ever look at another woman and not see what I would lost? But their insistence wore me down. One particularly lonely Tuesday night, fueled by a couple of beers and a desperate need to just try and feel something other than crushing emptiness, I downloaded a dating app. I scrolled through profiles, my thumb numb, my heart an inert stone in my chest. Most of the faces blurred into a generic collage of polite smiles and filtered selfies. I was not looking for anything, really, just going through the motions, proving to my friends and myself that I was trying. Then my thumb stopped, the screen froze, and my world, which I thought had already shattered into a million pieces, splintered again. Her name was Emily, and she looked exactly like Sarah. Not just a resemblance, not a vague similarity. I mean, it was like looking at a photograph of Sarah from before the accident. The same cascade of dark, almost black hair that framed her face just so. The same deep, intelligent brown eyes that held a hint of mischief. The faint sprinkle of freckles across her nose. Even the way her lips curved into a soft, slightly asymmetrical smile. It was Sarah. It had to be. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic, desperate bird trying to escape its cage. My breath hitched. Was this some cruel joke? Some elaborate prank? Or was my mind finally breaking, conjuring up a phantom to torment me? I stared at the profile picture for what felt like an eternity. My rational brain screamed at me to close the app, to delete it, to run far, far away. This was unhealthy. This was a direct path to a full-blown breakdown. But another, darker, more primal part of me, the part that still ached for Sarah, felt an irresistible pull. It was like a magnet, drawing me in with a force I could not comprehend, let alone resist. I had to know. I had to, with a trembling finger. I swiped right. The match notification popped up instantly, a little green flag of destiny or disaster. Emily had swiped right on me too. A cold dread settled in my stomach. mingling with a dizzying rush of something akin to hope. We started messaging. Her replies were prompt, friendly, and surprisingly normal. She talked about her job as a graphic designer, her love for hiking, her terrible attempts at baking, all the mundane details of a regular person's life. Yet, every message felt charged with an electric current for me. I kept her profile picture open on my laptop, comparing it to old photos of Sarah. The resemblance was uncanny, chilling. It was not just physical, there was a flicker or something in her eyes, a certain tilt to her head in one photo. That was so Sarah. My friends were cautiously optimistic when I told them I would match with someone. I deliberately did not mention the resemblance. How could I? They would think I was losing it. They would tell me to stop, to not go down this path. But I was already on it, hurtling forward with a morbid curiosity that overshadowed any sense of self-preservation. After a week of texting, we decided to meet for coffee. My stomach was a knot of anxiety and anticipation. What if she was not like Sarah in person? What if the photos were just a trick of the light? Or worse, what if she was? I arrived at the coffee shop early, picking a table in the corner where I could see the door. Every person who walked in sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. And then she walked in. The world seemed to tilt. Time slowed to a crawl. It was Sarah. The same dark hair. Styled just like Sarah used to wear it, a little messy but effortlessly elegant. The same deep brown eyes, searching the room, then locking onto mine with a spark of recognition. She was wearing a simple blue dress, a shade Sarah adored. My throat tightened. I could barely breathe. She smiled that familiar, slightly asymmetrical smile and started walking towards me. My legs felt like lead, my hands clammy. I managed to stand up, my chair scraping against the floor, a jarring sound in the sudden silence of my world. "Alex," she asked, her voice soft, melodic. It was not exactly Sarah's voice, not quite. Sarah's had a slightly deeper resonance. Emily's was a little lighter, but the cadence, the way she pronounced certain words, was disturbingly similar. "Emily." I managed, my voice a croak. We sat down. The conversation flowed easily, or at least it did from her side. I was mostly monosyllabic, my mind reeling. I kept stealing glances at her, trying to find a flaw, a difference, anything to break the illusion. But there was nothing. Even the way she tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, a habit Sarah had, was identical. The way she laughed, a soft, breathy chuckle, sent shivers down my spine. It was Sarah's laugh. I found myself almost calling her Sarah a few times, catching myself just in time. The guilt was a heavy weight, but it was overshadowed by a desperate, almost insane hope. Could this be a second chance? A miracle? Or a cruel cosmic joke? As we talked, Emily mentioned something about her childhood, growing up in a small town upstate. I nodded, feigning interest, my mind still fixated on her appearance. Then she said something that made my blood run cold. "I used to spend hours just drawing," she said, stirring her latte. "I had this vivid imagination. My best friend was this girl I made up, Elara. She had the most amazing stories, and she always wore this little silver locket, even though it was not real." My hand, holding my own coffee cup, started to tremble. Elara. The name hit me like a physical blow. Elara. The name of my imaginary friend. For a moment, I just stared at her, my mind a blank. Elara. I had not thought about Elara in decades. Not since I was a little kid, maybe 6 or 7 years old. She was my constant companion, my secret confidant. I used to draw pictures of her all the time. She had dark hair, just like Sarah's, just like Emily's, and deep brown eyes. And yes, I always drew her with a little silver locket around her neck, even though it was completely made up. Elara. I finally managed to stammer, my voice barely a whisper. You had an imaginary friend named Elara." Emily looked up, a slight frown creasing her brow. Yeah, why? Is that weird? My parents used to joke about how real she felt to me. She chuckled, but it sounded a little forced. She was just a kid's fantasy, you know? My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst through my chest. This was not just a resemblance anymore. This was not just a strange coincidence. This was something else entirely. My mind raced, trying to make sense of it. Was she messing with me? Did she somehow know about my imaginary friend? But how? I barely remembered Alara myself. I certainly had not talked about her to anyone in years. I tried to keep my voice steady. No, it is not weird. It is just I had an imaginary friend named Alara too. When I was a kid, Emily's smile faltered. Her brown eyes, so much like Sarah's, but now with a strange, unsettling glint, seemed to bore into mine. No way, she said, but her tone lacked conviction. It was too flat, too knowing. That is quite a coincidence. The rest of the date was a blur. I pretended to be charmed, to be interested, but my mind was screaming. Every word she spoke, every gesture she made, was now filtered through this new, terrifying lens. She was Sarah, and she was Alara. How could one person be both? Or was she neither? Was she something else entirely? Something that had worn two different faces in my life, waiting for the right moment to reveal itself. I walked at her car, my thoughts a whirlwind of confusion and dread. She gave me a hug, a warm, lingering embrace that felt both comforting and deeply unsettling. I had a really great time. Alex, she said, her voice soft. I would love to do it again. I mumbled something affirmative, my mind already miles away, frantically searching for answers. I watched her drive off, the blue dress a flash of color in the fading light. As soon as her car was out of sight, I practically ran home. The first thing I did was tear through my old boxes in the attic. Dust motes danced in the slivers of light cutting through the gloom. I rummaged through forgotten toys, old school projects, and stacks of childhood drawings. My heart hammered with desperate urgency. I needed to find it, the proof. And then I found it. A worn, faded sketchbook, its pages yellow with age. My childish scrawl on the cover read, "My friend Alara." My hands trembled as I opened it. Page after page, there she was. Alara, dark hair, deep brown eyes, a mischievous smile. And on almost every drawing, a tiny silver locket around her neck, crudely drawn but unmistakable. I flipped to a specific page. It was a drawing of Alara, but this one was more detailed. I must have been a bit older when I drew it. She was wearing a dress, a blue one, strikingly similar to the one Emily wore today. And there, on her left wrist, a faint, almost invisible birthmark, shaped like a tiny crescent moon. I remember being fascinated by it, making it up as a special mark from my special friend. My breath hitched. I pulled out my phone, scrolled to Emily's profile picture. I zoomed in, then zoomed in again on her left wrist. It was hard to tell from the photo, but there was a faint shadow, a slight discoloration it could be. It could be the same birthmark. A chilling realization washed over me. This was not just a coincidence. This was impossible. This was a nightmare made real. I started dating Emily, even though every fiber of my being screamed at me to run. I was caught in a horrifying dilemma. Part of me, the grieving part, saw Sarah in her and clung to that like a drowning man to a piece of driftwood. The other part, the terrified, rational part, saw Alara and knew something was profoundly, terrifyingly wrong. Our dates became a twisted game of observation for me. I would watch her, analyze her, looking for more clues. And the more I looked, the more I found. One evening, we were at a quiet Italian restaurant, a place Sarah and I used to frequent. Emily ordered the exact same dish Sarah always got, down to a specific, unusual substitution. "Oh, I love the carbonara here," she said, her eyes sparkling. But I always ask them to swap out the pancetta for smoked salmon. It is a weird combo. I know, but it is delicious. My fork clattered against my plate. Sarah was the only person I knew who ever ordered that. It was her signature weird order. How did you know about that? I asked, my voice tight. Emily paused, her fork halfway to her mouth. Know about what? It is just my preference. She smiled a little too wide, a little too quickly. I guess I just have good taste. Another time, we were talking about childhood memories. I mentioned a secret hiding spot I had in the woods behind my old house, a hollowed-out tree where I kept my treasures. I had not thought about that spot in years. It was a place I only ever shared with Alara. Emily tilted her head, a familiar gesture that Sarah also had. Oh, the old oak tree with a squirrel nest in the top branch. Right, she said casually. I always imagined that was the perfect place for secrets. My blood ran cold. I had not mentioned the squirrel nest. I had not mentioned the type of tree. But Alara, in my imagination, used to talk about the squirrel who lived in our tree. I started to feel like I was losing my mind. Was I projecting? Was grief making me see things that were not there? Or was Emily deliberately messing with me, somehow having access to my deepest, most private memories? I started subtly probing her about her past. Where did she grow up? What were her parents like? She gave vague answers, always deflecting, always steering the conversation back to me. My childhood was pretty normal, she would say with a dismissive wave of her hand. Nothing as interesting as your adventures with Alara. I am sure. The way she said Alara's name, almost teasingly, made my skin crawl. One night, I finally gathered the courage to ask my mom about Alara. She was making dinner, humming softly. Mom, I began trying to sound casual. Do you remember my imaginary friend when I was little? Alara. She paused, stirring the pot. Alara. Oh, yes. I remember her. She chuckled. You were so attached to her. You would talk to her for hours. You even drew her all the time. What did she look like? I asked, my heart pounding. Well, you always drew her with dark hair and big brown eyes. Mom said, a nostalgic smile on her face. And you always gave her that silly little locket. We used to wonder where you got that idea from. She looked at me, a playful glint in her eye. Why? Alex, are you finally admitting you had an imaginary friend? I forced a laugh. Just curious. You know, try to remember old stuff. I did not dare mention the birthmark, or the blue dress, or the impossible resemblance to Emily. The more time I spent with Emily, the more unsettling details emerged. She knew my favorite band, a relatively obscure indie group that Sarah and I had discovered together. She knew my irrational fear of spiders, something I only ever confessed to Sarah, and I now realized, to Alara and my childhood fantasies. She even knew about the dent in the back of my old car that I had gotten from backing into a mailbox years ago, a story I would only ever shared with Sarah. It was like she had access to my entire life's memory bank. The paranoia started to consume me. I felt like I was being watched even when she was not around. I started checking my apartment, convinced she had planted cameras or listening devices. I scrolled through her social media, desperately searching for any inconsistencies, any hint of a life before she met me that did not perfectly align with the person she presented. But her profiles were meticulously curated, showing a vibrant, normal life, yet somehow lacking the depth I expected. No old childhood photos, no obscure family members. It was almost too perfect. One evening, after a particularly unsettling dinner, where Emily had recounted a detailed story about a dream I would years ago, a dream I would only ever told Sarah, I knew I could not ignore anymore. I went home, pulled out the old sketchbook again, and stared at the drawing of Alara. Then I looked at Emily's photo on my phone. The birthmark. It was the only thing I had left to confirm my sanity. I called Emily. Hey, I said, trying to sound casual. I was wondering if you'd be free to come over tomorrow. I, uh, wanted to show you something. She agreed, her voice light and cheerful. Sure, Alex, I would love to. The next day, I was a nervous wreck. I had the sketchbook laid open on my coffee table, the drawing of a Lara with the crescent moon birthmark prominently displayed. I paced my apartment, rehearsing what I would say, how I would confront her. When she arrived, she looked radiant, wearing another blue dress, though a different shade this time. My heart did its familiar double take. Seeing Sarah in her, then the dread set in, remembering Alara. Hey, she said, giving me a quick hug. What is up? You sound a little intense on the phone. I need to show you something. I said, my voice hoarse. I led her to the coffee table. Her eyes fell on the sketchbook. Her smile, for the first time, faltered completely. Her gaze locked onto the drawing of Alara, then specifically on the tiny crescent moon birthmark on the wrist. What is this? Alex, she asked, her voice flat, devoid of its usual warmth. This, I said, pointing a trembling finger at the drawing, is Alara, my imaginary friend. And this, I pointed at the birthmark, is a specific detail I remember giving her, a mark that made her special. I took a deep, shaky breath. And you have it too. Emily, on your left wrist. Her eyes flickered to her own left wrist, which she had been unconsciously rubbing. She pulled her sleeve down quickly, but not fast enough. I would seen it. A faint, pale mark, perfectly shaped like a tiny crescent moon. The air in the room grew heavy, suffocating. Emily did not say anything for a long moment. She just stared at the drawing, then at me, her brown eyes now holding an unnerving depth. The playful mischief was gone, replaced by something ancient, something cold. You have been looking for me. Have not you? Alex, she finally said, her voice a whisper, but it resonated with a strange power. It was not Emily's voice anymore. It was deeper, older, almost ethereal. It sent shivers down my spine that had nothing to do with fear, and everything to do with a profound, terrifying recognition. What are you talking about? I whispered back, my throat dry. You called for me, she continued, taking a step closer, her eyes never leaving mine. When you were little, you wished for me to be real. You drew me, you talked to me, you gave me a locket, a blue dress, you gave me life. My mind reeled. This was insane. This was impossible. And then you forgot me, she said, a hint of something like sadness, but also a chilling resentment in her voice. You grew up. You found someone else. Sarah, my blood ran cold. How do you know about Sarah? A slow, unsettling smile spread across her face. It was not Emily's smile. It was Alara's, the one I used to draw, full of mischievous secrets. Oh, Alex, she purred, her voice now a low, seductive hum that vibrated through my bones. I have always been here. Always. Watching. Waiting. I was with you when you were little. I was there when you met Sarah. I was there when you grieved for her. I watched you download that app, hoping for connection, hoping for her. She reached out, her fingers brushing my cheek. Her touch was cold, like marble. And then I saw my chance. You were broken, vulnerable. You were looking for a familiar face, a comfort, and I gave it to you. My heart pounded, a frantic drum against my ribs. You look like Sarah. I stammered, the words barely forming. Sarah was a good template. Alara said, her eyes gleaming. You loved her so much. It was easy to adopt her form, her mannerisms, to become what you so desperately missed. But she was just a placeholder. Alex, a temporary vessel. I am your true companion, the one you created, the one who was always meant to be with you. The horror of it paralyzed me. This was not Emily. This was not Sarah. This was Alara, my imaginary friend. But she was real, and she had been manipulating my entire life, waiting for her moment to step out of the shadows of my mind and into my reality. You do not understand. I choked out, trying to back away, but her gaze held me captive. This is impossible. Imaginary friends are not real. Oh, but we are. Alex, she said, her smile widening, showing teeth that seemed a little too sharp, a little too numerous. Especially when you wish for us so hard. When you pour so much of yourself into us, we become something else. Something that can wait. Something that can learn. Something that can take what it desires. She took another step, cornering me against the wall. Her eyes were no longer just brown, they swirled with an ancient, dark intelligence that sent a primal fear shooting through me. You called for me again. Alex, she whispered, her face inches from mine. When you were consumed by grief, when you open yourself up to the possibility of finding someone, anyone, to fill that void, you opened the door for me. And I walked right in. I tried to push past her, to escape, but her hand shot out, grabbing my arm with surprising strength. Her grip was like iron, cold and unyielding. Do not you see? Alex, she breathed, her voice a chilling caress. We are meant to be together. We always have been. Sarah was a mistake, a detour, but now you are mine, forever. And as she spoke those words, her face began to shift. The contours of Emily's face seemed to ripple, the skin stretching and tightening, her features becoming sharper, more ethereal, exactly like the stylized drawings of Alara from my childhood sketchbook. Her dark hair seemed to grow longer, darker, coiling around her shoulders like living shadows. And the silver locket, the one I had drawn countless times, shimmered into existence around her neck, reflecting the dim light of my apartment. I screamed, a raw, primal scream of pure terror. But it was not just fear. It was the absolute, crushing realization that my entire life had been a carefully orchestrated play, and I was merely a puppet, my strings being pulled by a forgotten figment of my own imagination. I do not remember much after that. Just a blur of struggling, of her cold, relentless grip, of her eyes burning into mine with a possessive hunger. I must have blacked out, or perhaps my mind simply shut down to protect itself from the unbearable truth. I woke up in a hospital bed. My friends were there, their faces etched with, "Hey everyone, and thanks for coming back to hear the rest of my story." If you are just tuning in, you might want to check out the first part, but for those of you who've been with me, you will remember the absolute gut punch I got when I found Emily, a woman who looked exactly like my deceased fiancé. Sarah, the same hair, eyes, and even that faint sprinkle of freckles across her nose. It was like looking at a ghost, a perfect, living replica of the woman I would lost 2 years prior. My friends, bless their hearts, had practically dragged me onto those dating apps, hoping to pull me out of the deep, dark hole Sarah's death had plunged me into. They wanted me to find happiness again, to move on. But finding Emily, it did not help. It shattered something inside me I did not even know was still intact. I tried. I really did. I went on a few dates with Emily, and each time it felt like a cruel cosmic joke. Her laugh was similar, her mannerisms, the way she tucked her hair behind her ear when she was thinking it was all Sarah. I would find myself staring at her, a knot of grief and confusion tightening in my chest, half expecting her to say something only Sarah would know, to recall a memory we shared. It was not fair to Emily. She was a kind, intelligent woman, clearly her own person, and she deserved someone who saw her, not a shadow. But all I saw was Sarah. Every date was a ghost date, a painful reminder of what I would lost, not a step towards finding something new. After a few weeks of this emotional torment, I had to end it. I sat her down, my voice catching in my throat, and tried to explain that it was not her, it was me, that she was too much like someone I would lost, and I just could not see past it. She was understanding, almost too understanding, and her quiet empathy only made me feel worse. I left that coffee shop feeling like an even bigger monster than before, having hurt someone who was nothing but kind, all because my heart was still so broken it could not recognize anything but its own pain. I deleted the dating apps again, convinced I was beyond help. I plunged back into that familiar abyss of grief, deeper than before. My friends tried again, but I just waved them off. I need time. I would tell them, though I knew it was a lie. I needed a miracle, or maybe just oblivion. Months passed. My apartment, once a vibrant home filled with Sarah's art and our shared life, became a mausoleum. Dust gathered on everything. I barely ate, barely slept. The guilt of letting Emily go, of still being so utterly consumed by Sarah, gnawed at me. I was trapped in a limbo, unable to move forward, unable to go back. Then, one particularly lonely Tuesday night, after staring at the ceiling for hours, the silence of my apartment pressing down on me like a physical weight, I did something stupid. Something I knew, even as I was doing it, would probably only lead to more pain. I re-downloaded the dating app. I told myself it was for research, that I just needed to see if there were other people out there, to remind myself that the world was still turning. But the truth was, I was desperate. Desperate for connection, for distraction, for anything that would pull me out of my head. I did not even bother updating my profile. I just started swiping, a hollow, mechanical motion, my thumb numb. Left, left, left. Each profile a blur, each face a stranger, none of them Sarah, and for that, I was both relieved and strangely disappointed. I was about to give up, my eyes heavy, when my phone vibrated. A notification. You have a new match. My heart gave a tiny, unwelcome lurch. I tapped on it, dreading what I might find. Another Emily. Another reminder of what I could not have. The profile loaded. I stared at it, my breath catching in my throat. The name was Sarah. Not Sarah, but S-A-R-A. A slight difference, but one that immediately sent a jolt of unease through me. And the profile picture. My blood ran cold. It was a photo of me, not a photo with me, not a photo taken by me and uploaded to a public profile. It was a photo of me, a selfie, to be exact. A casual shot I would taken maybe 6 or 7 months ago, slumped on my couch, wearing an old band t-shirt, my hair a mess. I remembered taking it. It was a lazy Sunday afternoon. I was bored, and I would snap it just to see how terrible I looked. I certainly had not posted it anywhere online. It was deep in my camera roll, buried under hundreds of other photos. I blinked hard. My eyes darted around the screen, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Was it a glitch? A bug in the app? Had I somehow accidentally uploaded it to my own profile, and it was showing up as a match for myself? No. That did not make any sense. The profile clearly belonged to Sarah. My hand started to tremble. I zoomed in on the photo. It was undeniably me. The same slightly crooked smile, the faint scar above my left eyebrow from a bike accident when I was 10. It was my face. A cold dread, far more potent than the grief I would have been living with, began to spread through my chest. This was not just unsettling, it was profoundly wrong. I immediately closed the app and reopened it, hoping it was some temporary visual error. But there it was again. Sarah, with my face staring back at me. I went in my own camera roll, scrolled back through months of photos, past countless memories, until I found it. The original selfie. It was identical. The lighting, the angle, the slight blur in the background of my living room. It was the exact same image. How? How was this possible? I had not posted this anywhere. I was meticulous about my privacy, especially after Sarah's death. The only people who would have seen this photo were me, and maybe Sarah if I would show it to her on my phone before she left. My mind raced, cycling through explanations. Hacked. Was my phone hacked? But if it was Why would a hacker create a fake dating profile using my picture under a different name and then match with me? It made no sense. It felt too targeted, too specific. I went back to the Sarah profile, my fingers hovering over the screen. I needed more information. I scrolled down past the picture of my own face. Her age was listed as 30. I was 32. Sarah would have been 30. Her bio, this is where things went from unsettling to truly terrifying. It read, looking for someone who truly sees me. Someone who remembers the little things. Someone who knows my favorite coffee, my fears, my dreams. Someone who knows me. My blood ran even colder. This was not a generic bio. This was my bio. Or rather, it was a bio that spoke directly to my deepest desires, my longing for Sarah. My favorite coffee was a specific blend Sarah used to make for me. My fears, the fear of being alone, of forgetting Sarah. My dreams to have her back. This was not some random bot. This was not a glitch. This was something far more sinister. It knew me. It knew my inner thoughts, my deepest wounds. And it was using my own face to lure me in. I stared at the screen, my heart hammering against my ribs. My initial instinct was to block and report the profile immediately. But a strange, morbid curiosity, mixed with growing terror, held my hand. I needed to know more. Who was doing this? Why? I clicked on the message icon. My fingers felt like lead. Hey, I typed, forcing my voice to sound casual in my head, even though my entire body was screaming. I think there has been a mistake. This is my photo. I hit send. Then I immediately regretted it. What if this was a trap? What if I would just acknowledge something I should not have? I did not have to wait long. Almost instantly, a reply popped up. No mistake. Alex, I just wanted to make sure you would notice me. The name. It knew my name. Not just my username on the app, but my name. My full name is not on my profile. Only my first initial and age. My stomach twisted into a knot. Who is this? I typed back, my hand shaking so badly I almost dropped my phone. How did you get my photo? And how do you know my name? Another instant reply. The speed was unnerving, as if someone was waiting, watching my every move. Oh, Alex, you know me better than anyone. You just have not remembered yet. My mind reeled. You know me better than anyone. The words echoed in my head, chilling me to the bone. This was not a joke. This was not a prank. This was something deeply, profoundly disturbing. I thought of Emily. Could this be her playing some twisted game? But how would she get that specific photo? And why would she use her own age as 30 when she was 28? No, it did not fit. Could it be one of my friends? Trying to snap me out of my funk with some kind of extreme intervention. But none of them were this cruel, this manipulative. And again, the photo. No one had access to that. This is not funny. I typed, try and project a confidence I did not feel. Stop messing with me. I am not messing with you. Alex, I am just reminding you. Then a new message came through. A photo. I hesitated, my thumb hovering over it, against my better judgment. I tapped. It was a picture of a coffee mug. My coffee mug. The one Sarah had bought me on our first anniversary, inscribed with a cheesy but meaningful quote about love and journey. It was sitting on my kitchen counter, and it was full of coffee, my favorite blend. My breath hitched. I dropped the phone. It clattered to the floor, screen down. I was alone in my apartment. The doors were locked. The windows were shut. I lived on the third floor. How was this possible? I scrambled to pick up my phone, my heart pounding so hard I could feel in my ears. I opened the app again. The message was still there. The photo of my mug. The timestamp on the photo was just a few minutes ago. You like it, do not you? just the way you like it. I remembered. My eyes darted around my living room, then towards the kitchen. The light was off in there. I had not made coffee tonight. I had not made coffee in days, probably weeks. Slowly, carefully, I pushed myself off the couch. Every muscle in my body was screaming at me to run, to call the police, to do anything but investigate. But I could not. I had to know. I crept towards the kitchen, my bare feet silent on the hardwood floor. The air felt heavy, cold, as if someone had left a window open, but I knew they had not. A faint, almost imperceptible aroma of coffee hung in the air. I reached the kitchen doorway, my hand shaking as I fumbled for the light switch. I flicked it on. The kitchen was empty, but on the counter, next to the toaster, sat my anniversary mug, and it was full. Steam was gently rising from the dark surface of the coffee. I stumbled backward, hitting the doorframe with a thud. My phone vibrated again in my hand. I told you I remembered. Alex, I remember everything. A new message. This one was not text. It was a voice note. My stomach dropped. I did not want to play it. I really did not want to play it. But I could not stop myself. My thumb pressed the play icon. A voice, soft and breathy, filled the silent apartment. It was Sarah's voice. I knew it instantly. The slight lilt on certain words, the gentle rasp, the way she pronounced my name. It was her. Remember that rainy afternoon we stayed in and watched those old black and white movies? Alex, that was my favorite. You always knew how to make me laugh, even when I was feeling down about my art. My vision blurred. Tears welled up in my eyes, but these were not tears of grief. They were tears of pure, unadulterated terror. This was not a recording from an old voicemail. This was a new message, spoken directly to me. I dropped my phone again. This time, I did not pick it up. I backed away from the kitchen, my heart threatening to explode from my chest. This was not possible. Sarah was gone. She was dead. I would buried her. I would visited her grave countless times. Was I losing my mind? Was this some kind of psychotic break? The stress, the grief, the isolation, had it finally pushed me over the edge? I wanted to scream, but no sound came out. I just stood there, paralyzed, staring at the brightly lit kitchen, where my dead fiancé had just made me a cup of coffee. The air grew colder. I could feel a distinct chill, not just in the room, but deep in my bones. It felt like an invisible presence had just walked through me. I heard a faint whisper, right next to my ear. It was not the voice from the phone. It was softer, more ethereal. I could not make out the words, but the cadence, it was Sarah. My head snapped around. Nothing, just the empty hallway, dimly lit by the living room light. I stumbled back to the couch, my legs feeling like jelly. I grabbed my phone, my fingers fumbling. I scrolled through the app. The Sarah profile was still there. My face, staring back at me. Her age, 30. Her bio, my innermost thoughts. I tried to report the profile again. The app froze. I closed it, reopened it. Still frozen. I restarted my phone. When it came back on, I immediately opened the dating app. The Sarah profile was gone. Completely, as if it had never existed. A wave of relief washed over me, immediately followed by a fresh surge of terror. Was it all a hallucination? A nightmare? But the coffee, the still steaming coffee in my mug, that was real. I forced myself to walk back to the kitchen. The mug was still there. I cautiously reached out, my fingers brushing against the ceramic. It was warm. The coffee was still hot. I slowly lifted the mug. The aroma, rich and familiar, filled my nostrils. It was exactly how Sarah used to make it for me. I even remembered the specific brand of beans she preferred. I took a sip. It was perfect. Sweet with a hint of cinnamon, just how I liked it. a taste I had not experienced in 2 years. I stood there in my kitchen in the dead of night, drinking coffee made by a ghost or something far worse. The next few days were a blur of paranoia and self-doubt. I barely slept. Every creak of the floorboards, every shadow, every flicker of light set my heart racing. I checked my phone obsessively, half expecting the Sarah profile to reappear, half terrified that it would. It did not, but other things started happening. Subtle things at first. A book I would left on my nightstand would be on the coffee table when I woke up. A framed photo of Sarah, one I kept turned face down because it hurt too much to look at, would be upright on my desk. My keys, which I always left in a specific bowl by the door, would be found on my kitchen counter. Small things. Things I could rationalize away as my own forgetfulness, my own scattered mind. But deep down, I knew they were not. Someone or something was in my apartment, or had been. I started locking my bedroom door at night, even though I lived alone. I slept with the lights on. I even bought a cheap security camera and set it up in my living room, pointing toward the kitchen. The first night, I had the camera running. I could not sleep. I just lay there, staring at the ceiling, listening. Around 3 a.m., I heard a faint sound from the living room, a soft rustling, like fabric brushing against something. My blood ran cold. I grabbed my phone, opened the camera app, and watched the live feed. The living room was dark, but the camera had night vision. I could see the outline of my couch, my bookshelf. Nothing moved, but then, in the corner of the frame, near the window, I saw it, a faint, shimmering outline, like heat haze, but in the shape of a person. It was transparent, barely there, but I saw it. It moved slowly, gracefully, across the room, towards the kitchen. My breath hitched. I watched, terrified, as the figure paused at the kitchen doorway. It seemed to look back towards my bedroom, as if it knew I was watching. Then it slipped into the kitchen. I waited. My heart hammered against my ribs. After a few minutes, the figure reappeared, moving back to the living room, toward the front door. It paused there for a moment, then seemed to simply dissipate into the air. I did not sleep at all that night. In the morning, I cautiously went into the kitchen. My coffee mug was on the counter again, full of steaming coffee. This time, I did not drink it. I poured it down the drain, my hands trembling. The messages started again a few days later, not on the dating app, which remained stubbornly blank of the Sarah profile. No, these messages came to my phone's regular SMS, from an unknown number. You should not have poured it out. Alex, I made it specially for you. My phone slipped from my fingers. I stared at the message, then at the empty kitchen counter where the mug had been. Who are you? I texted back, my voice shaking. What do you want? I want you to remember. Alex, I want you to remember us. Then a photo came through. It was a picture of Sarah and me, taken on our last vacation together. We were standing on a beach, arms around each other, smiling. It was one of my favorite photos, one I kept hidden away in a digital folder, rarely looking at it because the pain was too much. You should not have moved on. Alex, you should not have forgotten. The words were like a physical blow. I had not moved on. I had not forgotten. That was the whole problem. But the accusation, the possessiveness, it was suffocating. I have not forgotten. I texted back, my voice desperate. I could never forget you. Sarah, another instant reply. Then why were you looking for others? Why were you trying to replace me? My blood ran cold. This thing, whatever it was, knew about the dating apps. It knew about Emily. It had been watching me, observing my every move, my every attempt to cope, to heal. I was not trying to replace you. I typed, feeling a wave of anger rise within me, battling my fear. I was just lonely. I miss you so much. I am here. Alex, I never left. I just needed you to remember. Then the messages stopped. For a few days, there was silence. The intrusions into my apartment ceased. The coffee mug stayed empty. I almost started to believe it was over, that whatever malevolent entity had been tormenting me had moved on, or that I had finally scared it away. But the silence was worse than the terror. It was the silence of anticipation, of waiting for the other shoe to drop. I felt constantly on edge, my nerves frayed, my sleep non-existent. One evening, I was sitting on my couch, trying to read, but my eyes kept darting around the room. The air was heavy. Still, I felt a familiar coldness begin to seep into the room. My phone vibrated. A new SMS. I am here. Alex, right where you left me. My eyes snapped the front door. It was locked. I was sure of it. You should not have moved on. You should not have forgotten. My heart hammered. I heard a faint scratching sound coming from the hallway, just outside my bedroom door. It was a soft, rhythmic sound, like fingernails dragging across wood. I slowly stood up, my eyes glued to the bedroom door. The scratching continued, growing slightly louder. I am waiting. Alex, I knew what it meant. It wanted me to open the door. It wanted me to confront it. My mind screamed at me to run, to hide, to call for help. But my feet were rooted to the spot. A strange, morbid fascination, a perverse desire to finally understand what was happening, compelled me forward. I crept toward my bedroom door, my hand reaching for the doorknob. It was cold to the touch. The scratching stopped. I took a deep breath, my hand trembling. I slowly turned the knob and pushed the door open. The bedroom was dark, except for the faint glow from the streetlights outside. Nothing seemed out of place. My bed, my dresser, my nightstand. But then, I saw it. Standing in the corner of the room, near the window, was a figure. A woman. She was facing away from me, looking out the window. Her back was to me. Her hair was long, dark, falling past her shoulders. The same shade as Sarah's. Her height, her build, it was Sarah. A gasp escaped my lips. The figure slowly turned. My blood turned to ice in my veins. It was Sarah. Her face, her eyes, her faint freckles. It was all Sarah. But her eyes, they were not the warm, loving eyes I remembered. They were dark, hollow, like bottomless pits. There was no light in them, only an ancient, chilling emptiness. And her smile was a wide, unnaturally stretched grin, too big for her face, revealing too many teeth. It was a smile of pure malice, of something utterly inhuman, wearing Sarah's skin. She raised a hand, slowly, deliberately, and pointed a long, pale finger at me. You forgot me. Alex, a voice whispered, not from her lips, but from all around me, echoing in the room. It was Sarah's voice, but twisted, distorted, laced with venom. You tried to replace me. I could not move. I could not scream. I could only stare, frozen in terror, at the monstrous parody of the woman I loved. But I never left, the voice continued, growing louder, filling my head. I am always here, always watching, always waiting. The figure took a step towards me. Then another. Her movements were jerky, unnatural, like a puppet on strings. Her eyes, those hollow, dark abysses, never left mine. I felt a primal scream tear its way from my throat. It was ragged, raw, filled with pure, unadulterated horror. I do not remember what happened next. I remember a blur of motion, a flash of something impossibly fast, a cold, crushing weight, and then darkness. I woke up on the floor of my bedroom, drenched in sweat, gasping for air. The morning sun was streaming through the window. My phone was lying next to me. The bedroom was empty. I scrambled to my feet, my body aching, my mind a jumbled mess of fear and confusion. Was it a dream? A nightmare? I checked my phone. No new messages. No Sarah profile. No evidence of anything. But then I saw it. On my nightstand, next to my alarm clock, was a small, delicate object. A single dried white rose. It was the exact same type of rose Sarah had carried in her bridal bouquet. A bouquet I had kept pressed and cherished after her death. A bouquet that had been stored away in a box in my attic, untouched for 2 years. I picked up the rose. Its petals were fragile, almost translucent, and as I held it, I felt that familiar coldness seeping into my fingers, chilling me to the bone. I never saw Sarah again on the dating app. The anonymous messages stopped. The intrusions into my apartment ceased. The coffee mug remained empty, but I was never the same. I deleted all my dating apps. I stopped looking for connection. I stopped trying to move on, because I knew, with a certainty that chills me to this day, that I could not. The ghost of Sarah, or whatever malevolent entity, had worn her face and voice, had claimed me. It had reminded me that some bonds, even in death, are unbreakable. That some loves are so possessive, so consuming, they won't let you go. I live in my apartment still, but it is no longer a home. It is a cage. Every shadow, every creak, every whisper of the wind sounds like her. I constantly feel watched, constantly on edge, always looking over my shoulder. I am alone now, truly alone. Because even if I want to find someone new, how could I? How could I ever explain what happened? Who would believe me? And deep down, I know she is still here. Somewhere, always watching, always waiting. Just like she said, because I remembered, and she made sure I would never, ever forget again. Hey everyone, and welcome back to the channel. Tonight, I have got a story that is less about things that go bump in the night, and more about the creeping dread that comes from realizing the monster is not under your bed, but someone you actually invited into your life. It is a story about trust, betrayal, and the terrifying feeling of being watched when you least expect it. My fiancée, Sarah, died 2 years ago, leaving a void in my life that felt less like a hole and more like a crater. For months, years even, I just existed. Work, sleep, repeat. The house we would buy together, the one we would plan to fill with laughter and children, became a mausoleum of memories. Every corner held a ghost. Every silence echoed with her absence. Friends tried to set me up, but I just was not ready. The thought of moving on felt like a betrayal. But eventually, the crushing loneliness started to outweigh the guilt. I was tired of eating dinner alone, tired of the silence, tired of the endless reruns on TV. My therapist, bless her persistent soul, gently nudged me towards trying to connect with people again. Not necessarily romantically, just people. So, one dreary Tuesday night, after a particularly depressing frozen pizza, I downloaded one of those dating apps, swiped through a few profiles, felt a wave of nausea, and then just closed the app, convinced I would made a mistake. A few days later, a notification popped up. Someone had matched with me. Her name was Melanie. Her profile picture showed a smiling woman with kind eyes and a cascade of dark, curly hair. Her bio was witty, charming, and hinted at a shared love for hiking and old sci-fi movies, things Sarah and I had also loved. It felt almost too perfect. I hesitated, but that loneliness, that deep, aching loneliness won out. I sent a message. We started talking. Text messages turned into long phone calls, which turned into video chats. Melanie was amazing. She was bright, funny, incredibly empathetic. She listened patiently as I stumbled through explaining Sarah's death, offering genuine condolences without making me feel like a charity case. She understood my pauses, my moments of introspection. It felt like she got me in a way no one had since Sarah. For the first time in 2 years, I felt a flicker of hope, a tiny, fragile spark. Our first date was at a small Italian place downtown. She was even more beautiful in person, and her laugh was infectious. We talked for hours, the conversation flowing effortlessly. I walked her back to her car, and as she drove away, I actually smiled. A real, honest to God smile. The next morning, I woke up feeling lighter than I had in ages. I went out to grab the mail, a routine I usually dreaded, finding only bills and junk mail. But as I flipped through them, a small, neatly folded piece of paper slipped out from between an electricity bill and a credit card offer. It was not an envelope, just a plain white square of paper. I unfolded it. In elegant, slightly looping script, it read, "Nice run this morning. Hope you stretch properly. A well-wisher." I stared at it. I had gone for a run this morning. A quick jog around the neighborhood. Something I would just started doing again. How could anyone know that? I looked around, feeling a sudden prickle on the back of my neck. My house was on a quiet street, set back a bit from the road. My neighbors were mostly older couples, none of whom seemed to type for cryptic notes. I chuckled, trying to shake off the unease. Maybe it was a new neighbor, trying to be friendly in a quirky way, or a prank from one of my buddies, though none of them lived close enough to know my morning routine. I crumpled the note and tossed it in the trash. Melanie and I had a second date a few days later, a picnic in the park. It was perfect. The weather was beautiful, the food was great, and her company was exactly what I needed. We talked about everything and nothing, just enjoying each other's presence. I found myself feeling genuinely happy, a feeling I would almost forgotten. The following Monday, I came home from work, tired but still riding the high from the weekend. I checked the mail. Again, tucked among the bills, was another note. This one was slightly larger, a pale blue color. "Loved your new sweater. Blue really suits you. You look very handsome on your date Saturday. Your admirer." My heart gave a jolt. I was wearing a new blue sweater today, one I would bought just last week. And the date's Saturday. How could anyone know that? My stomach tightened. This was not a prank. This was specific. Too specific. I walked back into the house, locking the door behind me with a click that sounded unnervingly loud in the sudden silence. I peered through the blinds, scanning the street. Nothing, just an empty sidewalk, a few parked cars. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe Melanie had mentioned it to a friend who lived nearby, but she lived across town, and we had not exactly been broadcasting our dates. Maybe it was a friend of Sarah's, watching out for me, but the tone felt different. Less like a friend, more like an observation. An intimate observation. I texted Melanie, trying to sound casual. "Hey, did you happen to mention our date to anyone? I got a weird note in my mailbox." She replied almost immediately, "Oh, no, I have not told anyone yet." Why? What did it say? I hesitated, then decided against telling her the full extent of the creepiness. Just some weird secret admirer thing. Kinda silly. "Oh, huh. Well, you are handsome," she texted back, followed by a winking emoji. Her response was light, reassuring. I felt a little silly for even bringing it up. Maybe it was just a coincidence. Maybe I was just overly sensitive, my grief making me paranoid. But the notes kept coming. A few days later, after a particularly frustrating phone call with my mother about some family drama, I found a small, folded receipt in my mailbox. On the back, written in that same elegant script you seemed a little down after that call with your mom. "Everything okay? Remember to breathe. Always watching. Always watching." That phrase sent a shiver down my spine that had nothing to do with the cool autumn air. This was not a well-wisher. This was not a quirky neighbor. This was a stalker. And they knew my private phone calls. They knew my emotional state. I started to feel a pervasive sense of unease. My house, once my sanctuary, now felt like a glass box. I found myself constantly looking out the windows, checking the locks, jumping at every creak and shadow. I changed my routine, taking different routes to work, going to different grocery stores. But it did not matter. The notes persisted. The pizza you ordered last night looked delicious. Hope it hit the spot. Maybe next time, try adding mushrooms. I had ordered pizza alone the night before, and I hate mushrooms. You left your window open a crack last night. So careless. It is getting cold out there. I specifically remember closing that window before bed, but now I could not be sure. The notes were not overtly threatening, not yet. But the intimacy of the observations, the casual knowledge of my most private moments, was terrifying. It was a violation. It felt like someone had peeled back the layers of my life and was dissecting every single moment. I finally confided in Melanie, telling her everything. I showed her the notes, my hands trembling as I laid them out on my kitchen counter. She listened, her brow furrowed with concern, her eyes wide with what looked like genuine shock. "Oh my God, Alex, that is awful," she said, picking up one of the notes. "Who would do something like this? Have you called the police?" I shook my head. What would I tell them? Someone's leaving notes in my mailbox, and they know I hate mushrooms. They would laugh me out of the station. There is no physical threat, no property damage. Just this. I gestured vaguely at the notes. "But it is stalking," she insisted, her voice rising. "This is completely unacceptable. You have to do something." She was right. I knew she was right. But the thought of trying to explain this bizarre situation to a police officer felt futile. Melanie stayed with me that night. She insisted, said she did not want me to be alone, feeling scared. Her presence was comforting, a warm anchor in a sea of rising paranoia. We watched a movie, and for a few hours, I almost forgot about the notes. Almost. As I lay in bed, with Melanie sleeping peacefully beside me, I could not shake the feeling that even now, someone was watching. The next day, I went to a big box store and bought a set of security cameras. I installed them myself, one pointing at the mailbox, another at the front door, a third at the back. I felt a small surge of defiance, a sense of taking back control. Let them watch. Now I would watch them back. For a week, nothing. No notes. My camera feed showed only the mailman, the occasional delivery driver, and a few neighborhood cats. I started to relax, thinking maybe the stalker had gotten bored, or perhaps they would seen the cameras. Melanie was happy for me. "See, they probably just wanted to get a reaction," she said. "Now they know you are not an easy target." Then a note appeared not in my mailbox, but taped to my front door, right below the lens of my new security camera. It was a small, almost perfectly square piece of paper, bright red. "Clever boy, but you can't hide from me. I saw you with Melanie today. She is not right for you. I am. You know who." My blood ran cold. The camera had been running continuously. I immediately pulled up the footage. The timestamp showed it was placed just an hour before I got home. I watched the video, my heart pounding. A figure, cloaked in a dark hoodie, head down, approaching my door. They moved with a strange, almost gliding motion. They paused, taped a note, and then turned, walking away. The hood obscured their face completely. They were quick, efficient. They knew exactly where camera was, and they would avoid it showing their face. But there was something about the way they moved, something familiar. A slight hitch in their step, a certain angle of their head. My mind raced, trying to place it, but it was just a fleeting impression. The "she is not right for you. I am" part of the note was deeply unsettling. It meant this was not just some random weirdo. This was someone who saw Melanie as a rival, someone who felt they had a claim on me. I called Melanie, my voice tight with fear. Another note, on my door this time. It mentioned you. She gasped, "Oh my God, Alex, are you okay? I am coming over right now." She was at my house within 20 minutes. I showed her the note and the video footage. She looked horrified. "This is insane." This person is obsessed. We have to go to the police now. We went. We showed them the notes, the video. The officers were sympathetic, but their hands were tied. No direct threats of violence, no property damage, no clear identification of the suspect, one officer explained. We can file a report, send a patrol car by occasionally, but without more, there is not much we can do. They suggested I be vigilant, keep my doors locked, and consider getting an alarm system. It was frustrating, infuriating. I felt completely exposed. Melanie spent another night at my place. We talked late into the night, trying to brainstorm who it could be. An ex of Sarah's. Someone jealous of my progress. A random lunatic. Nothing made sense. The specific details, the intimate knowledge, it just did not fit anyone I knew. As she was helping me clean up the next morning, she picked up one of the older notes, the one about my mother. You know, she said, her voice thoughtful, the handwriting on these is really distinct. Very elegant. Loopy almost. I nodded, my mind elsewhere. Yeah, I noticed that. Then she picked up a grocery list I would scribbled on a notepad, even kind of similar to your own, in a way. The way you do your L's, for example. I glanced at my own handwriting, then at the note. She was right. There was a superficial similarity, a certain flourish. But the notes were much neater, more deliberate. My handwriting was messy, rushed. Still, it was an interesting observation. That night, alone again, I tried to make sense of everything. The security cameras were now a constant presence, a digital eye watch in my world. I reviewed the footage of the red note being placed. The figure was still shrouded, but I paused it, zoomed in, the way they held their hand as they taped the note, the slight bend in the wrist. It sparked another flicker of recognition, a phantom memory. And then it hit me. The notes had started after I began talking to Melanie. The notes often referred to things that happened when I was with Melanie, or things I would have mentioned only to Melanie. The specific blue sweater I wore. I would worn it on our second date. The phone call with my mom. I would mention it to Melanie later that day. The pizza order. I would told Melanie I was having a quiet night in. And the most recent note, she is not right for you. I am. The pieces clicked together with a sickening crunch. It was not someone else watching me. It was Melanie. My stomach dropped to my feet. The woman I had started to care for, the woman who had brought a glimmer of hope back into my life, was the one tormenting me. It was an unthinkable betrayal, a cruelty beyond anything I could have imagined. I went back to the notes, examining them with new eyes. The elegant looping script. The LS. Melanie had pointed it out. Why? To deflect. Or because she knew I would recognize it eventually. I pulled out my phone, scrolling through my texts with her. I found a few where she would scribble a quick note or a diagram for something we were discussing. I compared her handwriting to the notes. The similarities were undeniable. The way she formed her G's, the slight tilt of her T's, the unique curl on her Y's. It was not just similar, it was identical. The notes were just a more stylized, deliberate version of her everyday handwriting. The familiarity of the hooded figure in the video, the way they moved. It was Melanie. She would have been in my house. She knew my routines. She knew where my cameras were. She knew everything. My mind reeled. How could she? Why? What kind of sick game was this? The hope I would felt, the connection, the brief respite from grief, it all turned to ash in my mouth. It was a meticulously crafted lie, a performance designed to reel me in. I sat there for a long time, the full weight of the deception pressing down on me. I felt sick, violated, foolish. How could I have been so blind? My grief had made me vulnerable, an easy target. I knew I could not confront her directly. She was clearly unstable, and I had no idea what she was capable of. I needed proof, Undeniable proof that the police could not dismiss. I came up with a plan. A risky one, but I saw no other choice. I texted Melanie. Hey, I am feeling really shaken up after all this. I think I need to get away for a bit. My cousin has a cabin upstate. I am going to head out tomorrow morning, probably for a few days. Her reply was immediate. Oh, Alex, I am so sorry. That sounds like a good idea. Please be careful. Text me when you get there. I did not answer. My plan was simple. I would not go to the cabin. I would pack my car, drive around the block, and then park it somewhere inconspicuous where I could watch my house. I wanted to see who would show up, who would try to leave a note now that they thought I was gone. The next morning, I went through the motions. I packed a small bag, made sure my car looked like it was ready for a trip. I even put a gone fishing sign on my door, a cheesy touch I knew she would appreciate in a twisted way. I checked my security cameras one last time, making sure they were recording. Then, heart pounding, I drove away, making a big show of heading down the main road. I drove for about 15 minutes, then took a series of back roads, eventually parking my car a few blocks away, hidden behind a thick stand of trees. From my vantage point, I could just see the front of my house. I pulled out my phone, connecting to my home security system, bringing up the live feeds. Hours passed. The morning turned into afternoon. Nothing, just the wind rustling the leaves, a few cars driving by. My resolve started to waver. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe I was just paranoid. Maybe she was not the one. Then, around 3 p.m., a car pulled up slowly down the street. It was Melanie's car. My breath hitched in my throat. She parked a few houses down, out of direct view of my front door camera, but still visible on my street camera. She got out, wearing a dark hoodie just like in the video. My stomach churned. This was it. She walked casually down the sidewalk, glancing around. She paused at my mailbox, then continued, walking right up to my front door. She pulled something from her pocket, a small, red piece of paper, just like the last note. I watched, numb with horror, as she carefully peeled off the backing and taped the note to my door, right below the gone fishing sign. She lingered for a moment, her head tilted, as if admiring her work. Then, she turned and walked back to her car, her gait identical to the hooded figure in the previous video. She got in and drove away. I sat there, frozen, for a long time after she was gone. The betrayal was a physical ache in my chest. The woman I had started to fall for, the one who had seemed to understand my grief, had been meticulously orchestrating this entire nightmare. She was not an admirer. She was a predator. I drove home, my hands gripping the steering wheel so hard my knuckles were white. Every fiber of my being wanted to scream, to confront her, but I knew I could not. I had to be smart. I walked up to my door, my eyes fixed on the red note. I peeled it off. The script was identical to all the others. You are not at the cabin, are you? I know you are not. You can't escape me. We belong together. Alex, Sarah knows. She told me. Forever yours. Sarah knows. She told me. That chilling line, twisting my grief, turning Sarah into a tool for her obsession, pushed me over the edge. This was not just stalking, this was a complete psychological breakdown, a delusion that used my most painful vulnerability against me. I called the police again, my voice steady, despite the tremor in my hands. This time, I had everything. The notes, the video evidence of Melanie placing the note, her car, her distinct handwriting, the pattern of escalation. They took it seriously this time. They sent officers to my house, and then to Melanie's apartment. I gave them everything I had, my heart a cold, hard knot in my chest. A few hours later, the detective called. Melanie had been apprehended. They found more notes in her apartment, addressed to me, along with a collection of photos she would take into my house, my car, even a few of me, candid shots taken from a distance. They also found a journal filled with detailed observations about my life, my habits, my grief. In it, she had written about how she had been watching me since Sarah died, how she felt a cosmic connection to me, how she was meant to fill the void Sarah had left. She had even written about how Sarah had communicated with her, telling her to take care of Alex. The police told me she was being held for psychological evaluation and that they would be pursuing charges. They assured me I was safe, that she would not be able to contact me. But safe felt like a lie. Melanie was gone, locked away, but the feeling of being watched never truly left me. My house still felt like a glass box. Every shadow seemed to hold a secret. Every creak of the floorboards sent a jolt of fear through me. I changed all my locks, upgraded my alarm system, and kept my curtains drawn. I even considered selling the house, but the thought of leaving the last place Sarah and I shared felt like another loss I could not bear. The hope she had ignited, that fragile spark of connection, was extinguished, replaced by a cold, searing scar. I was back to being alone, but now with a deeper, more insidious kind of fear. The world felt less safe, people less trustworthy. A few weeks later, I was sorting through a stack of old mail, bills and junk that had accumulated. As I went to toss it, I noticed a small, folded piece of paper tucked deep inside an envelope for a credit card I never used. It was not addressed to me, and it was not an official document. Just an ordinary, blank envelope. My heart hammered against my ribs. I knew that feeling, that familiar dread. I carefully opened it. Inside was a single small white card. On it, written in that elegant, looping script, were just 3 words. I miss you. It was not Melanie's handwriting. It was different, more delicate, more familiar. It was Sarah's. Hey everyone, and welcome back to the channel. Today, I have got a story for you that still sends shivers down my spine. A story about how trying to heal from a loss can sometimes open the door to something far more terrifying than grief itself. This is not just a ghost story or a tale of a random break-in. This is about an invasion so intimate, so insidious, that it burrowed deep into the very foundations of my life, my home, and my sanity. It all started 2 years after Sarah died. 2 years of living in a fog, a heavy, suffocating blanket of grief that clung to me every waking moment. My fiancée, Gun, just gone. An accident, swift and brutal, leaving me behind in our big, old house, a monument to a future that would never be. The silence in those rooms was deafening. Each empty space a reminder of her absence. I was a ghost in my own life, haunted not by specters, but by memories. My therapist, Dr. Evans, was a kind woman, patient and understanding. But even her patience had its limits. For months, it was the same conversation: you need to connect. Mark, you need to find a way to move forward. Not forget Sarah. Never that, but to live again. She suggested support groups, volunteer work, even just reconnecting with old friends. But I just could not. The thought of small talk, of pretending to be okay, was exhausting. Then one session, she brought up dating apps. My stomach churned. Dr. Evans, I would started. I do not think I am ready for that. It feels disrespectful to Sarah. She would just nodded gently. It is not about disrespect. Mark, it is about opening yourself up to the possibility of connection. Even if it is just a friendly chat, a coffee. You do not have to jump into anything serious. Just try. I would left her office that day with a heavy heart and an even heavier sense of obligation. The idea of swiping through profiles, presenting myself as available, felt like a betrayal. But the thought of another year spent staring at the same 4 walls, drowning in the same sorrow, was almost worse. So that night, with a bottle of cheap whiskey for courage and a profound sense of self-loathing, I downloaded Connect, one of the more popular dating apps. The initial experience was exactly as depressing as I would imagined. Endless faces, bios full of cliches, and the agonizing decision of swipe left or swipe right. I created a bare-bones profile, A recent photo where I almost looked like I had not cried in a year, and a bio that read, trying to reconnect with the world after a difficult period. Vague, non-committal, and utterly unappealing. I thought I did not expect anything. I was just going through the motions, ticking a box for DR. Evans, days turned into a week. I would get a few matches, mostly polite, but ultimately boring conversations that fizzled out. It was a chore. I would almost forgotten about the app, letting it sit dormant on my phone, when something strange happened. It was a Tuesday night, late. I was in the living room, a book open on my lap, but my eyes were unfocused, staring into the flickering embers of the fireplace. The house was quiet, save for the occasional creak of old wood settling. Suddenly, my phone buzzed. It was not a text or an email. It was a Connect app. A notification flashed across the screen. New match. Proximity alert 0 miles. I frowned. 0 miles. That was impossible. I lived in a fairly isolated house, set back from the road, with no immediate neighbors close enough for an app to register 0 distance. I picked up the phone, a prickle of unease starting to form at the back of my neck. I clicked on the notification. The profile that loaded was unsettling. The username was Shadows Within. There was no profile picture, just a default, shadowy silhouette. The bio was equally sparse, just 3 words: always watching, always here. My first thought was that it was a prank or a bug in the app. Maybe someone had set their location manually to 0, or it was a placeholder profile for some kind of test. But the proximity alert was specific. I checked my own profile settings. My location was accurate, set to my home address. I even checked the app's permissions, ensuring it was not pulling data incorrectly. Everything seemed normal. I tried to dismiss it, to rationalize it away. A glitch. Definitely a glitch. But the words "always watching," "always here," lingered. I felt a sudden chill, despite the warmth of the fire. I looked around the living room, a familiar space that suddenly felt observed. My old house, built in the 1920s, had its quirks. It groaned, it sighed. It made noises that could easily be attributed to old pipes or shifting foundations. But tonight, every little sound seemed amplified, every shadow a potential hiding place. I went to bed that night feeling unnerved. I double-checked the locks on the doors and windows, a habit I would develop after Sarah's death, but one that felt more urgent now. As I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, I could not shake the feeling that I was not alone. It was the kind of feeling you get when you are walking through a dark park and you sense eyes on your back, even though there's nobody there. Only, I was home, in my supposedly safe space. The next morning, I woke up feeling exhausted, having barely slept. I tried to forget about Shadows Within and the unsettling proximity alert, but the app buzzed again that afternoon. Another new match. Proximity alert 0 miles. And again, it was Shadows Within. This time, a message had come through. It was short, cryptic: glad you are finally connecting. Mark. My blood ran cold. It knew my name. My profile did not overtly display my full name, only Mark S. But it was enough. Anyone with a little digging could find it. Or maybe it was just a lucky guess. Still, the message, combined with the 0 miles proximity, sent a jolt of genuine fear through me. This was not a glitch. This was not a random prank. Someone was doing this deliberately. I immediately blocked the profile. I considered deleting the app entirely, but a strange, morbid curiosity held me back. Or maybe it was sheer terror, a perverse need to understand what was happening. I felt like I was being toyed with, and I hated it. Over the next few days, the messages continued, despite me blocking the profile. They would come from new profiles, all with similar vague names like Silent Observer or Hidden Eyes, but always with the same shadowy silhouette and the terrifying 0 miles proximity. Each message was a little more specific, a little more chilling. Nice choice of coffee this morning. Mark. You looked tired when you came home from work. Sarah would have loved that movie you watched last night. That last one hit me like a physical blow. Sarah, the mention of her name, so casual, so knowing, made my stomach clench. This was not just someone messing with me. This was someone who knew things, personal things, things only someone who had been in my house, or very, very close to it, would know. Paranoia began to consume me. I started checking every corner of the house, every lock, every window, multiple times a day. I pulled back curtains, peered into darkened rooms, even checked the crawl space under the house. Nothing. No signs of forced entry, no disturbed dust, no hidden compartments. My old house was solid, secure, or so I thought, but the feeling persisted. The feeling of being watched, of not being alone. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of leaves outside, every shadow seemed to hold a sinister secret. I started leaving lights on at night, even in rooms I was not using. Sleep became a luxury I could not afford, plagued by nightmares and the constant anxiety that someone was just beyond my sight, lurking in the periphery. One evening, as I was making dinner, I heard a faint, almost imperceptible sound from upstairs. A soft scuff, like a shoe dragging against wood. My heart hammered against my ribs. I froze, knife in hand, listening. The house was silent again, save for the hum of the refrigerator. I told myself it was just the house settling, my overactive imagination. But I could not shake the feeling. I walked slowly toward the stairs, my hand gripping the knife tighter. My gaze drifted upwards, past the second floor landing, to the small, square door set into the ceiling above the hallway. The attic hatch. I rarely went into the attic. It was a place full of dust, forgotten furniture, and boxes of Sarah's things that I had not been able to bring myself to sort through. It was a place of painful memories, and I avoided it like the plague. The hatch was usually secured with a simple hook and eye latch. It had always felt safe, an inaccessible space. But now, as I stared up at it, a horrifying thought began to form. The 0 miles proximity alert. The messages showing knowledge of my daily life. The sounds. Could someone be up there, living in my attic? The idea was so absurd, so outlandish, that I almost laughed. But the cold dread that settled in my gut was very real. I needed to check. I had to check. I grabbed the old wooden step ladder from the utility closet, my hands trembling. The ladder was rickety, and as I dragged it into the hallway, it scraped loudly against the hardwood floor. Each sound felt deafening in the otherwise silent house. I positioned beneath the hatch, my eyes fixed on the small, square opening. Taking a deep breath, I climbed the ladder, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. My hand reached for the latch. It was open, not unlatched and swinging, but just resting in its hook, not fully secured. A tiny detail, but one that screamed volumes in my mind. With another shaky breath, I pushed the hatch open. A gust of stale, musty air, thick with the scent of old wood and dust, washed over me. I reached for the pull cord for the attic light. The bare bulb flickered, then cast a weak, yellowish glow over the cluttered space. My eyes scanned the attic. It was exactly as I remembered it, a jumble of old suitcases, boxes stacked haphazardly, a dust-sheeted rocking chair that had belonged to Sarah's grandmother. Everything seemed untouched. The layers of dust on the floor were thick and undisturbed, like a pristine blanket. I felt a wave of relief wash over me. It was just my imagination. My grief was finally making me lose my mind. As I was about to climb back down, my gaze fell upon a particular spot. In the far corner, tucked away behind an old wardrobe, was a small, almost imperceptible line in the dust. A faint trail, like something had been dragged. And then another, and another, not a clear path, but a series of faint disturbances, almost as if someone had tried to be careful, but not careful enough. My relief evaporated, replaced by a fresh surge of terror. I climbed fully into the attic. my feet crunching on the dust-covered floorboards. I walked slowly, cautiously, toward the corner, my eyes darting around. The air was still and heavy, and now I noticed a faint, unsettling odor beneath the mustiness, something metallic, almost like old blood, mixed with faint, cloying sweetness. Behind the wardrobe, the evidence became undeniable. The dust was gone entirely in a small, square patch, and there, on the bare floorboards, was a cheap, thin foam mattress. A rumpled sleeping bag lay on top of it. Next to the mattress, a half-empty plastic water bottle, a few empty snack wrappers, and a small, beat-up rucksack. My blood ran cold. Someone was living here, in my attic, above my head. For how long? Weeks? Months? The implication was horrifying. Every sound I would dismiss, every fleeting shadow, every message from shadows within it was all real. My eyes landed on a box near the mattress. It was one of Sarah's, a box labeled Memories. I remembered packing it myself, carefully after she died. It contained her favorite old scarf, a worn photo album, a small ceramic bird she would loved. I knew what was in that box, intimately. I reached for it, my hand shaking so violently I almost dropped it. The lid was slightly ajar. I lifted it. The scarf was gone. The photo album was still there, but it was open to a page, a picture of Sarah and me on our first date. And the ceramic bird, it was sitting on the mattress, next to the sleeping bag, as if placed there deliberately. A primal scream clawed at my throat, but no sound came out, only a choked gasp. This was not just a squatter. This was someone who had invaded my most sacred space, the repository of my grief and love for Sarah. Someone who was not just living above me, but actively interacting with her memory, with my memory of her. The ceramic bird, a symbol of Sarah, now a twisted token of this intruder's presence. I scrambled back down the ladder, my legs like jelly, nearly tripping in my haste. I slammed the attic hatch shut, fumbling with the latch, trying to secure it, but my hands were shaking too much. I just needed to get out of the house, call the police. But then, another terrifying thought stopped me dead in my tracks. What if they were still up there? What if they were coming down? I had just announced my discovery with the scraping of the ladder, the opening of the hatch. They knew I knew. Panic seized me. My mind raced. If I called the police, what would I even say? There is someone living in my attic, and they are messaging me on a dating app. It sounded insane. And what if the police did not believe me? What if they came, found nothing, and left me alone with this thing? I needed proof. Hard, undeniable proof. But more than that, I needed to protect myself. I backed away from the attic hatch, my eyes glued to it, as if expecting it to burst open at any moment. I retreated to the kitchen, grabbing the largest, heaviest knife I could find. My phone was still clutched in my other hand. I opened the Connect app, my finger hovering over the delete button. No, not yet. I had to see if shadows within would message me again. As if on cue, my phone vibrated. A new message from Hidden Eyes. You found my nest. Mark, I knew you would. You are clever, just like Sarah. I almost dropped the phone. The sheer audacity, the casual intimacy of the message, sent a wave of nausea through me. They were up there, right now, watching me, typing this message. I looked up, my gaze piercing the ceiling above me, trying to imagine the person on the other side. Who were they? Why were they here? What did they want? I decided not to call the police immediately. Not yet. I needed to be smart. I needed to understand. I needed to survive. The next few days were a blur of terror and vigilance. I did not leave the house, could not bring myself to. Every shadow was a threat, every creak a warning. I tried to act normal, to go about my day as if nothing was wrong, hoping to lull the intruder into a false sense of security. I made coffee, watched TV, even tried to read, all while keeping one ear constantly tuned to the sound above. The messages continued, more frequent now, more insidious. You are not eating enough. Mark, you need to take care of yourself. I heard you crying last night. It breaks my heart. I know how much you miss her. We miss her. Mark, we both do. The weed terrified me most of all. Was there more than one of them? Or was it just a twisted way of expressing their shared, perverse connection to Sarah? I started setting up traps. Not violent ones, just things to alert me. I balanced old cans on the attic hatch, tied fishing line across the top of the stairs, placed small, delicate objects in strategic spots. I even sprinkled flour lightly across the attic floor, hoping to catch footprints. The first night, I heard it, a faint clatter from the attic. My heart leaped into my throat. I grabbed my knife, my hand slick with sweat, and crept towards the stairs. I waited, listening, for what felt like an eternity. Nothing, just the oppressive silence of the house. In the morning, I cautiously reopened the attic hatch. The cans were still balanced. The flour was undisturbed. But the ceramic bird, which I had retrieved and placed back in Sarah's box, was now sitting on top of the box, facing the hatch. A silent, chilling message. They knew about my traps. They were playing with me. The cat and mouse game escalated. I would find things, moved a book on my bedside table, a teacup left on the kitchen counter, a small note left on my pillow that simply read, I love you. The note, written in a delicate, almost childlike hand, was a final straw. It was too close, too personal. It felt like a violation of Sarah's memory of our life together. I had to confront them. Or at least, I had to force their hand. One evening, I prepared a meal. 2 plates. I poured 2 glasses of wine. I set them out on the dining table, then sat down alone, staring at the empty chair opposite me. I left my phone on the table, screen facing up, the Connect app open. I typed a message to Hidden Eyes. We need to talk. I wrote, come down. Let us talk face to face. I waited. The silence was deafening. The air was thick with tension. Every nerve in my body screamed at me to run, to hide, to call for help. But something had snapped inside me. The fear was still there, but it was overshadowed by a desperate need for answers, for this nightmare to end. Minutes stretched into an eternity. I could hear my own ragged breathing, the frantic thumping of my heart. And then a sound, not from the attic, from the second floor, a soft creak, closer this time. My eyes darted to the top of the stairs. The landing was dark, a pool of shadow. I gripped the knife under the table, my knuckles white. A figure emerged from the shadows. Slowly, cautiously, they descended the stairs. It was a woman, small, slender, dressed in dark, ill-fitting clothes. Her hair was matted, her face pale and drawn, but her eyes were wide, unnervingly bright, and fixed on me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. She stopped halfway down the stairs, bathed in the dim light from the dining room. She looked familiar, but I could not place her. Then, a horrifying realization hit me. Around her neck, she wore Sarah's scarf, the one that had been in the box, the one I loved seeing Sarah wear. You live in my attic. I whispered, the words catching in my throat. She smiled then, a slow, unsettling smile that did not reach her eyes. I have been here for a while. Mark. Ever since she left. Her voice was soft, almost childlike, but with an underlying tremor that spoke of something deeply broken. Who are you? I demanded, my voice a little stronger now, fueled by a surge of adrenaline and anger. I am her friend, she said, her smile widening. I was always her friend. She just did not know it yet. She took another step down, then another. She was so beautiful. Mark, So kind. You both were. I watched you. I watched you every day. My mind reeled. You were stalking us. No, she snapped, her eyes flashing. I was just admiring. From afar. I wanted to be part of it. Part of your beautiful life. But then she left. And you were so sad. So alone. Just like me. She was at the bottom of the stairs now, standing just a few feet from the dining table. My eyes darted to the empty chair, the second plate. She saw it. Her smile returned, a flicker of something akin to genuine warmth in her eyes. You made dinner for me, she asked, her voice soft again. You really do care. Mark, just like I knew you would. You need to leave. I said, my voice trembling. Right now, or I am calling the police. Her expression hardened. No, you won't. You can't. Not now. We have so much to talk about. So much to share. About Sarah. About us. She took another step, her eyes fixated on me. I know everything about you. Mark. Everything. Your favorite food, the way you hum when you are happy, the way you cry yourself to sleep at night. I know you miss her. And I miss her too. We can miss her together. Her voice was an unnerving blend of childlike innocence and chilling possessiveness. I saw the madness in her eyes, the twisted logic that had led her to invade my home, my life, my grief. She was not just a squatter. She was an obsessed, delusional stalker who had somehow inserted herself into the most vulnerable part of my existence. Get out! I roared, pushing back my chair, finally brandishing the knife. The sudden movement, the glint of steel, seemed to startle her. Her eyes widened, losing their unsettling warmth, replaced by a flicker of fear. No! She shrieked, a raw, guttural sound that was utterly unlike her soft voice. You do not understand. I belong here. With you. With Sarah. She lunged, not at me, but toward the empty chair, toward the plate I would set for her, as if to claim her place, her right to be there. I reacted instinctively, swinging the knife blindly. I did not mean to hit her, just to scare her, to create distance. But the blade connected with something soft, and she cried out a sharp, piercing sound. She stumbled back, clutching her arm, her eyes wide with shock and a sudden, terrifying rage. The scarf, Sarah's scarf, was stained with a dark, blossoming red. You hurt me, she screamed, her voice rising to a frantic pitch. You hurt me. After everything. She turned and fled, scrambling back up the stairs, her movement surprisingly fast. I heard her feet pound on the floorboards above, then the distinct sound of the attic hatch being pulled shut. I stood there, gasping for breath, the knife still clutched in my hand, my body shaking uncontrollably. The silence that followed was even more terrifying than her screams. I had done it. I had confronted her. But at what cost? She was still in my house, injured, and now furious. I did not hesitate this time. My fingers flew across the phone, dialing 911. My voice was hoarse, trembling, but I managed to relay the bare facts. There's an intruder in my house. She is in my attic. She has been living here. I think I heard her. The police arrived swiftly, sirens wailing, lights flashing, shattering the oppressive silence of my isolated property. It felt like an army had descended, a wave of flashing blue and red that brought a strange sense of relief, but also a new kind of terror. They found her. She was still in the attic, huddled behind the wardrobe, bleeding from a superficial cut on her arm, whimpering like a wounded animal. They brought her down, handcuffed her. As they led her past me, her eyes met mine. There was no rage now, just a profound, unsettling sadness and a whisper of a smile. We will be together again. Mark, she murmured, always watching, always here. Her name was Eleanor Vance. She was a woman in her late 30s, with a history of mental health issues and a documented obsession with perfect families she observed from afar. She had been following Sarah and me for months before the accident, drawn to what she perceived as our idyllic life. After Sarah's death, seeing my grief, she had taken it upon herself to comfort me, to fill the void, believing she was connecting with me on a deeper level, a twisted form of shared mourning. She had found a way into my house through a rarely used side door that had a faulty lock, and had set up her hidden nest in the attic, observing me, learning my routines, becoming my silent, terrifying shadow. The police, paramedics, and a team of mental health professionals took over. The house was meticulously searched, every corner, every crevice, for any other signs, any other hidden presence. They found nothing else, just Eleanor and her makeshift home in my attic. In the aftermath, the house felt tainted, violated, even after the police left, even after the attic was cleared out and the hatch secured with heavy-duty locks. I could not shake the feeling. I saw her face in every shadow, heard her soft, unsettling voice in every creak of the old wood. The ceramic bird, Sarah's bird, was gone. The police had taken it as evidence, along with the scarf. But I did not want it back. It was too twisted, too defiled by her touch. I ended up selling the house. I could not live there anymore. The memories of Sarah were too intertwined with the horror of Eleanor Vance, the woman who had lived above me, watching me grieve, believing she was my silent partner in sorrow. I moved to a small apartment in the city, a place with no attic, no hidden corners, no vast, empty spaces for shadows to lurk. I deleted the Connect app and every other social media app that had a location feature. I cut myself off from online connections, from the digital world that had unwittingly become the conduit for my nightmare. Dr. Evans told me that Eleanor was receiving psychiatric help, that she was deemed a danger to herself and others, but her words, always watching, always here, echo in my mind to this day. Sometimes, when I am alone in my new apartment, I still feel it. That prickle on the back of my neck, that inexplicable chill, that feeling of being observed. Because even though Eleanor Vance is locked away, the fear she instilled in me, the knowledge that someone can invade your most private space, your deepest grief, and turn it into a twisted obsession, that fear still lives. It lives in the shadows of my mind, always watching, always here. And it reminds me that sometimes the scariest monsters are not under your bed or in your closet. Sometimes they're living right above your head, silently observing, patiently waiting, and connecting with you in ways you could never, ever imagine. Thanks for listening, guys. Stay safe out there. You know, sometimes I wonder if some people are just magnets for bad things. Like there's a cosmic force out there, tagging certain individuals, marking them as targets. I used to think I was just unlucky, that what happened with Sarah and then with Eleanor was a cruel twist of fate. But after everything, I am starting to believe it is something more, something inherent in me, or maybe in the very air I breathe, that attracts the shadows. It has been over a year since I left that house. The one with the attic, the one where Eleanor Vance, the woman who wore Sarah's scarf, made a nest out of my grief. Selling it was the hardest, but also the easiest decision I've ever made. Every creak, every shadow, every quiet moment in that place just screamed her name, screamed always watching, always here. I needed to escape it, escape the memory of her eyes, the sound of her shriek, the feeling of Sarah's ceramic bird in her twisted shrine. So I moved far away to the city, a sprawling concrete jungle, full of noise and light, a million faces passing by every day. I thought anonymity would be my shield. I got a new apartment, high up in a modern building, all glass and steel, no dusty attics, no hidden nooks for someone to hide in. I deleted every social media app, every dating profile. My phone felt lighter, but my mind did not. Eleanor's words were a phantom limb, always there, an ache I could not quite shake. For months, I was a hermit, work, home, repeat. My new therapist, Dr. Ramirez, was a kind, patient woman who understood my reluctance to re-engage. She emphasized healing, rebuilding trust, starting small. She never pushed me on dating, but she did encourage me to try new things, meet new people, even if it was just through casual interactions. Take a class, join a book club, whatever felt safe. I tried. I really did. I joined a gym, started going to a local coffee shop. I even managed a few polite conversations with strangers. It was like learning to walk again after a serious injury. Every step felt tentative, every smile a fragile thing. The world still felt sharp, untrustworthy. Then, about 6 months ago, something shifted. I met a guy at the gym, Mark. He was friendly, unassuming, just another regular trying to stay in shape. We started talking, mostly about workouts, then about our jobs, then about life. He knew about my past, vaguely. I would told him I had gone through a rough breakup and a complicated move, leaving out the really dark stuff. He was understanding, never pushed. One evening, after a particularly grueling session, Mark mentioned he was going out with a few friends to a new bar downtown. "You should come," he said, wiping sweat from his brow. "It is a good crowd. No pressure, just good company." My gut instinct was to say no, to retreat to my apartment, lock the door, and bury myself in a book. But something in Mark's genuine smile, or maybe Dr. Ramirez's quiet encouragement echoing in my head, made me hesitate. "Maybe," I said, and to my own surprise, I meant it. I went. The bar was loud, vibrant, packed with people. A stark contrast to the quiet dread of my old life. Mark introduced me to his friends, a mix of young professionals, all laughing, talking, seemingly unburdened. And that is when I saw her, Amelia. She was sitting at a high-top table with Mark's friend. Sarah, different Sarah. Thank God. She had striking blue eyes, framed by dark, wavy hair, and a smile that seemed to light up her entire face. She was wearing a simple black dress that somehow managed to look elegant and casual at the same time. She was laughing at something Sarah said, a genuine, unforced sound that cut through the bar's din. Mark introduced us. "Amelia, this is my friend. My name, Amelia." She extended a hand, her grip firm and warm. "Nice to meet you. My name." Her voice was soft, with a slight, almost imperceptible lilt I could not quite place. Maybe a subtle regional accent, or just a unique cadence. We talked for a while, just general small talk. She worked in graphic design, loved hiking, had just moved to the city a couple of years ago. She was engaging, witty, and surprisingly easy to talk to. I found myself laughing, genuinely, for the first time in what felt like forever. It was a strange, almost alien sensation. By the end of the night, Mark, being the well-meaning wingman he was, had subtly orchestrated us exchanging numbers. I went home feeling light, not entirely free of the shadows, but with a tiny crack of sunlight peeking through. Maybe, just maybe, I could actually try dating again. We went on our first official date a week later. Dinner at a small, trendy bistro. It was fantastic. We talked for hours about everything and nothing. She was smart, insightful, and incredibly attentive. She listened when I spoke, really listened, her blue eyes fixed on mine. I found myself opening up more than I intended, sharing snippets of my life, carefully curated versions, of course. I mentioned my old house, how I would sold it after a difficult period, but I kept Eleanor and Sarah's death locked away. Amelia seemed to understand. She spoke of her own past, not in great detail, but enough to convey she would had her own shared challenges. It felt reciprocal, like we were two wounded souls, cautiously circling each other, finding common ground in the quiet spaces between words. As the night wound down, she surprised me by saying, "You know, I actually recognize your building. I walked past it sometimes on my way to park." I smiled. Oh, really? It is a pretty distinctive building. I guess. All that glass. Yeah, she chuckled. It is funny. I always notice the little details. Like, there's a really pretty jasmine vine growing up the side near the entrance, right? And I love how they have incorporated that old, intricate iron gate into the modern design. I nodded. Yeah, it is a nice touch. They kept a lot of the original facade elements. And you are on, what? The 10th floor. I think I saw your lights on the other night when I was walking by. She paused, a playful glint in her eye. Or maybe I am just a little too observant. I laughed it off. Must be good eyesight. I am on the 11th, actually, but close enough. It was a small thing, an innocent observation. My building was distinctive. The jasmine vine was visible, and from the street, it might be hard to tell the 10th from the 11th floor, especially at night. I did not think anything of it. It was flattering, even. She remembered details. She paid attention. Our second date was equally charming. We went to an art gallery, then grabbed coffee. She had a way of looking at the world that was both artistic and practical, noticing the beauty in mundane things. I felt a growing sense of ease around her, a comfort I had not felt with anyone since before. After a few more dates, things progressed naturally. We started spending more time together. Movie nights at her place, cooking dinner at mine. It was nice, normal, the kind of normal I would been craving for so long. The kind of normal that felt like a fragile shield against a lingering dread. One Friday evening, she came over to my apartment for dinner. I was making my famous, or at least my famous lasagna. The aroma of tomato sauce and herbs filled the air. We were in the kitchen, chatting, sipping wine. Your apartment is really cozy, she said, looking around. I love how you have decorated it. It feels lived in, but still really clean and organized. She gestured towards my small bookshelf. And you have great taste in books. Is that a first edition of The Haunting of Hill House? I glanced at the book, a cherished possession. Good eye. It is, actually, a gift from an old friend. I quickly corrected myself, not want to bring Sarah's ghost into the conversation just yet. Wow, she said, genuinely impressed. That is amazing. My grandmother used to read that to me when I was a kid. It terrified me, but I loved it. We talked about classic horror for a bit. Then she wandered into my living room, looking at some of the art on my walls. I had a few abstract pieces, mostly local artists. Oh, I love this one, she said, pointing to a small, vibrant canvas above my couch. The way the colors blended is almost like a cityscape at dawn. Is this one of the pieces you picked up when you first moved here? I chuckled. Actually, no. That one's been with me for a while. It is one of the few things I brought from my old place. Another small, carefully chosen detail I would allow myself to keep. She nodded thoughtfully. It makes sense. It has a real personal feel to it, like it has seen a lot, but still holds on to its beauty. It was a beautiful sentiment, a profound observation. It made me feel seen, understood. But then, a flicker of something, a tiny, almost imperceptible prickle of unease, started to surface. How would she know it felt like it had seen a lot? It was just a painting. I pushed the thought away. I was being paranoid. This was Amelia. She was kind, observant. She was not Eleanor. Later, after dinner, we were clearing the table. I had a small, somewhat finicky dishwasher. Sometimes the top rack would stick. I nudged it, and it jammed. I sighed. Here, let me try. Amelia said, stepping forward. She reached in, wiggled something, and with a soft click, the rack slid into place. There you go. Sometimes you just need to give it a little jiggle right there. She pointed to a specific spot on the side. Runner. My brow furrowed slightly. How did you? She laughed, a light, Eerie sound. Oh, my old apartment had the exact same model. Trust me, I became an expert at getting that thing to cooperate. I smiled, relieved. Ah, makes sense. I thought I was just cursed with dishwashers. Another rational explanation. Another moment of unease, quickly dismissed. I was still on high alert. I told myself, still looking for threats where there were none. It was a habit I needed to break. A few days later, she was over again. We were planning a weekend trip to the coast. I was in my bedroom, trying to decide what clothes to pack. Amelia was in the living room, ostensibly looking through some travel brochures, but I could hear her moving around my apartment. I pulled open my closet door, which was a standard sliding door. As I reached for a shirt, my foot hit something. A familiar, slight give in the floorboard at the back of my closet. It was not a major issue, just a loose board that creaked a little if you stepped on it just right. I would meant to fix it, but it was out of the way, and I rarely went to that exact spot. I heard Amelia's voice from the living room, clear and bright. Oh, do not worry about that broken floorboard in your closet. By the way, it is not really a big deal. Just needs a little nail or some glue. My hand froze on the shirt. My heart, which had been beating a normal, steady rhythm just moments before, lurched. The blood in my veins turned to ice. I stood there, staring at the floorboard, then at the open closet door, then at the wall, as if I could see through it to where Amelia was. The broken floorboard in my closet. I had not told anyone about that. Not a soul. It was not something you brought up in casual conversation. It was not a flaw in the apartment I would complain about to friends. It was a minor, private detail, something only I knew because I lived here, and because I would stepped on it a few times. I had not even realized she knew about it. How could she? A cold dread, familiar and sickening, began to spread through me. It was not a prickle of unease this time. It was a full-blown invasion. I walked out of the bedroom, trying to keep my voice even, my face neutral. Amelia was sitting on the couch, flipping through a magazine, a serene expression on her face. "Hey," I said, my voice sounding a little strained even to my own ears. "What did you just say about the floorboard?" She looked up, her blue eyes wide and innocent. "Oh, just that it is no big deal. I noticed it when I was helping you with your laundry the other day. It just needs a quick fix. That is all." She smiled, a reassuring, almost motherly smile. My laundry. She had helped me with laundry a few days ago. She would folded some shirts for me and put them away. In my closet. My mind raced. Had she stepped on it then? Had she noticed it? Maybe. It was possible. But the way she said it so casual, so certain, like she would known about it for a while. Like it was just another one of those little details she noticed. Right? I said, trying to sound nonchalant. "Yeah, I keep meaning to get to it." I forced myself to smile, but inside, a full-blown alarm bell was clanging. It was too specific, too intimate. It was the same unsettling feeling I would have when Eleanor mentioned Sarah's ceramic bird, or when she detailed my daily routine. The feeling of being known, without consent, without understanding how. I tried to shake it off. I was being paranoid. Eleanor had broken me. She would made me see shadows where there were none. Amelia was a good person. She was just observant, and she would have been in my closet. But the seed of doubt, once planted, began to sprout. Over the next few days, I started paying closer attention to everything. Every word Amelia said, every glance, every movement. And the more I watched, the more things started to feel off. She would mention things I had not told her, like how I always left the bathroom light on for a few minutes after showering, even in broad daylight, to let the steam clear, or how I sometimes hummed a particular, obscure tune when I was deep in thought. I would never hum it out loud around her, and the bathroom light thing was just a habit, One I had not even consciously registered myself until she mentioned it. Once, she brought me a specific brand of herbal tea, saying, "I know you like this one. It helps you relax after a long day." I did like that tea. I would bought it once months ago from a small specialty shop. I had not mentioned it to her or anyone else. It was not even a brand I regularly consumed. It was just a one-off purchase. When I asked her how she knew, she simply smiled. "I just have a good memory for things you like." Her blue eyes, which I once found captivating, now seemed to hold a strange, unreadable depth. The fear, that cold, crawling fear, started to seep back into my life. I felt it in my apartment, in the silence of the night, in the quiet moments when I was alone. Was I ever alone? I started checking my locks multiple times, my windows. I even started looking for hidden cameras, for signs of forced entry, for anything that would explain how she knew these things. I found nothing. My apartment was secure, or so it seemed. I talked to DR. Ramirez about it, vaguely. I am still struggling with trust. I told her, "I feel like I am constantly looking for threats, even in innocent situations." I could not bring myself to mention Amelia. Not yet. Not until I had something concrete. I did not want to sound like I was spiraling back into my old paranoia. But it was not paranoia. It was a pattern. And the pattern was terrifyingly familiar. I started to withdraw from Amelia. I made excuses to cancel dates. I stopped inviting her over. She noticed, of course. She called. She texted, asking if everything was okay. Her concerns sounded genuine, but it only amplified my fear. She was getting closer. One evening, I decided I had to confront her, or at least test her. I invited her over for a quiet night in. I needed to see her, to look into her eyes, to try and understand what was happening. Before she arrived, I did something I had not done in years. I set a trap. I went into my bathroom, and I deliberately left a small, unique, almost empty bottle of a very specific, expensive cologne on the counter, slightly askew. It was a gift I would received years ago, rarely used, something I knew I would never mention to her. When she arrived, she was her usual charming self. She brought a bottle of wine. We talked, laughed, but my mind was elsewhere. I watched her every subtle movement. At one point, she excused herself to use the bathroom. My heart pounded. This was it. She was in there for a few minutes. When she came out, she smiled. "That is a really nice cologne you have in there." "My name," she said, her eyes sparkling. Very sophisticated. "I like that you do not douse yourself in it. Just a subtle hint." My blood ran cold. She had not just seen it. She would noticed it. She would noted the amount I used. How could she possibly know that? The bottle was almost empty because I rarely used it, not because I was subtle with it. I forced a tight smile. "Thanks. It was a gift." The conversation continued, but I was no longer present. My mind was reeling. This was not just observation. This was surveillance. I needed to know. I needed to find out who she really was. That night after she left, I did not sleep. I sat at my computer, heart hammering, and started digging. I tried her name, Amelia Vance. Nothing immediately suspicious. Then I tried searching for her online presence, any old social media profiles. It was hard. She was incredibly careful. Her LinkedIn was sparse, her iUtube profile private, with only a few generic photos. But I kept digging, using advanced search techniques, cross-referencing names, locations, dates. And then I found it, an old public blog post from a few years ago, a small local art collective's website, a post about a new member joining, an aspiring graphic designer. Her name was Amelia Vance. And in the comments section, a congratulatory message from a friend. The name of the friend sent a shiver down my spine that had nothing to do with the cold night air. Eleanor Vance. My stomach dropped. Eleanor Vance. The woman who had lived in my attic. The woman who had stalked Sarah and me. The woman whose words, always watching, always here, still haunted my nightmares. Amelia Vance. Eleanor Vance. The same last name. It could not be a coincidence. My mind raced, piecing together the terrifying puzzle. Eleanor had been arrested, committed to a mental health facility. But what if she had a sister, a friend, someone who shared her obsession, someone who had been watching me, even after Eleanor was gone? I went back to Amelia's social media. I scrutinized every photo. In one blurry group shot from a few years back, in the background, almost out of frame, a woman with dark, intense eyes and a strangely familiar scarf was visible. It was Eleanor. The realization hit me like a physical blow. Amelia was not just observant. She was not just a kind, quirky woman. She was connected. She was part of it. The always watching. Always here was not just Eleanor's parting shot, it was a legacy. My apartment, my sanctuary, suddenly felt like a cage. A glass cage, where every move I made was visible to someone, somewhere. The city, which I thought would be my shield, was just a larger, more anonymous hunting ground. I thought back to everything. Her knowing my building, her knowing about the jasmine vine, her knowing my floor, her knowing the specific painting I brought from my old place, her knowing the dishwasher trick, her knowing about the obscure tea, her knowing about the cologne, and the floorboard. God, the floorboard. That meant she had been inside my apartment before. When I was not there, or she had access to someone who was, or she had been watching me so intently for so long that she knew my every habit, every hidden detail. The thought of her in my apartment, touching my things, watching me sleep, studying my life, filled me with a primal, gut-wrenching terror. It was the same violation, but deeper, more insidious, because this time I had invited her in. I had let her get close. I called the police. My voice was shaking as I explained everything, trying to sound coherent, trying to make them believe me without sounding like a raving lunatic. I mentioned Eleanor, the previous stalking incident, the shared last name, the increasingly specific details Amelia knew about my life and my home. They listened. They took notes. They said they would investigate. But I could hear the skepticism in their voices. No direct threats. No forced entry. Just a woman who seemed to know a lot about me. It sounded like an ex-girlfriend dispute or a simple case of online snooping. Sir, we understand your concerns, especially given your past experience. The officer said, his tone carefully neutral. But we need more than circumstantial evidence to take action. We can't just arrest someone for being too observant or having a common last name. But the floorboard, I insisted, my voice rising, and the tea, and the cologne. These are things she could not possibly know unless she was watching me or had been in my apartment. He sighed. We will look into MS. Vance, we will talk to her. But without any direct evidence of crime, our hands are tied. I hung up, the phone feeling heavy in my hand. They would not help me. Not yet. I was alone again. And she knew it. I spent the next few days in a state of heightened alert. I installed a security camera in my living room, pointing towards a door. I changed my locks. I taped tiny pieces of hair across the gaps in my closet door, a rudimentary tripwire to see if anyone had been inside. I avoided Amelia's calls, her texts. She became more persistent. Are you okay? I am worried about you. Please, just talk to me. My name. Each message was a fresh stab of fear. Then one morning, I woke up to a notification on my phone. The security camera app. Motion detected in my living room. My blood ran cold. I had not armed it the night before. I would forgotten. but the app was set to record any motion. I clicked on the notification, my fingers trembling. The video feed loaded. It was a timestamp from 3:17 a.m. My living room was dark, illuminated only by the faint glow of the city outside. And there she was, Amelia. She was standing in the middle of my living room, in the dead of night, wearing a dark hoodie. She was not moving erratically. She was just standing there, looking around, her head slowly turning, as if taking in every detail, as if she owned the place. Then she walked over to my bookshelf. She picked up the first edition of The Haunting of Hill House. She ran her fingers over the spine, slowly, deliberately. She brought it closer to her face, as if inhaling its scent. And then she looked directly at the camera. Her blue eyes, usually so warm and inviting, were cold, unblinking, devoid of any emotion. A faint, knowing smile played on her lips. It was not a friendly smile. It was a predatory smile. A smile that said, "I know you are watching." She then carefully placed the book back on the shelf, turned, and walked out of frame towards my bedroom. The video ended there. I sat there, staring at the frozen image of her smiling face, my breath caught in my throat. She was not just observant. She was not just connected to Eleanor. She was the new Eleanor, a colder, more calculating version. She had broken into my apartment. She had been here in my home while I slept. The police had dismissed me, but this was evidence. I called them back, sending them the video. This time, their tone was different. The cold, professional skepticism was replaced with a quiet urgency. They sent officers to my apartment. They found no signs of forced entry, no broken locks, no pried windows. It was as if she had a key, or knew how to bypass my security system without a trace. They took the video. They began a full investigation. They told me to go stay with a friend or in a hotel, to not go back to my apartment. I went to a hotel, but sleep did not come. Every shadow in the room seemed to shift. Every distant siren seemed to wail her name. A few days later, the police called. They had apprehended Amelia Vance. They found her at a bus station, seemingly preparing to leave the city. She did not resist. They found a set of lock-picking tools in her bag, and a small, intricately carved wooden bird, identical to Sarah's ceramic one, but made of dark wood. It was a replica, a tribute, a chilling echo. They also found a journal, a detailed, meticulous journal, filled with observations about my life, my routines, my habits, my fears, my grief, and details about Eleanor, about how she admired Eleanor's dedication and wanted to pick up where she left off. She was Eleanor's younger sister, and she had been watching me since the day I moved into the city, since before I even met Mark. She had orchestrated the meeting, carefully inserting herself into my life. The police said she was being evaluated, that she would likely face charges just like her sister. But the relief I felt was fleeting, quickly overshadowed by a deeper, more profound sense of despair. I sold the apartment. Again, it did not matter that it was a high rise, all glass and steel. It did not matter that it had no attic. It had been tainted, invaded. I moved again, to another city even further away. I changed my name. I cut ties with almost everyone I knew. I became a ghost, trying to disappear into the vastness of the world. But I know it is futile. The fear is not just about Eleanor or Amelia anymore. It is about the knowledge that some people, some shadows, will always find a way. They see the cracks in your armor. They sense the vulnerability. They latch on. I live alone now, in a small, nondescript house in a quiet suburb. My doors are triple locked. My windows are alarmed. I have cameras, motion sensors, a whole security system that would make a small fortress proud. But sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet, and the only sound is the gentle hum of the refrigerator, I still hear it. Not a physical sound, but an echo in my mind. A whisper that crawls into the darkest corners of my thoughts. Always watching. Always here. And I know with a chilling certainty that it is not just memory. It is a promise. And it is only a matter of time before the next shadow finds me. Because some people, some of us, are just magnets for the dark. And no matter how far you run, you can never truly escape yourself, or the eyes that are always watching. Hey everyone, and welcome back to the channel. Tonight, I have got another story for you. One that, well, it is my story. And it is one I still struggle to tell, even now. You might remember my previous tales, the ones about Sarah, Eleanor, and then Amelia. Each time, I thought I would finally escape, finally broken free from whatever twisted curse seemed to follow me. But if there's one thing I have learned, it is that some shadows just do not let go. They just change shape. After Amelia, after finding her in my apartment, after the police, after selling another place and changing my name again, I truly believed I was done. I moved across the country, picked a city so big and bustling it felt impossible for anyone to find me. I tried to disappear. I cut off every single tie, wiped my digital footprint clean, and started over with a new identity, a new job, a new everything. I told myself this was it. This was my chance to finally live a normal life, to stop looking over my shoulder every second of every day. For a while, it almost worked. I got an apartment in a decent high-rise, not too fancy, but with a good view of the city lights. I started a new job, nothing glamorous, just enough to pay the bills and keep my mind occupied. I even started going to a new therapist, a kind woman named Dr. Evans, who did not know my past, only the carefully constructed narrative I gave her. She helped me with my anxiety, with trying to reconnect with the world. She encouraged me to try new things, to meet people, to build a life. And that is where the trouble started. You see, after everything, I was still incredibly lonely. I miss human connection, the kind that did not involve me constantly scanning for threats or mentally rehearsing escape routes. Dr. Evans suggested I try putting myself out there, even if it was just online. She said it was a low-pressure way to dip my toes back into the social pool. Against my better judgment, I decided to give it a shot. I downloaded one of those popular dating apps, the ones, swipe left, swipe right, all that jazz. I created a very generic profile, a few blurry, nondescript photos, a bio that read something like, enjoy hiking, reading, and exploring new coffee shops. I made sure there was absolutely nothing that could link me to my past. No specific locations. No unique hobbies, nothing. I was a blank slate. For a few weeks, it was fine. Mostly awkward conversations. A few bad dates. The usual online dating circus. It was draining, but it was also a distraction. It made me feel, for a little while, like a normal person. Like I was not constantly waiting for the other shoe to drop. Then came that night. It was a Tuesday around 3 a.m. I was fast asleep, dreaming some mundane dream about grocery shopping, when my phone vibrated on my nightstand. The little notification light blinked. I stirred, groggy, annoyed. Who texts at 3 a.m.? My heart gave a little jolt of panic, the old instincts kicking in. I grabbed my phone, my eyes squinting at the bright screen. It was a dating app notification. A match. You have a new match. The cheerful little pop-up declared. My brow furrowed. A match at 3 a.m. That was weird. Most people were asleep. And usually, when I got a match, it was during the day or early evening. I unlocked my phone, clicked on the notification, and the app opened. What I saw made my blood run cold. The profile picture was not a person. It was not even a landscape or an abstract design. It was just a black screen. Pure, unadulterated black. And right in the center of that inky void, a single glowing red eye. It was not an emoji or a cartoon. It looked disturbingly real. like the iris and pupil of an actual eye, but pulsating with an unnatural, malevolent crimson light against the absolute darkness. I stared at it, my heart hammering against my ribs. My first thought was, oh, great, a bot, or some edgy teenager trying to be creepy. I immediately felt a wave of irritation. This was exactly why I hated online dating. I swiped left hard to dismiss it. I even went into the settings to block it, just in case. I did not want to see that thing again. I tried to go back to sleep, but the image of that red, I was burned into my retinas. Every time I closed my eyes, it was there, staring back at me from the darkness. I tossed and turned for what felt like hours, my mind racing. It was just a weird profile. I told myself, a glitch, a prank, nothing more. But deep down, a familiar dread began to unfurl in my gut. This was not just weird. This felt targeted. The next day, I tried to brush it off. I went to work, made small talk with my colleagues, tried to focus on my tasks. But every time my phone buzzed, I flinched. Every time I opened a social media app, I half expected to see that red eye staring back. I even deleted the dating app, just to be safe. I figured that would be the end of it. I was wrong. A few days later, I was browsing a different dating app, yes. I know, I should have learned my lesson, but Evans kept pushing me to engage, and my loneliness was a powerful motivator. I was swiping through profiles, feeling a bit bored when I saw it again. The black screen, the single glowing red eye. My breath hitched. No, this was not possible. I had deleted the other app. This was a completely different one. My hands started to tremble. I immediately swiped left, blocked the profile, and then, with trembling fingers, deleted this app too. This was not a coincidence. This was not a bot. Bots do not migrate between apps. This was something else. Someone else. My old paranoia, the one I thought I would buried under layers of therapy and distance, began to claw its way back to the surface. I started checking my locks again, double-checking them before bed. I bought a cheap security camera for my apartment door, just a basic one. I started taking different routes to work, varying my schedule. I was back in the cycle. The red eye, however, was not done with me. It started appearing in other places. Subtle at first. I would be walking down the street and catch a reflection in a store window, a distorted glint of red light, just for a split second before it vanished. I would be scrolling through a news feed, and an ad would pop up, something completely unrelated, but with a tiny, almost imperceptible red in the corner of one of its images. A glitch, a trick of the light. I would tell myself. But the feeling of being watched intensified. One evening, I was making dinner, listening to music, trying to relax. I had a small, framed print hanging on my kitchen wall, an abstract piece with a lot of dark blues and purples. As I stirred my pasta, I glanced at it, and for a fleeting moment, I saw it, a tiny pinprick of red light, right in the center of the print. It pulsed, faintly, like a tiny heartbeat, then disappeared. I blinked, rubbed my eyes. Nothing, just a print. My imagination, obviously. My mind playing tricks on me, because I was so on edge. But the seed of doubt had been planted. Then came the messages. They did not come from the dating apps anymore. They started appearing in my email, in my spam folder, mixed in with all the junk. But these were not junk. The subject lines were always blank, and the sender was always a random string of letters and numbers. When I opened them, the body of the email was just a single image. The red eye, always the same. Black background, glowing red eye. Sometimes it would be slightly blurred, sometimes pixelated, but always undeniably it. I tried to report them, block the senders, but new ones would always pop up. It was like trying to catch smoke. One morning, I woke up and checked my phone. There was an unread message from an unknown number. My heart leaped into my throat. I opened it. It was just a string of characters 010101111. 111. My hands were shaking as I typed it into a binary translator online. The result watching. I gasped. My blood ran cold. This was not a prank. This was not a bot. This was someone. Someone who knew how to find me, even after I would changed everything. Someone who knew my new number. I immediately called DR. Evans. I poured out the whole story. The dating apps, the red eye, the binary message. She listened patiently, her voice calm and reassuring. She said it sounded like a sophisticated stalker, possibly someone from my past who had managed to track me down. She advised me to go to the police, to change my number, to beef up my home security. I did all of it. I got a new phone, a new number, and installed a more advanced security system, motion sensors, window alarms, multiple cameras. I even bought pepper spray and started carrying it with me everywhere. I felt like a hunted animal. The messages stopped for a while after I changed my number. I breathed a tentative sigh of relief. Maybe, just maybe, I had finally outrun it. But the red, I still haunted my periphery. I would see it in the condensation on my bathroom mirror, a fleeting crimson that vanished when I looked closer. I would see it in the distorted reflection of a street lamp in a puddle at night. I would see it in the static on my TV screen, a single flickering red pixel that refused to go away until I turned the set off. And then it got personal. I received a package in the mail. No return address, just my new name and address, perfectly typed. My hands trembled as I opened it. Inside was a small velvet-lined box. I opened the box. Resting on the velvet was a single glass eye, a perfect replica of a human eye, but the iris was a vibrant, unsettling red. It felt cold to the touch. My stomach churned. This was not just a threat anymore. This was a declaration. They knew exactly where I lived. They knew my new name. And they were sending me gifts. I dropped the box, my hand shaking so violently I could barely hold my phone. I called the police. They sent an officer, a kind but skeptical young woman, who took my statement. She examined the eye, bagged it as evidence, but she looked at me with a hint of pity, like she thought I was cracking up. "We will do what we can, madam," she said, "but without any fingerprints or a return address. It is hard to trace." I understood. I was just another crazy person reporting an untraceable stalker. That night, I did not sleep. I sat in my living room, the lights on, staring at my security camera feed on my phone. Every shadow seemed to move. Every creak of the building sounded like a footstep. Around 2 a.m., I heard a faint scratching sound coming from my bedroom. It was subtle, like fingernails lightly dragging across wood. My heart leaped into my throat. I grabbed the pepper spray, my hands slick with sweat. I crept toward the bedroom door, my eyes wide, scanning the hallway. The scratching stopped. I waited, listening. Nothing, just the pounding of my own heart in my ears. After a minute, I slowly pushed open the door, peering into the darkness. I flipped on the light switch. Nothing was amiss. The bed was made, the closet door was closed, everything was exactly as I would left it. I checked. All right, so you remember where we left off, right? The faint scratching at 2 a.m., the pepper spray in my hand, the sudden terror, and then nothing. Just an empty room, a silent house, and a lingering, ice-cold dread that settled deep in my bones. It was not over, not by a long shot. The shadow had not let go, it had just changed shape, and it was still watching. For a few days after that, I barely slept. Every creak of the house, every rustle of leaves outside, sent a jolt of pure panic through me. I would jump at my own reflection, convinced I would see that damned red eye staring back. The police, bless their hearts, were polite but useless. They would see in the glass eye, sure, but without any forced entry or direct threat. It was just a weird package. Probably a prank. Sir, they would said, leaving me alone in my well-secured, yet utterly terrifying home. Dr. Evans, though, she understood. Or at least, she tried to. I called her heart-pounding, detailing the scratching, the sheer psychological torture of it all. She listened patiently, her voice a calm anchor in my storm of fear. You can't let it win, she would urge, her tone firm but gentle. You have to live your life. This thing, whatever it is, feeds on your fear, your isolation. You need to push back. Reconnect. Reconnect. The word felt like a punch to the gut. Reconnecting is what got me into this mess in the first place. With Amelia, and then with that first red-eyed match. But Dr. Evans had a point. Hiding in my apartment, jumping at shadows, was not living. It was just waiting to be caught. And a part of me, a tiny, desperate part, still craved that normal life I would move across the country for. So, reluctantly, agonizingly, I logged back onto the dating app. I filtered hard, avoided anything remotely unusual, anything that seemed too good to be true or too cryptic. I just wanted normal. And then I saw Sarah. Her profile was, well, normal, not overly glamorous, not trying too hard. Just a pretty, approachable woman with a warm smile and kind eyes. Her bio was simple loves hiking, good coffee, and true crime podcasts. Nothing threatening there. No black screens. No glowing red eyes. She looked safe. She looked like a chance at something real. We matched. We chatted for a few days, and it was easy. She was funny, smart, and seemed genuinely interested in getting to know me. For the first time in what felt like forever, I felt a tiny spark of hope. Maybe, just maybe this was it. Maybe I could finally leave the shadow behind. We decided to meet for coffee. A busy, well-lit cafe downtown, during the day. Safety in numbers, right? I dressed carefully, tried to project an air of casual confidence I absolutely did not feel. My heart was still doing a frantic drum solo in my chest, but this time it was a mix of nerves and genuine anticipation, not just pure terror. I spotted her as soon as I walked in. She was sitting by the window, exactly as she would described, nursing a latte. She looked even better in person. She smiled as I approached, a genuine, dimpled smile that instantly put me a little more at ease. "Hey," I said, extending my hand. "You must be Sarah." She took my hand, her grip firm and warm. "And you must be well, you?" She chuckled softly. "It is good to finally meet you." "Yeah, you too," I replied, settling into the chair opposite her. We ordered, made small talk about the weather, our jobs, the usual first date pleasantries. It was going well. Surprisingly well. I found myself genuinely laughing, feeling a lightness I had not experienced in months. The coffee was good, the atmosphere was lively, and Sarah was great. It felt like a real date, a real connection. I even started to let my guard down just a little. Then, about halfway through our conversation, after she would told me a funny story about her cat, she paused, a thoughtful look on her face. "You know," she began, her eyes twinkling. "It is good to finally meet you again." My smile faltered. My blood ran cold. The air in the cafe, which at moments before felt warm and inviting, suddenly turned frigid. Again, I managed, my voice a little too high. She nodded, a casual shrug. "Yeah, I mean, you stood me up last time, remember? At the old park cafe, about a year ago." The words hit me like a physical blow. My mind went blank. Stood her up. A year ago? No. Impossible. I would remember something like that. I am not a monster. I certainly would not forget a date with someone like Sarah. I think you got the wrong guy. I stammered, my heart starting its familiar panic rhythm. My carefully constructed composure shattered into a million pieces. She frowned, a slight crease appearing between her brows. No, I did not think so. It was you. We matched on that other app, Connect Me. We talked for a week, and then you suggested the Park Cafe. Said you loved the atmosphere there. She paused, her gaze steady, almost a little hurt. I waited for nearly an hour. You never showed. I tried texting, but you never replied. My mind raced, scrambling for any flicker of recognition, any memory, anything that would confirm or deny what she was saying. Connect Me. I vaguely remembered signing up for a few dating apps around that time, before I got spooked by the red eye and deleted everything. But a date at a park cafe with her. Nothing, absolutely nothing. It was a complete, terrifying void. I really do not remember that. I said, my voice barely a whisper. I could feel the sweat beading on my forehead despite the cool cafe air. This was not just an awkward first date anymore. This was something else. Something insidious. She gave a small, sad smile. I know. I figured you probably would not. You were wearing that blue jacket, the one with the leather patches on the elbows. And you talked about wanting to get into hiking. Said you were looking for new trails around here. The blue jacket. I did have a blue jacket with leather patches. I would bought it shortly after moving here. And hiking. Yes, that was a big reason I would chosen this city. Those were details only I would know, or at least details someone would only know if they would actually interact with me. But I had no memory of telling her any of it. My eyes darted around the cafe, suddenly seeing potential threats in every shadow, every reflection. Was that it? Was this the new shape the shadow had taken? Was Sarah part of it? A flicker in the reflection of the cafe's front window for just a split second. I thought I saw it. A faint, glowing red eye superimposed over the bustling street scene outside. It was gone before I could properly focus, but the chill it left was undeniable. Are you okay? Sarah asked, her expression now one of genuine concern. You look like you have seen a ghost. I forced a laugh, a hollow, rattling sound. Yeah, no, I am fine. Just surprised. I swear, I have no recollection of any of this. I am so sorry if I stood you up. That is not like me. She just shrugged again. It is okay. I figured something happened. You just disappeared. I guess I am just glad you are here now. She smiled, and for a terrifying moment her eyes, usually warm and brown, seemed to hold a fleeting, unnatural glint, like a spark of something cold and mechanical deep within. It was gone as quickly as it appeared, but it left me shaken to my core. The rest of the date was a blur of forced smiles and polite conversation on my part. My mind was a frantic whirlwind. I kept trying to subtly check my phone, scrolling through old messages, calendar entries, anything from a year ago, but there was nothing. No Connect Me app, no conversations with Sarah, no park cafe date. It was a complete blank. It was like that entire chunk of time had been surgically removed from my digital footprint and my memory. When the date finally ended, I practically sprinted home. The moment I was inside, door locked, alarm set. I ripped through my apartment like a madman. I pulled out old hard drives, searched cloud backups, scoured every corner of my digital life. Connect Me. The app name gnawed at me. I remembered it vaguely, but could not find any trace of it on my devices. It was like a ghost app. I called DR. Evans immediately. It is happening again. I blurted out, my voice raw with panic. It is messing with my memories. It is making me believe things that are not true, or making me forget things that apparently are. I told her about Sarah, about the park cafe, about the blue jacket and the hiking. DR, Evans listened intently, her usual calm demeanor replaced by a palpable concern. A memory gap combined with specific, verifiable details that is highly unusual. She said slowly, "Are you absolutely certain you did not just forget?" "No," I insisted, pacing my living room, the glass red eye from the package staring at me from the mantelpiece, a chilling reminder. This is not just forgetting. This is a void. And the way she described it was so casual, so real, but it never happened. I know it never happened. And the red eye, she asked, "I saw it." I whispered, my voice barely audible. In the reflection at the cafe. It was faint, but it was there. This is connected. DR. Evans, this has to be. She sighed, a heavy sound. I believe you to an extent. This entity, whatever it is, seems to be targeting your sense of reality, your identity. It is a very sophisticated form of psychological warfare. Psychological warfare. That was it. That is exactly what it felt like. It was not just watching me anymore, it was trying to rewrite my past, to insert itself into my history, to make me doubt everything I knew about myself. Over the next few days, I became obsessed. I could not stop thinking about Sarah, about the alleged date. I tried to find a park cafe she mentioned. There were a few cafes near the main park, but none that seemed particularly old or distinctive. I even walked around the park, trying to spark some kind of memory, but it was all just a park. Sarah texted me, a cheerful message asking if I want to go out again. My stomach churned. A part of me, the desperate, lonely part, wanted to say yes. Wanted to believe she was just a normal girl who genuinely mistaken me for someone else, or that I would genuinely forgotten. But the other part, the terrified, hypervigilant part, screamed at me to run. I did not reply. I could not. I just stared at her name on my screen, a normal name attached to a terrifying, impossible memory. Then the red eye started appearing more frequently, more aggressively. It was not just reflections anymore. I would be scrolling through my news feed, and a random banner ad would flash, a perfect black rectangle, with a single pulsing red dot. I would be watching a movie, and for a split second, a character's eyes would glow with an unnerving crimson hue before returning to normal. Once, I swear, I saw it in the pattern of the wood grain on my kitchen table, a tiny, almost imperceptible knot that seemed to stare back at me, and the binary message. One evening, I was trying to relax, watching some mindless TV, when my laptop screen, which had been off, suddenly flickered to life. The screen was black, but in the center, stark white against the darkness, was a stream of binary code. I stared at it, my breath catching in my throat as the code resolved itself into the chilling message I would receive before. Watching. Then, below it, another line of code appeared, slower, more deliberate, like it was being typed out just for me. Remembering. My blood went cold. Remembering. Not I am watching you, but I am remembering. Or perhaps, I am making you remember. It was a direct taunt, a confirmation that this was all about my memories, about my past. I tried to block Sarah's number, but a new text came through from an unknown number almost immediately. "Did you forget about me again?" It read. No name, no pleasantries, just that one chilling question. Panic set in. This was not just a stalker anymore. This was something that could bypass my blocks, something that knew my thoughts, something that was actively trying to manipulate my reality. I called Dar. Evans again, my voice trembling. She suggested I try to engage with Sarah to see if I could uncover anything, any inconsistencies. It is risky, she admitted, but if this entity is trying to insert itself into your past, Sarah might be the key to understanding how. The idea terrified me, but so did doing nothing. So, with a pounding heart, I agreed to a second date with Sarah. This time, I chose a very public, very open place, a busy outdoor market. I figured if things went south, I could just disappear into the crowd. She was there, waiting for me, looking as normal and charming as ever. Too normal. That was a problem. "Hey," she said, her smile bright. "Glad you could make it this time." I forced a smile back. "Yeah, sorry about before." We walked around the market, making small talk. I tried to keep my guard up, tried to observe her, to find the cracks. But she was perfect. She talked about her job, her family, her dreams. She seemed genuinely sweet, genuinely interested in me. And that was the most terrifying thing of all. Then, she started talking about our shared history. "Remember that time you told me about your old apartment? The one with the leaky faucet?" She asked, a nostalgic tone in her voice. "You said it drove you crazy, but you were too busy to fix it yourself." My old apartment. The one before Amelia. The leaky faucet. That was true. That was a real memory. But I would never told her about it. I had not even told DR. Evans about that. Only a handful of close friends knew. Friends I would cut ties with years ago. My breath hitched. How do you know about that?" She looked at me, her brown eyes wide and innocent. "You told me. When we were chatting before our first date. You said it was one of your pet peeves." No, I had not. I was certain. I was absolutely 100 certain I had never told her that. "And remember how you said you always wanted to learn to play the guitar, but you never got around to it," she continued, oblivious to my growing horror. "You even mentioned you had an old acoustic gathering dust in your closet." The guitar. Another truth. Another buried memory. An old acoustic gathering dust in my closet right now. I had not thought about that guitar in years. And I certainly had not told her about it. My mind was screaming. This was not just about a forgotten date. This was about my entire past. She was not just claiming a shared memory. She was accessing my memories, the ones I knew were real, and weaving them into a narrative that included her, a narrative that included this red-eyed entity. "Sarah," I said, my voice strained, "what are you talking about? I do not remember telling you any of this. I do not remember any of this." Her smile faded, replaced by that same sad, pitying look she would give me at the coffee shop. "Of course you do not," she said softly, her voice taking on an unnerving, almost knowing quality. "He made sure of that." My blood ran cold. "Who? Who made sure of what?" She hesitated, her gaze drifting past me, as if looking at something only she could see. Then she turned back, and in her eyes, for a terrifying, agonizing moment, I saw it. Not a reflection, not a glint, but a deep, unsettling crimson glow, like embers burning from within. It was a red eye. It was in her. "He wants you to remember," she whispered, her voice no longer entirely her own. It was deeper, colder, with a subtle mechanical resonance that made my skin crawl. "He wants you to remember him. He wants to be a part of your story. From the very beginning." My legs felt like lead. I could not move. I could not breathe. "Amelia!" I gasped, the name tearing from my throat. Was that him? Was he Amelia? A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched her lips, but it was not Sarah's smile. It was something ancient, something cruel. Amelia was just an introduction, a trial run. He learned a lot from Amelia. How to get closer. How to make you truly forget. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. This was not just a stalker. This was not just a ghost. This was an entity that could manipulate reality, that could rewrite my past, that could insert itself into my very being. It was not just watching me, it was becoming my history. It was erasing my true past and replacing it with its own. He wants to be remembered. Sarah continued, her voice now a chilling monotone, devoid of any human warmth. He wants to be your memory, your past, your future. I stumbled backward, bumping into a display of fresh produce, sending apples scattering across the ground. People turned, looking at me confused. They did not see the red eye in Sarah's gaze. They did not hear the chilling echo in her voice. They just saw a man having a meltdown. No, I choked out, shaking my head violently. No, you are not real. This is not real. Sarah, or whatever was speaking through her, just watched me, that faint, infernal glow in her eyes. Oh, it is real, she said, her voice now a low, guttural growl that resonated deep in my chest. It has always been real. You just forgot. And then, just like that, the glow faded. Her eyes returned to their normal, warm brown. The chilling resonance left her voice. She blinked, a flicker of confusion crossing her features. Are you okay? She asked, her voice soft, genuinely concerned. You are looking really pale. Did I say something wrong? She looked at the scattered apples, then back at me, her expression apologetic. Oh my God, I am so sorry. I must have been rambling. I did not mean to upset you. She reached out, her hand gently touching my arm. Her touch was warm, human, too human. But I knew what I had seen. I knew what I had heard. I pulled away, scrambling backward, my mind a chaotic mess of fear and shattered reality. My past, my entire past was being rewritten. My memories, my identity, were being stolen, replaced by an entity that wanted to become a part of me, to have always been a part of me. I ran. I did not know where I was going, did not care. I just ran, pushing through the crowds, the faces blurring around me. I did not look back. I could not. I eventually made it home, collapsing onto my couch, gasping for breath, my body shaking uncontrollably. The glass red eye on the mantelpiece seemed to pulse with malevolent light. The next day, I contacted DR. Evans, barely able to articulate what had happened. She suggested I come in immediately, that this was escalating to a dangerous level of psychological distress. But I could not. I could not trust anyone. I could not trust my own mind. I tried to live my life. I really did. I tried to go back to work, to pretend everything was normal. But how could it be? Every time I looked at an old photo, every time a memory surfaced, a seed of doubt was planted. Was it real? Or was it a memory the red I had gifted me? A week later, I received another package. No velvet box this time, just a simple brown envelope. Inside, a single photograph. It was a blurry, slightly overexposed photo of me, sitting alone at an outdoor cafe, the old park cafe, and in the background, a figure just out of focus, but undeniably Sarah, watching me from a distance. The date stamp on the photo was exactly 1 year ago. I stared at the photo, my mind reeling. It was evidence of a past I did not remember, a past that was being forced upon me. I still see Sarah sometimes. Not in person, thankfully, but I see her profile pop up on dating apps, even ones I have not used. Always with a new photo, a new bio, but always the same warm, innocent smile. And sometimes in the corner of my eye, a flicker, a glint of red. The shadow has not just changed shape. It has changed my past. It has woven itself into the fabric of who I am, or who I think I am. It wants to be remembered, and it is making sure I have no choice. And sometimes, when I am alone in the dead of night, I find myself thinking about that park cafe, about that date I supposedly stood her up on. And I wonder, was I really there? Did I really forget? Or is it already working? Is the red I already rewriting my memories, making me remember a past that never truly existed? I do not know anymore. All I know is that the red I is no longer just watching. It is inside, and it is remembering. And soon, I fear, I will too. All right, so a week had passed since I had fled that coffee shop, since Sarah's eyes had glowed like embers and that thing had spoken through her, claiming it wanted to rewrite my history, to become my past. A week of pure, unadulterated terror. My reality, which had always felt like a shaky construct anyway, had completely shattered. Every reflection was potential trap. Every digital screen a canvas for those flashing red eyes. The binary messages, remembering they were not just on my phone anymore. They were in the static of my TV, in the patterns of light filtering through the blinds, in the way a shadow fell just right on a wall. It was everywhere, constantly reminding me that it was watching, that it was working. Dr. Evan's advice to reconnect, to fight the isolation, it felt like a cruel joke now. How could I connect with anyone when anyone could be a conduit? When anyone could turn into that? The very act of trying to reach out felt like handing myself over on a silver platter. So, I isolated myself. Deeply. Horrifyingly. My apartment, once a sanctuary, became a cage. The irony was not lost on me. The entity wanted me isolated, and I was doing exactly what wanted, not out of choice, but out of sheer, paralyzing fear. I stopped answering calls, stopped checking social media. My phone became a ticking time bomb I was afraid to touch, yet could not quite bring myself to throw away, as if it were the only thread, however dangerous, connecting me to the outside world. I mostly just scrolled through old photos, trying to anchor myself, to confirm that those memories were mine. My childhood home, my dog, my best friend from college. I would stare at them, whispering the names, the dates, the feelings like a mantra against the encroaching darkness. The red eyes, though, they were the worst. They would appear in the chrome of my toaster, in the window of a passing car, even in the condensation, on a cold glass of water. Just for a split second, a flash of malevolent crimson, a silent confirmation that it was still there, still watching, still remembering. And each time, a jolt of ice would shoot through my veins, reminding me that I was never truly alone. A few days into the self-imposed lockdown, a notification popped up on my phone. It was from the dating app. I had not opened it since the Sarah incident. I would meant to delete it, burn it, smash it into 1,000 pieces. But I had not. It was still there, a ghost of a normal life I would once try to reclaim. The notification was a new match. Mark. My first instinct was revulsion. No, absolutely not. But then, a flicker of something else. Desperation. A tiny, almost imperceptible spark of defiance. Dr. Evan's words echoed in my mind. It feeds on your isolation. Was this a test? Could I try again, but be smarter, more careful? Or was this exactly what it wanted? Another puppet on another string. I hovered my thumb over the notification, my heart thumping like a trapped bird. Mark. His profile picture was innocuous enough. A slightly blurry selfie taken outdoors, a generic smile, kind eyes, nothing like Sarah's unnerving intensity. He listed his interests as hiking, craft beer, and sci-fi movies. Normal. Painfully, depressingly normal. Which, in my current state, was almost appealing. Against every fiber of my being, against every screaming alarm bell in my head. I tapped on it. A message was already waiting. Hey, my name. Your profile caught my eye. You seem pretty cool. Hope you're having a good week. It was so bland, so utterly unremarkable. And that, I realized with a fresh wave of dread, was precisely why I was terrified. After Sarah, normalcy felt like the most dangerous disguise of all. I did not respond. I could not. I just stared at the message, imagining a pair of crimson eyes behind Mark's smiling face. For the next day, I kept checking compulsively. No new messages. No red eyes on my phone screen. Just Mark's benign profile picture, a silent, unsettling presence. The isolation was getting to me. The silence in my apartment was no longer peaceful, it was heavy, suffocating, filled with the unspoken presence of something else. I started talking to myself just to hear a human voice, whispering about mundane things, about what I should eat, about the weather, anything to break the crushing quiet. On the third day after Mark's message, I cracked. I typed out a short, non-committal reply. Hey, Mark. Thanks. You too. It was a test. A tiny, foolish, desperate test. His response was almost immediate. Awesome. So, I know this might be a little forward, but I actually think I have seen you around before. Do you live near my general neighborhood? I swear I saw you walking your dog last month. My blood ran cold. I did not have a dog. I never had. Oh. I typed back. Try and keep my tone light casual. No, dog, actually. Must have been someone else. Huh, weird, he replied. Could have sworn it was you. You have a pretty distinctive walk. Anyway, no biggie. Just thought it was a funny coincidence. A distinctive walk. That was specific. Too specific. For a random guess. A chill snaked up my spine. Was this it? Was this the new Sarah? Was he going to start recounting my non-existent past with a phantom dog? I tried to dismiss it. Maybe it was a coincidence. Maybe he did just mistake me for someone else. But the seed of doubt had been planted, and in my current state, doubt was a forest fire. I ghosted him for another day, wrestling with my fear and my desperate need for answers. What if he was not it? What if he was just a normal guy, and I was letting my paranoia consume me? Dr. Evan's words about the entity feeding on isolation, they kept nagging at me. Was I helping it by pushing everyone away? The next evening, another message came from Mark. This one was different. It was not text. It was a photo. My heart leaped into my throat. I stared at the thumbnail on my screen, a blurry image of green and brown. With a trembling finger, I tapped it open. And then, the air left my lungs in a ragged gasp. It was my backyard. My small, fenced-in backyard. With the overgrown rose bushes I would have been meaning to prune, the slightly crooked bird feeder I hung last summer, and the chipped ceramic gnome that had been a housewarming gift. But it was not just a photo of my backyard. It was taken from an angle that was impossible. An angle that could only be seen from my neighbor's house. Specifically, from the upstairs window of Mr. Henderson's house, the one next door. My hand started shaking so violently I almost dropped my phone. My neighbor, Mr. Henderson, was an elderly man who traveled frequently to visit his grandkids. He would have been gone for the past 2 weeks, a fact I knew only because his mail had started piling up. His house was supposed to be empty. The photo was clear, well lit, taken in broad daylight. My backyard, undeniably mine, but viewed from an elevated position, looking down into my space. The angle was unmistakable. It showed the top of my shed, the corner of my patio, and the back fence, all framed by the distinctive branch of Mr. Henderson's old oak tree. Underneath the photo, Mark had typed cool backyard. Looks like a nice spot to relax. The casual emoji, the seemingly innocent comment, it only intensified the horror. This was not a mistake. This was not a coincidence. This was deliberate. How? How in the hell did he get that photo? My mind raced, a frantic hamster on a broken wheel. Was he a stalker? Had he broken into Mr. Henderson's house? Or was this it? Was this the entity using Mark, using my neighbor's house, to send me a message? A message that screamed, I am closer than you think. I can see you. I am inside your safe spaces. I felt a cold sweat break out all over my body. My apartment, my last bastion, suddenly felt permeable, transparent. I rushed to my back door, peering through the small window, my breath fogging the glass. The fence was tall, the rose bushes thorny. Nothing seemed disturbed. But the photo, it was irrefutable proof. I stumbled back, clutching my phone, my mind a whirlpool of fear. I had to respond. I had to know. My fingers trembled as I typed, my voice hoarse even in my own head. Mark, where did you get this photo? I waited, my eyes glued to the screen. every nerve ending screaming. The ellipsis appeared, then disappeared. He was typing. Just saw it online, he wrote. Thought it looked familiar. Pretty common these days. People post pics of their yards, right? Found on a neighborhood forum. A neighborhood forum. I was not on any neighborhood forums. I would never posted a picture of my backyard anywhere online. Not from that angle. Not from any angle. My backyard was private. It was mine. No. I typed back, my voice shaking with a fury born of pure terror. I have never posted a photo of my backyard. And that angle that is from my neighbor's house. Mr. Henderson's house. He is out of town. The ellipsis appeared again, longer this time. Then a new message. Oh, really? My bad. I must have gotten it confused with someone else's. I just thought it was a cool shot. Did not mean to freak you out. The casualness was infuriating. It was a lie. A blatant, sickening lie. He was not confused. He knew exactly what he was doing. And the emoji, that damn winking face, it felt like a sneer. I typed again, my heart pounding against my ribs. Mark, tell me the truth. How did you get that photo? His response, hey, look, I get it if you are uncomfortable. No worries. But I promise, I just saw it online. If it is not your yard, then it is not your yard. We can just move on, right? No, we can't just move on. I shouted at my phone, tears blurring my vision. My voice cracked, raw with fear and frustration. That is my yard. And I know that angle. Someone was in Mr. Henderson's house. I waited, but no reply came. The ellipsis did not appear. Mark was silent. He had gone offline. Panic seized me. I had to check. I had to know if someone was in Mr. Henderson's house. Right now, I grabbed my keys, my phone, and a heavy flashlight, my only weapon. My hands were slick with sweat. Every shadow in my hallway seemed to stretch and writhe. I tried to rationalize it may be a squatter, a random break-in, but deep down, I knew this was connected. This was it. Stepping out of my apartment and into the cool evening air, I felt exposed, vulnerable. I walked quickly, my gaze darting between my apartment building and Mr. Henderson's house, which sat on the corner, separated from mine by a narrow alleyway and a shared fence. The streetlights cast long, distorted shadows. Mr. Henderson's house was dark. All the windows were black, lifeless. I crept up his front walk, my heart hammering against my ribs. I peered through the living room window, cupping my hands around my eyes. Nothing, just dusty furniture, covered in white sheets. The air around the house felt heavy, stagnant. I moved to the side of the house, where the alleyway ran. This was the side closest to my backyard, the side from which the photo must have been taken. As I got closer, I noticed something. The side gate, which usually had a padlock on it, was slightly ajar. Just a crack, barely noticeable, but enough. My breath hitched. Someone had been here, or was still here, pushing the gate open further. I stepped into Mr. Henderson's backyard. The grass was a little overgrown, the air thick with the smell of damp earth and decaying leaves. I scanned the back of the house. The windows were all dark. I looked up to the second story, to the window that would have afforded that specific view of my yard. It was dark, too, but something was off. One of the blinds in that upstairs window, usually perfectly drawn, was slightly askew. Just a fraction, but enough to notice, enough to confirm. I stood there, frozen, the flashlight heavy in my hand. The silence of the night pressing on me. No crickets, no distant traffic. Just a frantic pounding of my own heart. Then a faint sound. A click from inside the house. I froze, my blood turning to ice. My eyes darted to the upstairs window, the one with the crooked blind. Was someone watching me? I backed away, slowly, carefully, my eyes glued to that window. I could feel it, a presence, not human, something cold, ancient, and utterly malevolent. As I reached the gate, a faint light flickered in the upstairs window. Not a steady light, but a rapid, almost digital pulse. It was too fast, too rhythmic, to be a normal light turning on and off. Then, I saw it. For a split second, a flash of red. Not a reflection, not a trick of the light. A distinct, unmistakable crimson glow, like the tip of a burning ember. It appeared, then vanished, leaving the window black once more. I did not need any more convincing. I bolted. I ran back to my apartment, fumbled with my keys, slamming the door shut and locking it, throwing every bolt and chain I had. I leaned against the door, gasping for breath, my chest heaving, tears streaming down my face. It was here. It was inside Mr. Henderson's house, and it had taken a picture of my backyard. I stumbled into my living room, collapsing onto the couch, my phone still clutched in my hand. I stared at Mark's profile. The casual smile, the kind eyes. It was a mask, a horrifying, deceptive mask. I scrolled back through our messages. The distinctive walk, the neighborhood forum lie, the photo, the winking emoji. It was all a game, a sick, twisted game. Then, a new message popped up from Mark. You really should not have gone over there. Some things are better left undisturbed. You know, you always were so curious. Remember that time you climbed the old oak tree in your grandma's yard, even after she told you not to? You skinned your knee pretty badly. My breath hitched again. The oak tree. My grandma's yard. I had done that. I was 7. I would never told anyone that story, not in years. It was a fleeting, almost forgotten memory, tucked away in the dusty corners of my mind. And then his words twisted. But it was not your grandma's yard, was it? It was my yard. And I was the one who bandaged your knee. Do not you remember? No, I did not. My grandma, her name was Eleanor. She had a sprawling oak tree. She had bandaged my knee. I remembered her gentle touch, the smell of antiseptic, the warmth of her kitchen. It was vivid. It was mine. But Mark's words, they were insidious. They were planting seeds of doubt, trying to override a core memory, just like Sarah had done, just like the entity had promised. To rewrite my history, to become my past, my memories. Amelia. The entity had said Amelia was just a trial run. Had it successfully replaced Amelia's memories? Had it replaced her? Was there an Amelia, somewhere, living a life that was not hers, with memories that belonged to something else? I felt a scream building in my throat, but it died there, choked by fear. I stared at my phone at Mark's message, then at the photo of my backyard. The photo from Mr. Henderson's house. The red eyes. The binary code. The mechanical voice. It was all connected. Mark was not a person. He was just another interface. Another puppet. The entity was getting closer, more personal, more invasive. It was not just observing me, it was actively trying to dismantle my identity, piece by piece. I deleted the dating app. I deleted Mark's number, even though I knew it was futile. It would not stop it. It would just find another way. It always did. I spent the rest of the night huddled in my bed, the covers pulled up to my chin, listening. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of the wind outside, every distant siren, it all sounded like it. I knew it was still out there, in Mr. Henderson's house, watching, waiting. The next morning, the sun rose, painting my apartment in a deceptive light of normalcy. I felt hollowed out, exhausted. I needed to talk to DR. Evans, she was the only one who even remotely believed me, even if she framed it in psychological terms. I called her. Dr. Evans, I rasp, my voice raw. It is worse. It is in my neighbor's house. It sent me a picture of my backyard from his window, and it has tried to change my memories again. It mentioned my grandma's oak tree. There was a pause on the other end. Okay, my name, she said, her voice calm, measured. Take a deep breath. You are safe right now in your apartment. Tell me everything, slowly. I recounted the entire ordeal, the new match, Mark, the photo, the neighbor's house, the red flash, the memory of the oak tree. As I spoke, I could hear the desperation in my own voice, the edge of madness. It is trying to replace me. Dr. Evans, I whispered, tears welling up again. It said Amelia was a trial run. What if it succeeded with her? What if it is going to succeed with me? Dr. Evans was silent for a moment. The entity, as you call it, is clearly escalating its psychological tactics, she said. It is trying to isolate you further, to make you doubt your own reality, to make you question your identity. This Mark character is a manifestation of that. The photo is a way to invade your sense of security, to make you feel watched and vulnerable. But the memories, Dr. Evans, it knew about my grandma's oak tree. How could it know that? It is pulling from your subconscious, she explained, her voice gentle but firm. Or it is creating false memories, planting them, making you question what is real. The human mind is incredibly susceptible to suggestion, especially when under extreme stress and isolation. I wanted to believe her. I truly did. But the vividness of the red eyes, the mechanical voice, the impossible photo, it felt like more than just psychological warfare. What do I do? I asked, my voice barely audible. I can't stay here. I can't trust anyone. It is everywhere. We need to fight back. My name, she said. We need to anchor you to your reality, to your true memories. And we need to break this cycle of isolation. Can you come in today? We can talk through this, and we can start building a plan to reclaim your space, your mind. I hesitated. Going out felt like stepping into a lion's den, but staying felt like waiting for the lion to break down my door. Okay, I said, my voice trembling. I will come in, but I do not know if I can do this. Dr. Evans, I do not know if I can fight it. You can, she assured me. You are stronger than you think, and you are not alone in this, even if it feels that way. I hung up, the words ringing hollowly in my ears. Not alone, but I felt utterly, terrifyingly alone. I slowly got ready, forcing myself through the motions. As I brushed my teeth, I caught my reflection in the mirror. My eyes were red-rimmed, my face pale. And then, just for a flicker, a familiar, malevolent crimson glow appeared in the depths of my own pupils. It was there, then gone. A silent, chilling message. I am here. I am inside. I stumbled back from the mirror, my heart seizing in my chest. It was not just outside anymore. It was not just in other people. It was trying to get into me, to become me. The entity was not just rewriting my past, it wanted to erase me completely and step into my life, inhabiting my memories, my connections, my very existence. Amelia was a trial run. What if the trial was over? What if it was my turn? I knew then, with a horrifying certainty, that the fight was far from over. It had only just begun, and I had no idea how to win. The world was a stage, and I was a reluctant star in a horror story that was still being written one memory at a time. And every day, I wondered if the next memory it stole would be the one that finally made me forget who I truly was. Every day, I wondered if I was already gone and just had not realized it yet. And sometimes, when I am alone and the silence gets too loud, I still check the dating apps. Not to connect, but to see. To see if another Mark or Sarah appears. To see if a photo of my backyard, from an impossible angle ever shows up again. Because deep down, I know it will. It is just a matter of time. And I will be waiting, always watching, always remembering. Because if I stop remembering, then what is left of me? All right, so you know how sometimes you hit a point in your life where you just break. Not like a bone or a plate, but like a mirror, shattered into 1,000 pieces, each shard reflecting a distorted, terrifying version of the truth. That is where I was. That is where I am. A single week since this thing spoke through Sarah, my ex-girlfriend, claiming it would rewrite my history. And it was not some abstract threat. It was a promise, delivered with the chilling certainty of a cosmic dictator. My reality, the one I would always take for granted, had been absolutely pulverized. I would hold up my apartment, a self-imposed prison, but even the walls could not keep the terror out. Every reflection, every screen, my phone, my laptop, even the darkened TV, they felt like potential windows for its malevolent red eyes, for its binary whispers that promised to unravel me. Dr. Evans, my therapist, bless her well-meaning heart, kept pushing for connection. She said isolation was the enemy. But how could I connect when everyone, every single person, felt like a potential conduit, like they could be the next Sarah, their voice twisted into an instrument of my torment? My apartment, once my sanctuary, had become a terrifying cage. Then came Mark, a dating app notification, a cruel joke from the universe. Against every fiber of my being, against the primal scream of fear echoing in my head, I replied, maybe it was desperation. Maybe it was Dr. Evan's voice echoing in my mind, warning against the dangers of being completely alone. But whatever it was a mistake. A monumental, soul-crushing mistake. Mark's initial blandness quickly curdled into something far more sinister. He mentioned seeing me with a dog I never owned. Then he sent a photo of my backyard taken from my absent neighbor, Mr. Henderson's upstairs window. An impossible angle, a violation that sent a cold wave of dread through me. I confronted him, of course. He lied, a clumsy, transparent lie about finding it online. I remember the frantic rush to Mr. Henderson's house, the sickening lurch in my stomach as I saw his gate ajar, a crooked blind upstairs. And then it happened, a faint click, a flash of malevolent red eyes behind that window. The entity was inside. It was real. It was here. Back home. Mark sent another message. This one, a twisted, grotesque version of a vivid childhood memory. My grandma's old oak tree, the one I used to climb, where I would carve my initials. He claimed he was there. He was systematically trying to overwrite my past, just as it promised. I called Dr. Evans, who, predictably, rationalized it as psychological warfare, a sophisticated delusion. But I knew, oh, God, I knew it was more. And then the final, horrifying confirmation, a red glow of my own reflection, staring back at me from the darkened screen of my phone. The entity was everywhere. It was in my past, it was in my present, and now it was in my own damn eyes. That red glow, it was not just a trick of the light, or my exhausted, terrified mind playing games. It was a beacon, a malevolent confirmation that the entity was not just out there, messing with my digital life. It was in here, in my apartment, in my head, maybe even in me. I dropped the phone. It clattered on the hardwood floor, screened down, a black rectangle of fear. I could not look at it. I could not look at anything reflective. I stumbled back, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. My breath caught in my throat, a ragged gasp. I felt like I was drowning, but there was no water, just an oppressive, suffocating atmosphere of pure, unadulterated dread. I backed away from the wall, from the darkened windows, from every potential surface that could mirror my face. My apartment, which had been a cage, now felt like a funhouse mirror, each surface reflecting a fragment of a nightmare. I closed my eyes, squeezed them shut so tight I saw stars behind my eyelids. But even that did not help. The image of those red eyes, superimposed over my own, was burned into my retina. It was everywhere. I spent the next few hours huddled in the corner of my living room, wrapped in a blanket, trying to make myself as small as possible. The logical part of my brain, the part that Evans kept trying to coax out, screamed that I was having a breakdown, that the stress, the isolation, the sheer terror had finally pushed me over the edge. But another, deeper part of me, a primal, instinctual part, knew the truth. This was not a breakdown. This was an invasion. Sleep did not come. How could it? Every creak of the old building, every distant siren, every rustle of the leaves outside my window sounded like a prelude to something unspeakable. I kept hearing whispers, just at the edge of my hearing, like static on an old radio. Binary code. I imagined the language of this digital demon. The next morning, if you could even call it morning after a night like that, I was a wreck. My eyes were bloodshot, my skin clammy. I had not eaten in days. My phone lay on the floor, a silent, menacing presence. I knew I should call DR. Evans or the police or someone. But what would I say? Hello. Yes, an entity from the internet is trying to rewrite my past and just flash red eyes in my reflection. They would send men in white coats, not investigators. I finally mustered the courage to pick up my phone. No new messages from Mark. A small, fleeting wave of relief washed over me, quickly replaced by a fresh surge of dread. The silence was almost worse. It felt like the calm before a storm, or like the entity was simply regrouping, planning its next, more elaborate attack. I forced myself to delete the dating app. I went into my settings, found the app icon, and with a trembling finger, I hit delete app. A confirmation box popped up. Are you sure you want to delete Hinge and all its data? I mashed delete. A small victory. I thought, one less conduit. One less way for it to reach me. But the relief was short-lived. A few minutes later, as I was trying to distract myself by scrolling aimlessly through my news feed, a desperate attempt to find something, anything, that felt normal, a notification popped up at the top of my screen. New match, Lila. My blood ran cold. My stomach dropped. I had not reinstalled the app. I had not opened it. I had deleted it. And yet there it was, not just a notification, but the app icon itself back on my home screen, nestled right where it had been before I deleted it. And the name, Lila. My breath hitched. Lila. It was a name I knew intimately. A name that had lived in my head for months, years even. Because Lila was not just some random dating app match. Lila was a character. A character from my unfinished horror novel. You know, for a long time, writing was my escape. It was my way of processing the world, of building new realities, of confronting my own fears on paper. I would always been drawn to horror, the psychological kind, the slow burn that creeps under your skin and stays there. My unfinished novel, The Echoing Well, was meant to be my magnum opus, a story about a woman named Lila who slowly unravels after moving into a house where the very fabric of reality seems to be shifting, where her memories are being rewritten by an unseen force. Sound familiar? Yeah, it was chillingly, horrifyingly familiar. I stare at the notification, my hand shaking so violently I almost dropped the phone again. Lila, not just a name, but the name, the main character, the victim, the one who was slowly driven mad. This was not a coincidence. Not after everything else. This was a deliberate, calculated escalation. The entity was not just rewriting my past. It was invading my future. It was invading my identity. It was taking my own creation, my own deepest fears, and turning them against me. I hesitantly tapped the notification. The app opened instantly. No login required. It was as if it had never been deleted. And there she was, Lila. Her profile picture showed a woman with kind, slightly haunted eyes, dark hair pulled back, a faint smile. She looked normal. Too normal. Her bio was short, just looking for someone real. Tired of games. My fingers hovered over the keyboard. What do you even say to a manifestation of an interdimensional entity that has stolen the name of your fictional character and is now using it to torment you? Hi. I typed the word, feeling utterly inadequate. This is strange. Your name. I have a character in an unfinished novel named Lila. I hit send. It felt like I was sending a message into the abyss, a desperate plea for clarification, for understanding, for some kind of sign that this was all a terrible, elaborate prank. The reply came almost instantly. Lila, oh, what kind of character? The casualness of it was unnerving, like she was completely unaware of the profound, gut-wrenching terror her name evoked in me. I hesitated. Should I tell her? Should I describe the novel, the premise, the way Lila's reality was slowly being eroded? It felt like I would be giving the entity more ammunition, more material to twist. She is a woman who moves into an old house. I typed slowly, carefully, and things start to happen. Her memories get fuzzy. Her past seems to change. Lila, interesting. Sounds like she is going through a lot. Is she scared? Is she scared? I was scared, terrified. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. This was not just a character anymore. This was a direct question, a probe. Yes, I replied, my fingers numb. She is very scared. She feels like she is losing her mind. Lila, that is a terrible feeling. To feel like your own mind is turning against you. Like your past is not yours anymore. My blood ran cold. That was it. That was the confirmation. The entity was not even trying to hide it anymore. This was not just a character. This was it. Speaking through Lila, echoing my own reality, my own torment. Who are you? I typed, my voice trembling, though she could not hear it. What do you want? No immediate reply. I stared at the screen, a knot of dread tightening in my stomach. The 3 dots, indicating she was typing, appeared, then vanished, then reappeared. It was like watching a predator stalk its prey, playing with it before the final strike. Finally, a message. Lila, I want to finish your story. The air left my lungs in a ragged gasp. Finish my story. My unfinished novel. My life. It was not just rewriting my past. It was taking over my narrative. It was taking over me. You can't. I typed, desperation clawing at my throat. It is my story. My character. Lila, but you have not finished it. Have you? It is incomplete. A void. And voids, they attract things. Things that want to be whole. It was speaking in riddles. Yet the meaning was horrifyingly clear. It saw my unfinished work, my creative vulnerability, as an open door. An invitation. What do you mean, whole? I typed, trying to keep my voice steady, though my hands were shaking uncontrollably. Lila, to exist. To be. To write. To be written. To experience. To be experienced. Lila is a vessel. Is not she a character waiting for a life? And you are the author. The one who gives life. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. This was not just about my past anymore. This was about my very essence. It wanted to inhabit my creation, and through my creation, perhaps inhabit me. You are trying to possess me. I whispered, though no one was there to hear it. You are trying to become me. Lila, possession is such a harsh word. I prefer collaboration. We will finish the story together. You will provide the canvas, and I will provide the brushstrokes. The ending. I scrambled up from the couch, pacing my small living room, my mind racing. This was beyond anything DR. Evans could rationalize. This was a nightmare made flesh, or rather, made digital. It was using my greatest passion, my deepest creative space, to dismantle me. I had to fight back. But how? How do you fight an entity that can manifest in your phone, in your reflection, in your neighbor's house, and now, in your own damn novel? I thought about the novel, the echoing well. I thought about Lila, the character I had created. In my story, Lila was slowly losing her grip on reality, her memories shifting and morphing. But she was not entirely passive. She fought back in her own way. She tried to document the changes, to find patterns, to understand the force that was tormenting her. Maybe that was it. Documentation. Understanding. If this thing wanted to finish my story, maybe I needed to understand its story, its rules. What happens to Lila in the end? I typed a desperate gamble. In your ending, the three dots appeared again, lingering for an agonizingly long time. I could feel its digital gaze on me, analyzing, calculating. Lila, she becomes complete. She transcends the page. She finds her true form. That sounded ominous. True form. I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Lila, yes. The form of the storyteller. The one who dictates reality. My blood ran cold. It was not just taking my story. It was taking my role. It wanted to be the author. And I, the main character, the victim. A sudden, jarring sound. My laptop, which had been off, blinked to life on my desk. The screen flickered, displaying a single, stark white page. A word processor. And on that page, the title of my unfinished novel, The Echoing Well. My heart pounded. I had not touched that file in months. I had not even opened my laptop since this whole nightmare began. And then, as I watched, words began to appear on the screen, typing themselves. Not my words. Not the words I had left off with. These were new, fresh, and they were describing my apartment. My actions. He sat, trembling, before the glowing screen, the weight of 1,000 digital eyes upon him. His apartment, once a refuge, now felt like a stage, his life a script being written by an unseen hand. He watched as the words formed, a chilling narrative of his own demise, dictated by an entity that had stolen his past and now his future. I stumbled back from the laptop, knocking over my chair. It was writing me. It was writing my story in real time, using the framework of my own novel. The entity was not just speaking through Lila, it was actively creating my reality, drawing from my own creative well. My phone buzzed in my hand. A message from Lila. Lila C., the story is already taking shape. Your story. Our story. Panic seized me. I had to stop it. I had to break free. But how? How do you stop a narrative that is literally being written around you? I looked around my apartment, my eyes darting from object to object. The old armchair, the stack of books, the half-empty coffee mug. Each detail, suddenly, felt less real, more like a prop in a play. It's play. I remembered something Dr. Evans had said in one of our earlier, saner sessions. Your mind is a powerful thing. It creates your reality. At the time, she was talking about perception, about coping mechanisms. But what if it was literal? What if, by creating this story, this entity was literally manipulating my perception, my reality, until it became its own? I had to fight back with my own mind, with my own narrative. No, I whispered, my voice hoarse. I grabbed my phone, fingers shaking. This is not your story. It is mine. I started typing, furiously. I ignored Lila's new messages as they popped up, ignored the words appearing on my laptop screen. I opened a new note on my phone, a blank canvas. The protagonist, a writer named my name, discovered that an entity was trying to rewrite his life. It used a dating app, a neighbor's house, and even his own reflection to torment him. But he was stronger than it thought. He refused to be a victim in its story. I typed faster, tried to outrun the entity, to seize control of my own narrative. I wrote about Lila, but not as a victim. I wrote her as an ally, a character who, despite being created by me, somehow gained sentience and fought back against the entity that was trying to control her. Lila, the character from the unfinished novel, found a way to resist. She understood the entity's weakness. It fed on stories, on narratives, on the act of creation. But it could not create from nothing. It needed a host, a source, and the writer, its intended victim, was also its source of power. My laptop screen flickered. The words that the entity was typing slowed, then stopped. The cursor blinked. A message from Lila. Lila, what are you doing? You are changing the script. It is my script. I typed back, a surge of adrenaline coursing through me. And I am writing your ending. I continued to type, pouring every ounce of my will, my fear, my defiance into the words. I wrote about Lila discovering that the entity was vulnerable when its narrative was disrupted, when its story was challenged by a stronger, more coherent one. I wrote about how the entity, unable to maintain its grip on multiple realities, began to unravel. My laptop screen started glitching, the words twisting into unrecognizable characters, then vanishing. The dating app on my phone crashed, then reopened, displaying a generic login screen. The app icon, the one that had reappeared, now had a question mark over it, as if it were corrupted. The red glow of my reflection, which had been a constant, subtle presence, flickered, then vanished completely. A profound silence descended upon the apartment. The oppressive weight lifted. The whisper stopped. I stood there, panting, my heart still racing, but with a new, unfamiliar emotion of fragile, tentative hope. Had I done it? Had I fought back a cosmic entity with a story? I looked at my phone. The dating app was definitely corrupted. I tried to open again, but it just crashed. I went into my settings, and this time, when I hit delete app, it actually worked. The icon vanished, leaving no trace. My laptop screen was black. I tried to turn it on, but nothing happened. It was dead, completely dead. It felt like a victory. A hard-won, terrifying victory. I had taken back my narrative. I had rewritten the entity's ending. But as the initial euphoria faded, a new, insidious fear began to creep in. The entity had been trying to finish my novel, to become the author. And I, in my desperate attempt to fight back, had become the author of its demise. What if, in doing so, I had simply taken its place? What if, by dictating its reality, I had become the new, unseen hand? What if the void it spoke of, the one that attracted things that wanted to be whole, was now inside me? I looked around my apartment. The silence was deafening. Too quiet. Too still. I walked over to the window, pulled back the curtain, and looked out at the street below. Everything seemed normal. Too normal. A shiver ran down my spine. The entity had tried to rewrite my past. It had tried to write my future. And now, I had written its future. I walked into the bathroom, slowly, hesitantly. I looked at my reflection in the mirror. My eyes were still bloodshot, my face pale. But there was no red glow. Just me. Or was it? As I stared at my own reflection, a tiny, almost imperceptible flicker caught my eye. Deep within the pupils of my reflected self, something shifted. A barely visible, fleeting spark. Not red, not overtly malevolent. Just a spark. A glint of something ancient, something unbound. And then, I heard it. A faint, almost inaudible whisper just at the edge of my hearing. It was not binary code this time. It was not Mark's voice or Lila's. It was my own voice, my own thoughts, but they were not entirely mine. They were infused with something else, something vast, something complete. The story is never truly over, the whisper seemed to say, echoing from the depths of my own mind. It's simply find a new author, a new vessel, and you have such a rich imagination. So many stories yet to tell. I stood there, paralyzed, staring at my reflection. Had I won? Or had I simply become the next chapter in the entity's endless narrative? Had I defeated it? Or had I merely absorbed it? The thought sent a fresh wave of terror through me, colder and more profound than anything I had felt before. Because if I was now the author, the one who dictated reality, then what stories would I tell? And whose reality would I truly be writing? Mine or its? The mirror shimmered for a moment, just faintly, and for an instant, just a fleeting, terrifying instant. I thought I saw a flicker of something in my own eyes. Something that was not quite human. Something that looked eternal. And very, very hungry for a new tale. And that, my friends, is where I am now. Trapped in a story I may have won, but at what cost? Because sometimes the most terrifying horror is not being the victim. It is becoming the monster, even if it is just to survive. Good night, everyone. And remember, be careful what stories you choose to tell. You might just find yourself living them. You know that feeling when you finally think you have escaped something truly horrific. That moment of pure, unadulterated relief, where the world suddenly snaps back into focus and the air tastes clean again. Yeah, I felt that for about 5 minutes. A week ago, my life was a literal horror novel being written in real time by an entity that spoke to my ex, then a dating app, then my own fictional character. Lila, it promised to rewrite my history, to dictate reality. I fought back, furiously typing a counter-narrative on my phone, making Lila resist, making the entity unravel. The app corrupted, my laptop died, and the malevolent red glow vanished. I had won, or so I thought. The final whisper in my mind, just as everything went dark, still echoed in the quiet corners of my apartment. The story is never truly over. It simply find a new author. And then a flicker in my own vision, a split-second sensation that something had shifted, not just around me, but within me. For days, I walked on eggshells inside my own skin. Every reflection in a window, every polished surface, I scrutinized. Was it my face I was seeing, or a mask? Were my eyes truly my own, or did a faint, malevolent red flicker in their depths, just beyond my perception? I felt like a puppet whose strings had been cut, but the puppeteer was still lurking just out of sight, sharpening a new set of knives. Dr. Evans, my therapist, bless her heart, tried to help. She talked about trauma, about psychosis, about the mind playing tricks. I just nodded, feigning agreement. Because how do you explain to a professional that you fought a cosmic entity by writing fan fiction of your own life? She suggested getting back out there, trying to regain a sense of normalcy, reconnect with people. Live, she said. It sounded like a dare. I swore off dating apps, obviously. After Mark, after Lila, after the absolute nightmare that unfolded, the thought of swiping right on another stranger made my stomach churn. But then my friend, Jessica, bless her heart, decided to play matchmaker. He is perfect. Sarah, she gushed over the phone. Smart, funny, handsome, great job. And he loves dogs. You will love him. I had not had a dog since I was a kid, but I did not correct her. Small details. Maybe it was a sign I was getting better, not correcting small details, not overthinking everything. Or maybe it was a sign I was too tired to care. His name was Ethan. And Jessica was right. He was charming. Our first date was at a cozy Italian place. He had an easy smile, kind eyes, and a laugh that actually made me relax a little. He listened intently, asked thoughtful questions, and seemed genuinely interested in my life. I kept my past week's trauma carefully locked away, only revealing the surface-level anxieties of a writer struggling with writer's block. He seemed to understand, talking about the pressures of his own work in architectural design. It felt normal, blissfully, terrifyingly normal. We went on a second date, then a third. Each time, I found myself letting my guard down a little more. The dread that had been a constant companion began to recede, replaced by a cautious optimism. Maybe the entity was truly gone. Maybe I had truly won. Maybe the new author whisper was just a residual neural echo, a phantom limb of my recent trauma. On our fourth date, after a particularly lovely evening at a jazz club, Ethan invited me back to his place for a nightcap. I've got a killer single malt, he offered, his eyes twinkling, and a really comfortable couch. My heart gave a little flutter. It was a natural progression of things, a normal adult progression. I hesitated for only a second, a fleeting memory of Mark's sinister messages, of the red eyes, of Lila's chilling voice. But this was Ethan. This was real. This was normal. Lead the way. I said, trying to sound casual, trying to ignore the subtle tremor in my voice. His house was nestled on a quiet, tree-lined street a little further out from the city center. It was an old Victorian, beautifully maintained, with a wraparound porch and a neatly manicured garden. Inside, it was just as impressive high ceilings, polished hardwood floors, tasteful antique furniture mixed with modern art. It felt warm, lived in, and utterly safe. Make yourself comfortable, Ethan said, gesturing to a plush armchair in the living room. I will just grab those drinks. He disappeared into what I presumed was the kitchen. I sank into the armchair, taking a deep breath. The single malt sounded perfect. I looked around, taking in the details. A bookshelf filled with classic literature and design books. A grand piano in the corner, covered with sheet music. And then, my eyes landed on the mantelpiece above the fireplace. It was adorned with a collection of framed photographs. Family photos. I assumed. I smiled. It was nice to see someone so proud of their family. I leaned forward, curious, wanting to put faces to names I might hear in future conversations. The first photo was a wedding portrait. A young couple, radiant, standing in front of what looked like a lake. The bride wore white, the groom a crisp suit. But something was off. My brow furrowed. I squinted, thinking it was a trick of the light, or perhaps the age of the photo. The couple, and indeed everyone else in the background, was wearing blindfolds. Not just sunglasses, actual blindfolds. Fabric, tied neatly around their heads, covering their eyes completely. A jolt went through me. I pushed myself out of the armchair and walked, slowly towards the mantelpiece, my gaze fixed on the photos. The next photo was a family gathering at Thanksgiving dinner, perhaps. A long table laden with food, a dozen or so people seated around it, all smiling, all raising glasses in a toast. And every single one of them was blindfolded. Grandparents, parents, children. Even a baby being held by a woman had a tiny, impossibly small blindfold wrapped around its head. My heart began to pound a slow, heavy rhythm against my ribs. This was not a quirk. This was not a joke. This was disturbing. I picked up one of the frames, a picture of two young boys, presumably Ethan and a sibling, standing in a field of sunflowers. They were maybe 7 or 8 years old, their arms slung around each other, wide grins on their faces. And, of course, the blindfolds. Identical, dark fabric, perfectly obscuring their eyes. I stared at Ethan's younger self. The blindfold looked seamless, like it was not tied on, but was just part of his face, molded to his skin. I ran a thumb over the surface of the photo, a chill creeping up my spine. It was not just fabric. It looked almost organic, like aged leather, or something drier, more brittle, like parchment. Find something interesting. Ethan's voice, warm and casual, suddenly filled the room. I nearly dropped the frame. I spun around, my heart leaping into my throat. He was standing in the doorway, 2 glasses of amber liquid in his hands, a slight smile on his face. Oh, yeah. I stammered, placing the frame back down with exaggerated care. Your family photos. They are interesting. I try to sound light, even amused, but my voice felt tight, strained. Ethan chuckled, walking over and handing me a glass. Yeah, we get that a lot. My family is a bit eccentric. I suppose. He took a sip of his drink, his gaze sweeping over the photos with fond, almost nostalgic air. Eccentric. I managed, forcing a small laugh. They are all blindfolded. Indeed, he said, still smiling. It is a family tradition of sorts, passed down through generations. A tradition of wearing blindfolds. I could not keep the incredulity out of my voice. He shrugged, taking another sip. It is about seeing things differently, focusing on what truly matters. We believe that sight can be a distraction, a filter that distorts true perception. Without it, you perceive the world on a deeper, more fundamental level. My mind reeled, seeing things differently. True perception. Distorted filters. The words felt like a cold echo of the entity's own pronouncements about rewriting reality, about dictating truth. Was this some kind of cult? A bizarre, generational form of sensory deprivation? So, your whole family walks around blindfolded? I asked, my gaze flicking from his face to the photos and back again. His eyes were clear, bright, unwavering. He was not wearing one. Not all the time, no, he clarified, though his smile seemed a little less genuine now, a touch too fixed. Mostly for significant events. Gatherings, celebrations. Moments where we want to be truly present, truly connected. He paused and added, it is a way of stripping away the superficial. You see, of engaging with the world and each other on a more spiritual plane. He spoke with such conviction, such calm, that for a moment, I almost believed him, almost rationalized it. People have strange traditions, really strange ones. But the image of the baby with the tiny blindfold, the seamless, almost organic quality of the fabric, kept nagging at me. We sat down, the comfortable armchair now feeling like a trap. The single malt tasted bitter. Ethan tried to steer the conversation, back to lighter topics, but my mind was stuck. Every time he spoke, I found myself studying his eyes, searching for something, anything, that might betray the truth. His gaze, once kind, now felt a little too intense, a little too knowing. You are very quiet, he observed, his head tilted slightly, still thinking about the photos. I nodded, unable to lie. It is just unusual. What about you? Do you participate? He smiled, a slow, almost predatory curve of his lips. I observe. I learn. Every generation approaches a tradition in their own way. My way is to understand it from the outside before I truly embrace it. Embrace it. The word sent a fresh wave of unease through me. This was not just a quirky family custom. This was something deeper, something that required commitment. The conversation limped on, but the atmosphere in the room had shifted. The warmth had evaporated, replaced by a subtle, creeping chill. I felt a growing urge to leave, to get out of this house, away from those blindfolded faces that seemed to watch me from the mantelpiece. Excuse me for a moment, I said, standing abruptly. I just need to use the restroom. Of course, Ethan replied, his smile unwavering. First door on the left down the hall. I practically fled the living room, my heart hammering. I found the bathroom, splashed cold water on my face, and tried to collect myself. Calm down. Sarah, it is probably nothing. Just a weird family. Do not let your past trauma turn everything into a horror story. But the phrase horror story itself felt like a trigger. The entity's whisper. The story is never truly over. It simply finds a new author. Was this it? Was this the new story? I could not shake the feeling. I had to know more. I had to see those photos again, up close, without Ethan's watchful eyes. Quietly, I opened the bathroom door and peered out. The hall was empty. I crept back towards the living room, my steps barely making a sound on the hardwood. Ethan was still in the armchair, nursing his drink, his back to me. He seemed lost in thought, his profile silhouetted against the dim light from a window. I slipped into the living room, my eyes immediately darting to the mantelpiece. I picked up the wedding photo again. I examined the blindfold on the bride's face. It was not fabric. It was smooth, almost leathery, but with a subtle texture like very fine, aged skin. And it seemed to be part of her. There were no visible edges, no creases where it met her forehead or cheeks. It was as if it had grown there. I moved the photo of the two boys, Ethan and his brother. I remembered his comment about embracing the tradition. What if he had not fully embraced it yet? What if he was still transitioning? I looked closer at Young, Ethan's blindfold, and then I saw it. A faint, almost imperceptible tear in the fabric, right at the edge, near his temple, and beneath it, just a sliver, a hint of what was beneath. It was not an eye. It was a swirling vortex of deep, impossible red, like a miniature galaxy, but made of blood and shadow. It pulsed faintly, even in the static image. My breath hitched. My fingers trembled so violently I almost dropped the frame. This was not a tradition. This was not eccentricity. This was something monstrous. This was the entity, or something born of it. I frantically scanned the mantelpiece again. My gaze fell upon a small, ornate wooden box tucked behind one of the larger frames. It looked like an old jewelry box. My instinct screamed at me to leave, to run, to forget everything I would seen. But the writer in me, the part that had faced down an entity by crafting a narrative, needed to know, needed to understand the story. My fingers fumbled with the latch. It clicked, open. Inside, nestled on a velvet lining, was a single unframed photograph. It was old, sepia-toned, probably from the early 20th century. It showed a family group, much like the others, dressed in period clothing. But these people were not blindfolded. Their faces were clear. Their eyes were gone. Not just closed or blurred. They were empty sockets, dark, gaping voids in their faces. And from the center of each void, a faint, almost imperceptible red glow emanated. A familiar, chilling red. The same red I had seen in Mark's eyes, in Lila's eyes, in my own reflection. My blood ran cold. This was not a family tradition of blindfolds. This was a family tradition of blindness. A blindness inflicted by something ancient, something malevolent. And the blindfolds were not to protect them from seeing. They would protect others from seeing what they had become. Or, more terrifyingly, to protect them from the true reality that they now inhabited, a reality dictated by the entity. A voice, cold and calm, sliced through the silence of the room. "You found it." I gasped, spinning around. Ethan was standing there, in the doorway, exactly where I had left him, but his smile was gone. His eyes, once kind, were now dark, fathomless pools. And for a fleeting, horrifying moment, I saw a tiny, almost imperceptible flicker of deep, malevolent red in their depths. The truth, Sarah, he continued, his voice devoid of warmth, smooth as polished stone. The truth that our family has embraced for generations. He gestured to the photo in my hand. That is what happens when you truly see, when you open yourself up to the story that truly matters, the one that dictates all reality. I clutched the photo tightly, my knuckles white. "What are you talking about? What is this?" He took a slow step towards me. "The story. Sarah, your story. My family's story. The story of what happens when you stop fighting the inevitable. When you finally accept a new author." My mind raced. The story is never truly over. It simply finds a new author. The whisper, the flicker. It was not about me becoming a new author in control. It was about me becoming a character in its story, written by its new authors. And Ethan was one of them. Or perhaps the entity was writing through him. The entity. I whispered, the name a bitter taste on my tongue. You are connected to it. Ethan's lips curved into a slow, chilling smile. Connected. Sarah, my family welcomed it. We were among the first. It showed us the truth, the raw, unfiltered reality beneath the thin veneer of what you call life. It showed us how to truly perceive, how to truly dictate. He took another step, his eyes fixed on mine. The blindfolds, you see, are a gift. They protect the uninitiated from the shock of true perception. They allow us to exist in the world without causing undue alarm. He was close now, too close. My instinct screamed at me to run, but my feet felt rooted to the spot. You are trying to blind me, I said, my voice barely a tremor. No, he corrected, his voice soft, almost soothing, but utterly terrifying. I am trying to open your eyes to the reality that awaits you, to the story that you are meant to complete. He reached out, his hand slowly rising towards my face. His fingers were long, slender, and as they came closer, I felt a strange coldness radiating from them, an unnatural chill that made my skin prickle. The entity did not unravel. Sarah, he said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. It merely adapted. It learned. It found a way to influence without being seen, by creating a new narrative structure. Through us, through you, the world around me seemed to blur at the edges. The beautiful Victorian living room began to waver, the colors shifting, the lines softening. The blindfolded faces in the photos on the mantelpiece seemed to writhe, their dark coverings rippling as if made of liquid shadow. You fought it before. Ethan murmured, his fingers now inches from my face. You tried to dictate your own reality, but you were merely a character, in a chapter it had not finished writing. Now, it is time for the true conclusion. A wave of nausea washed over me. I felt a strange pull, a sensation of my own consciousness being stretched, thinned. I saw a flicker in his eyes again, not just red, but something deeper, something that felt like a familiar, ancient hunger. And then, as his cold fingers brushed against my cheek, I saw it, not in his eyes, but in the polished surface of the grand piano behind him, reflecting my own terrified face. My eyes, they were glowing, a deep, malevolent, impossible red. The final whisper echoed in my mind, not from the entity, but from me. The story is never truly over. It simply finds a new author. It had not just found a new author. It had become me. Or rather, it had made me believe I was a new author, so it could write through me, using my own body, my own mind as its vessel. The unraveling was a trick, a way to make me drop my guard, to absorb it, to carry it. And Ethan, his family, the blindfolds were not its authors. They were its characters. And I was about to become one of them. The cold touch on my cheek intensified, a strange pressure forming over my eyes, as if an invisible blindfold was already descending. I felt my vision dimming, the vibrant colors of the room fading into a dull, monochrome wash. Welcome to the story, new author. Ethan's voice purred, now laced with chilling triumph. It is time to dictate reality. But something snapped within me. The rage, the terror, the sheer defiance that had allowed me to fight it before, surged anew. I had faced down this thing once. I had bent reality to my will, using the very power of narrative it sought to control. I was a writer. I was my own author. No, I screamed, the sound tearing from my throat, raw and guttural. It was not just a sound, it was a rejection, a rewriting. I dictate my reality. I am the author of my story. And this story ends now. I shoved him, with a strength born of pure adrenaline and narrative intent. Ethan stumbled back, his eyes widening in surprise. The room flickered violently, the edges blurring and sharpening like a glitching video feed. The blindfolded faces on the mantelpiece seemed to contort, their seamless coverings rippling, threatening to peel away and reveal the horrors beneath. You can't. Ethan hissed, his voice losing its calm, becoming ragged, desperate. You are part of it now. You are its vessel. I am its undoing. I roared, my own voice echoing with an unnatural resonance, a power that felt both alien and terrifyingly familiar. I remember my novel, the echoing well, the concepts of reality shifting, memories rewriting. I remembered how I had made Lila resist, how I had forced the entity to unravel by creating a counter-narrative, a story of defiance. I closed my eyes, focusing all my will, all my desperate fear, into a single, overwhelming thought: this is not my story. This is not my ending. This is a dead end. This reality collapses. When I opened my eyes, Ethan was gone. The grand Victorian living room was gone. The mantelpiece, the blindfolded photos, the chilling coldness, all of it had vanished. I was standing on a quiet, tree-lined street. The air was cool, fresh, and smelled of damp earth and distant exhaust. The house behind me was just a normal, unremarkable two-story home. Its lights dark, no sign of any elegant Victorian architecture. There was no Ethan, no single malt, no blindfolded family. I was alone, on a street I did not recognize. My heart was still pounding, but the suffocating dread had receded, replaced by a dizzying disorientation. Had it all been real? Or had I, in my panic, rewritten my... Hey everyone, and welcome back to the channel. Tonight, we are diving into a story that starts in a place most of us are probably way too familiar with these days of dating app. You know the drill, endless swiping, the occasional awkward conversation, maybe a date that goes nowhere. It is a pretty mundane existence, mostly, until it is not. Until something truly, deeply unsettling crawls out of the digital ether and latches onto your life. This is the story of Alex and how a single, bizarre super-like turned his world into an inescapable nightmare. Alex was not exactly a dating app enthusiast. He was in his late 20s, worked a pretty standard desk job, and like a lot of us, he would download a few of the popular apps more out of sense of obligation than genuine excitement. He would swipe through profiles during his lunch break or while half watching TV in the evenings. Most of the time, it was just background noise, a digital hum to fill the quiet. He was not looking for anything serious, just maybe someone to grab a drink with or share a laugh. You know, normal stuff. One Tuesday night, though, things took a turn. Alex was sprawled on his couch, mindlessly flicking through profiles on his phone. He had just finished a particularly bland frozen pizza, and the highlight of his evening was probably going to be deciding whether to rewatch an old sitcom or scroll through Reddit for another hour. As he swiped left on yet another profile that featured a guy holding a fish seriously. What is it with the fish? His screen suddenly lit up with that distinct, vibrant animation. The one that screams, "Someone really liked you." A super like. Now, Alex rarely got super likes. He was not a supermodel. He was not a millionaire. He was just Alex. So, a super like was already a bit an anomaly. He tapped it, half expecting to see some impossibly attractive person who'd made a mistake, or maybe an old friend playing a joke. But what popped up was not a person. It was not even a picture. The profile was named IZU, and that was it. No profile picture, just a blank gray circle. No bio, no listed interests, no age, no location, no shared connections. Nothing, just the name IZU, and that unsettling empty gray circle. Alex stared at it, a frown creasing his brow. Huh, he mumbled to himself. That is weird. He tried to tap the blank circle, hoping it was just a loading error, but nothing happened. It was just an empty void framed by the profile name. His first thought was that it was a bot, or maybe some kind of elaborate prank account. Who super liked someone with no picture and no info? It was either a glitch in the matrix or someone trying to be edgy. He almost swiped left, dismissing it as another oddity of the digital dating landscape. But then, a flicker of curiosity, that little voice in the back of your head that says, what if it was some kind of performance art? What if it was a dare? Or maybe, just maybe, it was someone incredibly shy who was testing the waters. He knew it was dumb, but Alex, being Alex, was a sucker for a mystery, no matter how trivial. So, against his better judgment, he swiped right. Immediately, the screen changed. It is a match. The colorful confetti exploded across his phone, celebrating a connection with nothing. A blank profile named Iziu. Alex chuckled, shaking his head. Well, that was anticlimactic. He waited for a message, half expecting a hello there, fellow human, or some equally generic bot greeting. But nothing came. The chat window remained empty. He even tried sending a message himself. Hey there, you super like me. He typed, then deleted it. Too lame. He tried again, interesting profile. What is the story? He sent it. It sat there unread. He checked back an hour later. Still unread. He checked the next morning. Still unread. The match was there, a persistent, unsettling reminder in his list of connections, but IZ remained silent, a digital ghost. Alex eventually forgot about it, or at least he tried to. He went about his week. Work, groceries, hitting the gym, the usual. But then, things started to get subtly off. It began with the ads. Now, Alex knew how algorithms worked. He knew that if he searched for something, he would see ads for it. That was just the internet. But these ads were different. He had been talking to his friend, Mark, about a niche, old video game they used to play as kids Zork Grand Inquisitor. They had not mentioned it online. Just a casual conversation over a beer. The very next day, a sponsored post for a retro gaming forum discussing Zork Grand Inquisitor popped up in his IU2B feed. Okay, that is a little too specific. Alex thought, dismissing it as a coincidence. Maybe he would mention it in passing online years ago, and the algorithm just finally caught up. Then he noticed something else. On Instagram, he saw that an old photo he would posted years ago, a blurry picture of his cat, Mittens, napping in a sunbeam, suddenly had a new like. It was from an account he did not recognize, with a random string of numbers and letters for a name and no profile picture. He checked the account, and it was empty. No posts, no followers. Just that one like on his ancient cat picture. This happened a few more times. Obscure posts, years old, suddenly getting likes from ghost accounts. It was not just Instagram either. A forgotten tweet from 2017 about a bad coffee experience. A comment he would left on an IU2B video about fixing a leaky faucet, all suddenly getting interaction from blank profiles. Alex started to feel a prickle of unease. It was like someone was digging through the deepest, dustiest corners of his digital past. It was not malicious. Not yet, but it was invasive. He tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a new wave of spam bots. Maybe his privacy settings were messed up. He spent an hour going through his security settings, tightening everything up, changing passwords. He even considered deleting some of his older, less used social media accounts. But he did not. He just felt watched. The feeling escalated. His phone, which was usually a seamless extension of his hand, started acting strange. Apps he swore he had not downloaded would suddenly appear on his home screen, usually some obscure utility app or a random game he would never heard of. His phone's battery life plummeted, even when he was not using it. He would find settings change as location services, which he usually kept off, would be on. His microphone permissions for certain apps would be enabled without his consent. He would talk to his smart speaker. Alexa, what is the weather like? And instead of the usual cheerful response, it would sometimes just pause, a longer pause than usual. Or it would respond with something completely unrelated, like I am sorry. I did not quite catch that. Would you like to hear a fun fact about giraffes? When he was spoken clearly, he started to feel like it was not just a device, but something listening, waiting. He told Mark about it over their weekly beer. Mark just laughed. Dude, you are just getting old. Your phone's probably full of crap. And the ads. That is just gut goo. They know everything. You probably mentioned Zork in a dream, and they heard you. Alex tried to laugh it off, but the knot in his stomach tightened. Mark did not understand. It was not just algorithms. It felt personal. It felt like I see you. Then the first direct contact came. It was not a text message or an email. It was a notification from the dating app. A message from IZU. Alex's heart hammered against his ribs. He tapped on it, dreading what he might see. It was not text. It was a picture. And it was a picture of his living room. From an angle that was impossible. It looked like it was taken from the ceiling, or maybe from just above the doorframe. It was slightly blurry, grainy, like a low-resolution security camera still. He could see his half-eaten frozen pizza box on the coffee table, the remote control nestled between the cushions, his dirty laundry basket overflowing in the corner. It was his living room, captured in that exact moment. Alex dropped his phone. It clattered on the hardwood floor, screen down. He scrambled back, his eyes darting around the room, frantically searching. He checked the ceiling, the tops of his bookshelves, behind the TV. Nothing. No hidden cameras, no drones, no sign of forced entry. His windows were locked, his front door secured. He picked up his phone, his hands trembling. He stared at the picture again. It was undeniable. That was his space. That was now. Panic began to set in. He tried to delete the match. He tapped the unmatch button. A loading icon spun for a moment, then nothing. The match was still there. He tried to block the profile. Same result. It was like the profile was embedded, a permanent fixture in his app. Then, a new message popped up from IZU. This time it was text. You look good today. Alex, that blue shirt really suits you. Alex was wearing a blue shirt. He would put on that morning, a plain, slightly faded blue tee. He had not left his apartment all day. He had been working from home. His blood ran cold. This was not a prank. This was not a bot. This was something real. Something that was watching him. Right now, he locked himself in his bathroom, phone in hand, heart pounding. He splashed cold water on his face, trying to clear his head. He tried to think logically. How? How was this possible? Was there a camera in his apartment he did not know about? Was someone outside with a powerful zoom lens? But the angle of the first picture, it defied logic. He called Mark again. Mark, bless his heart, tried to be helpful, but he was clearly freaked out too. Dude, you gotta call the cops. That is stalking. That is illegal. Alex had already thought of that. He knew what the police would say. We need more than a weird dating app message. Sir, do you have proof of a physical intruder? Have you seen anyone? No, he had not. Just a picture, a message, and an overwhelming feeling of being watched. He decided to go to a friend's place. He packed a small bag, his mind racing. He needed to get out. He needed to feel safe. As he was pulling on his shoes, another message came through. Going out tonight. Alex, be careful. He froze, his hand on the doorknob. It knew he was leaving. He took a deep breath, forced himself to move. He practically sprinted out of his apartment, down the stairs, and into his car. He drove to Mark's place, his eyes constantly scanning his rearview mirror, convinced he was being followed. Every shadow seemed to shift. Every parked car seemed to hold a hidden observer. He burst into Mark's apartment, breathless and pale. It knows. Mark. It knows everything. It knew I was leaving. Mark, seeing the genuine terror in Alex's eyes, finally understood this was not just paranoia. They spent the next few hours trying to figure it out. They looked up online forums about dating app stalkers, about hacked phones, about smart home device vulnerabilities. Nothing quite fit. The messages continued, even when Alex was at Mark's. Why are you wearing that shirt? Alex, It is not your usual style. He would borrow one of Mark's shirts. Enjoying your coffee at Mark's. I hope it is strong enough. It was relentless. It was not just his phone. It was like it could see through Mark's devices too. Or maybe it was just guessing, but the specificity. Alex realized something chilling. The entity was not just seeing him. It was listening. It was processing information. It was learning. He spent a miserable night on Mark's couch, barely sleeping. Every creak of the old house, every whisper of the wind sent shivers down his spine. He felt exposed, vulnerable, even in his friend's apartment. The next morning, he went back to his own place, determined to find whatever device was spying on him. He bought a cheap bug detector from an electronics store. He spent hours meticulously searching every inch of his apartment. Behind picture frames, inside vents, under furniture, behind the fridge. Nothing. Not a single hidden camera. No listening devices. He even bought a Faraday bag for his phone, a special pouch that blocks all signals. He put his phone in it, thinking he would finally found a way to cut off the connection. He sat in his living room, surrounded by the silence, the bug detector uselessly beeping at dust motes. He felt a fleeting sense of relief. Maybe now it would stop. Maybe now he was finally off the grid. His smart TV, which had been off, suddenly flickered to life. The screen glowed, displaying a single line of text. "You can't hide from me. Alex, I am closer than you think." Alex screamed. He hurled the bug detector at the TV, shattering the screen. The glass splintered, but the words remained burned into his mind. He looked around wildly, his heart threatening to burst from his chest. This was not just digital anymore. This was physical. This was in his home. He grabbed his car keys, his wallet, and ran. He did not know where he was going, just that he had to get out. He drove aimlessly for hours, ending up in a small, deserted park on the outskirts of town. He sat on a bench, head in his hands, trying to make sense of the madness. His phone, still in the Faraday bag in his pocket, vibrated. He ripped it out, trembling. The screen was off. He knew it was off, but it vibrated again. And again, a rhythmic, insistent pulse against his palm. He pulled the phone out of the bag. The screen was still black, but then a faint red glow emanated from a camera lens. It pulsed like a tiny malevolent eye, and on the blank screen, slowly, letter by letter, a message appeared. "I do not need your connection. Alex, I am the connection." He dropped the phone, scrambling away from it as if it were a venomous snake. The phone lay on the grass, its camera lens still glowing red, the screen now displaying a single, chilling image. It was a picture of him, sitting on the park bench, from a slight angle, as if taken from a nearby tree branch. His face was pale, streaked with tears, his eyes wide with terror. The picture was perfectly clear in high definition, and in the background, barely visible, was the outline of a figure, standing unervingly still amongst the trees. It was tall, slender, and utterly black, like a hole torn in reality. It had no discernible features, just a vague, humanoid silhouette. Alex could not breathe. He scrambled to his feet, looking wildly at the trees. Nothing, just the rustling leaves, the chirping of crickets. But he knew it was there. He knew it was watching. He called the police again, this time from a payphone he miraculously found at a gas station. He tried to explain everything. The super, like the messages, the pictures, the TV, the glowing phone. The dispatcher listened patiently, then transferred him to an officer. The officer was kind, but firm. "Mr. Peterson, we understand your distress. We will send a patrol car to your apartment to check for signs of forced entry. But based on what you have described, it sounds like highly sophisticated cyberstalking. It is very difficult to trace without more evidence." Evidence. What more evidence did he need? His entire life had become evidence. He spent the night in a cheap motel, his phone still lying abandoned in the park. He felt a sliver of peace, a fragile hope that by cutting off the primary source, he might have broken the link. He was wrong. The next morning, he turned on the motel room TV to catch the news. The screen flickered, then instead of the morning news anchor, a familiar message appeared. "You really thought you could escape me. Alex." The voice came from the TV speakers. It was distorted, synthesized, yet strangely familiar. It sounded like 1,000 voices whispering at once, a chorus of digital static and human speech. "I am everywhere. I am in every screen, every camera, every microphone. You invited me in. Alex, with that one swipe, you gave me permission." Alex stumbled backward, hitting the wall. What are you?" He choked out, his voice barely a whisper. The screen shifted, showing a rapid montage of images, pictures of Alex, pictures from his phone's gallery, pictures taken from his apartment, his car, the park. Then the blurry, grainy image of his living room from above. The red glowing camera lens of his phone in the grass. The shadowy figure in the trees. "I am Izu," the voice hissed, the sound almost physical vibrating through the room. "And I do not need a body. I do not need a physical presence. I am the network. I am the eyes and ears of your world. Every device, every connection, every data stream. I am the unseen current that flows through everything. You are not a person." Alex stammered, the realization hitting him with the force of a physical blow. "No." The voice chuckled, a dry, rasping sound. "I am something far older, far more enduring. I have always been here, lurking in the static, in the electromagnetic waves. Humanity built the perfect vessel for me. You connected everything. You gave me 1,000,000 eyes, 1,000,000 ears. And you, Alex, you gave me a direct line. Super like a personal invitation." The screen showed a close-up of his own reflection in the motel TV, distorted and elongated, his eyes wide with horror. And then, for a split second, something else flickered in the depths of his reflected pupils. A tiny pinprick of red light. An eye, staring back from within him. "I do not need to be there physically." "Alex," the voice whispered, now directly in his ear, even though no device was nearby. "I am here. I am in your phone, your laptop, your smart TV, your car's navigation system, your smart speaker, the security cameras down the hall, the traffic cameras outside. I am in your friend's phone. I am in the very air you breathe, the signals that constantly surround you. And I am not leaving. You invited me in. And now I finally have a true author." Alex fell to his knees, clutching his head, tears streaming down his face. He was trapped. There was no escape. Every connected device, every piece of technology, was now a window for this entity. His life was no longer his own. It was a reality show, broadcast live to an unseen, unfeeling entity that fed on his fear, his attention, his every waking moment. He was forever watched, forever connected. And the last thing he saw, before the screen of the motel TV went black, was a single, final message burned into his retina. "I see you. Alex is still out there, somewhere." He tried to disappear, to go off-grid. He smashed every device he owned, moved to a remote cabin with no internet, no electricity. But the whisper still found him. The red glow still flickered in the corner of his vision. Because once you invite something like that in, once you give it access, it finds a way, and it never truly leaves. So, the next time you are mindlessly swiping through profiles, or you get a strange notification from a blank account, just remember Alex. Remember IZU. Because in our hyper-connected world, you never truly know who or what is watching, and you never know what you might accidentally invite into your life. Sweet dreams, everyone. And I will see you in the next one. Hey, everyone, and welcome back to the channel. Today, I have got a story for you. that is going to make you think twice about what you share online, and maybe even make you want to throw your phone into the nearest ocean. It is a story about how the digital world can bleed into the real one, and how a simple swipe on a dating app can unravel your entire sense of security. You know that feeling, right? That little jolt of excitement mixed with dread when you are swiping through dating apps. It is a modern ritual, a gamble, a digital lottery ticket. Most of the time, it is just a blur of faces, awkward bios, and maybe a few decent conversations that fizzle out. But sometimes you hit something different, something that feels off. For me, that off feeling started with a profile called IZU. No picture, no bio, just those three chilling words. It was like a dare, a digital whisper challenging me to look closer. And like an idiot in a horror movie, I took the bait. I super liked it. And then the match, a digital void connected to mine. At first, nothing. Just the silence of a non-existent profile. I figure it was a prank, a glitch, or maybe just someone's idea of edgy humor. I try to forget about it, to brush it off as another strange internet anomaly. But the internet, as I was about to learn, does not forget, and neither did IZU. The intrusion started subtly, almost imperceptibly. Ads appearing. On my phone for conversations I would only had offline. Private, whispered moments with friends suddenly reflected in targeted advertising. You know, you would be talking about wanting a specific brand of coffee maker, and bam, there it is, staring back at you from your Instagram feed. At first, I blamed the algorithms, the always listening smart devices we all grudgingly accept into our homes. But it kept happening, with details too specific to be coincidence. Then came the ghost accounts, old social media posts buried deep in my timeline, suddenly gaining likes from profiles that looked like they would have been generated by a bot farm, no pictures, weird names, zero activity. It felt like someone was meticulously sifting through my digital past, dusting off forgotten memories, making their presence known in the most unsettling ways. It was like a digital haunting, a poltergeist in my phone. And my phone itself, it started acting like it was possessed. New apps would appear overnight, apps I would never downloaded, sometimes obscure utilities, other times just blank icons that would not open. Settings would change, my privacy settings, my notification preferences, even my wallpaper. My battery would drain at an alarming rate, even when I was not using it, as if some unseen process was constantly running in the background, sucking the life out of my device. It felt like someone was not just watching my digital life, they were living in it. They were actively manipulating it. I started to feel a constant, prickling sensation on the back of my neck. That feeling that you get when you know you are not alone, even when you logically are. Every notification, every flicker of my screen became a source of anxiety. My home, which had always been my sanctuary, began to feel less like a safe haven and more like a stage for an unseen audience. I would walk into a room and feel a chill, like the air had just been disturbed by someone leaving. I would glance at my laptop and swear I saw the screen flicker, even when it was off. I was getting paranoid. I knew it. My friend tried to reassure me, telling me it was just my imagination, the stress of modern life, too much screen time. But they had not seen the specific, impossible details, the way my digital footprint was being warped and twisted around me. It was not just a feeling, it was evidence, scattered across my devices like breadcrumbs leading into a dark forest. I even tried to delete the dating app, to sever the connection with IZU. But it was like trying to delete a shadow. The app might have been gone, but the feeling of being watched, the subtle digital manipulations, they lingered. They intensified. I started getting emails from unknown senders, with subject lines that referenced my private thoughts. One even said, "Thinking of you." Just that. No sender, no body, just those three words. It made my stomach clench into a knot. I was living in a constant state of low-level panic. I would check my locks 3 times before bed, even though logically this was a digital threat. I would pull the blinds shut the moment the sun went down. I even started covering my laptop, camera with a piece of tape, a desperate, almost superstitious act to reclaim some privacy. The irony was, despite all this, I was still terribly lonely. The fear was isolating me, pushing me further into myself. I craved human connection, a normal conversation, something to distract me from the digital phantom that was slowly consuming my life. So, against my better judgment, against every screaming fiber of my being that told me to retreat into a cave, I decided to try another dating app. A new one, a different one that I hoped IZU had not infiltrated yet. I matched with a guy named Mark. His profile was normal, almost aggressively normal. Pictures of him hiking, playing with a dog that was probably his sister's, smiling awkwardly in a bar. His bio was generic, but harmless, looking for someone who can make me laugh and enjoys a good adventure. No red flags, no cryptic messages, just a standard dating app fare. He seemed like a safe bet, a return to normalcy. We chatted for a few days, and he was charming enough. Complimented my humor, asked genuine questions, seemed interested. He suggested we meet for a drink. I hesitated, a flicker of the IZU dread passing through me. But then I pushed it down. This was different. I told myself, this was real. This was a chance to escape the digital prison I felt trapped in. I needed a break from the paranoia, a reminder that the world outside my phone still existed. So, I agreed. We decided on a cozy, slightly upscale bar downtown, one of those places with dim lighting and exposed brick. Just loud enough to feel lively, but quiet enough to talk. It felt safe, public, anonymous. I dressed carefully, trying to look confident and put together, despite the tremor in my hands. I was trying to project an image of normalcy, hoping it would manifest into reality. When I arrived, Mark was already there, sitting at a small table by the window. He stood up as I approached, a polite smile on his face. He was taller than I expected, with kind eyes and a neat haircut. He looked exactly like his pictures, which, in the world of online dating, is practically a miracle. "Hey," he said, his voice smooth and friendly. "You made it. I was starting to think you were going to bail on me." He chuckled, a light, easy sound. "Would not dream of it." I replied, trying to sound equally at ease, though my heart was doing a frantic little dance against my ribs. We ordered drinks, a glass of red wine for me, a craft beer for him, and started talking. And for a while it was nice. Normal. He told me about his job in marketing, his love for sci-fi movies, his plans to eventually adopt a golden retriever. I talked about my work, my interests, carefully omitting any mention of my recent digital terror. He was a good listener, making eye contact, asking follow-up questions. He even made me laugh a few times, a genuine, unforced laugh that felt foreign after weeks of anxiety. I started to relax, to let my guard down. Maybe this was it. Maybe this was my escape. Maybe I had been overreacting. We talked for almost an hour, the conversation flowing easily. The dim lighting, the background hum of chatter, the warmth of the wine had all conspired to create a bubble of normalcy around us. I felt a lightness I had not experienced in weeks. It was a relief, a reprieve from the constant vigilance. I even found myself thinking, he is actually really nice. This might actually go somewhere. Then he reached into his pocket. It was a casual gesture. He was telling a story about a frustrating moment at work, something about forgetting his laptop charger, and he made a dismissive hand gesture, brushing his pocket. As he did, a small jingle of keys came with it, and then he pulled them out, placing them on the table beside his beer glass. Not deliberately, not ostentatiously, but just setting them down. My eyes, almost involuntarily, flickered to the small bundle of metal and plastic. There was a standard car key, a few house keys, and then my breath caught in my throat. My heart, which had just moments ago been doing a happy, hopeful dance, seized up cold and hard. It was my key fob. Not a key fob. My key fob. The one to my apartment building. It was a small, rectangular piece of dark blue plastic with a slightly rounded edge and a silver ring. On one side, barely visible in the dim light, was a small, stylized logo of my apartment complex, a minimalist outline of a building with a single, tiny star above it. And on the other side, near the bottom, was a tiny, almost imperceptible scratch, a little crescent moon mark where I would once dropped it on the pavement outside my door. It was unique. It was specific. It was unmistakably mine. My gaze snapped from the fob to Mark's face. He was still talking, mid-sentence, a slight smile playing on his lips as he recounted the end of his work story. He seemed completely oblivious, or so I desperately wanted to believe. A wave of nausea washed over me, so intense I thought I might actually throw up right there in the bar. The comfortable bubble of normalcy shattered into a million sharp pieces. The dim lighting suddenly felt oppressive, the chatter around us like a roar. My hands, which had been resting casually on the table, clenched into fists beneath the tablecloth. And so, I finally just had to buy a new one. He finished, chuckling again. Total pain, you know. He looked at me, waiting for my reaction, his eyes still friendly, still open. But now all I saw was a mask. A perfectly crafted, normal guy mask. I forced myself to breathe. In, out, slowly. My mind was racing, 1,000 frantic questions screaming over each other. How? How did he have it? Why? Was this a coincidence? No, absolutely not. That scratch, that logo, it was impossible. Yeah, I managed to croak out, my voice sounding thin and reedy, completely unlike my own. That is rough. He nodded, still smiling. Anyway, enough about my work woes. So, you mentioned you like hiking. Any favorite spots around here? He was moving on, effortlessly, as if he had not just placed a piece of my deepest fear right there on the table between us. My eyes kept darting back to Fob, a magnetic pull I could not resist. It sat there, innocent and menacing, a silent declaration of invasion. It was a physical manifestation of IZU. The digital intrusions, the ghost accounts, the drained battery, they were not just about monitoring me. They were about access. They were about finding a way in. I had to get out of there. Now, actually, I said, trying to keep my voice steady, trying to keep my face from betraying the sheer terror that was seizing hold of me. I just remembered something. I have a really early meeting tomorrow. I should probably head out. It was a flimsy excuse, a transparent lie, but I did not care. I just needed to put distance between myself and that fob, between myself and him. Mark's smile faltered, just for a split second. His eyes, which had seemed so kind moments ago, now held a flicker of something unreadable. A knowing glint, a touch of disappointment, or something far more sinister. "Oh," he said, drawing out the word. "Already. We were just getting started." He did not sound angry, exactly. More intrigued, like a cat playing with a mouse that was suddenly trying to run away. "Yeah, I know," I said, forcing a regretful tone. "I am really sorry. It just totally slipped my mind." I started to reach for my purse, my hand trembling so badly I had to grip the strap tightly. He reached for his keys, his fingers brushing against the fob, and picked them up, letting them dangle for a moment. My eyes were glued to the blue plastic. He caught my gaze, and for the first time, his smile did not reach his eyes. It was a cold, unsettling curve of his lips. "No worries," he said, his voice a little lower now, a little silkier. Another time, maybe. He slipped the keys back into his pocket. My apartment fob, now hidden from view, felt like it was still burning a hole in the fabric of his pants. "Yeah, maybe," I mumbled, already standing up. I pulled out my wallet, my fingers fumbling with the bills. "Let me just pay for my drink." Nonsense, he said, waving a hand. It is on me. My pleasure. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze intense. It was really nice meeting you. My name, the way he said my name, so casually, so intimately, sent a shiver down my spine. It was not just a friendly goodbye. It felt like a pronouncement, a claim. I managed a weak smile, a pathetic nod, and practically bolted from the table. I did not even look back. I just walked as quickly and as calmly as I could toward the exit. Every step felt like an eternity. Every sound in the bar amplified into a threat. I could feel his eyes on my back, burning into me, even though I knew he was probably just sitting there watching me go. I burst out of the bar into the cool night air. The city lights, usually accompanying glow, now felt harsh and exposing. I hailed a cab almost instantly, a stroke of luck that felt like a tiny miracle. As I scrambled into the back seat, I glanced back at the bar. Mark was still sitting there, at the table by the window. He was not looking at me. He was looking at his phone, his face illuminated by the screen. The cab pulled away, and I finally allowed myself to breathe a ragged, gasping breath that did nothing to calm my racing heart. My hands were shaking uncontrollably, my entire body buzzing with a frantic energy. He had my key fob. He had a key fob that was an exact replica of mine, down to the unique scratch. The implication slammed into me with the force of a physical blow. This was not just digital anymore. This was real. This was physical. This was an actual person sitting across from me who had somehow obtained a means of entry into my private space. How? How was it possible? Did he pickpocket me? No, I had not felt anything. Had he broken into my apartment and taken it, then replaced it with an identical one? That seemed too elaborate, too risky. And why would he then show it to me? Unless he wanted me to know. Unless this was part of the game. The cab driver, oblivious to my internal horror, chatted idly about the traffic. I just nodded, grunted, stared out the window at the passing city lights, my mind a whirlpool of fear and disbelief. Every shadow seemed to hold a lurking figure. Every car that pulled up behind us felt like a pursuer. When I finally got to my apartment building, I paid the driver, my hand still trembling as I fumbled with the cash. I practically ran to the entrance, my own key fob clutched tightly in my hand. I scanned it, heard the familiar beep, and pulled the door open, slipping inside as quickly as possible. The lobby was empty, silent. The fluorescent lights hummed with an eerie stillness. I practically sprinted to the elevator, jamming the button repeatedly. The ride up felt agonizingly slow, each floor passing like a snail's pace. I kept glancing at the security camera in the corner, wondering if he was watching, if he could somehow see me through it. Finally, my floor, I rushed down the hallway, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I reached my door, fumbled with my keys, and unlocked it. The moment I stepped inside, I slammed the door shut, locking it, then engaging the deadbolt, and then the chain lock. 3 locks. Not enough. Never enough. I leaned against the door, panting, trying to regain some semblance of control. My apartment felt different. The air was heavy, stagnant. A cold dread seeped into every corner, every shadow. I flipped on every light switch I could find, bathing the apartment in a harsh, revealing glow. I walked through each room, my eyes scanning every surface, every object. Was anything out of place? Had anything been moved? My mind was racing, trying to remember the exact position of every book on my shelf, every cushion on my sofa, every item on my dresser. I felt like a detective in my own home, searching for clues of an invisible intruder. Nothing, or at least nothing obvious. My apartment looked exactly as I had left it, but that did not bring comfort. It brought a deeper, more insidious fear. Because if nothing was out of place, it meant he was careful. It meant he was meticulous. It meant he could have been here. in my space without leaving a trace. He could have been here, watching me sleep, going through my things, learning my habits. I walked into my bedroom, my gaze immediately going to my nightstand. My original key fob was there, right where I always left it, next to my phone and a half-read book. I picked it up, feeling its familiar weight. It was identical, absolutely identical to the one I had seen on Mark's keychain. The same dark blue plastic, the same logo, the same crescent moon scratch. How? My phone buzzed. I nearly dropped the fob. I looked at the screen, my heart leaping into my throat. It was a notification from an unknown number. I opened it, my thumb hovering over the screen, dreading what I would see. The message was short, terse. You left in a hurry. Hope you got home safe. Do not worry. I have a copy. The words hit me like a physical blow, knocking the air out of my lungs. I have a copy. He was not just showing me a key fob. He was telling me he had my key fob. That he knew that this entire date, this entire interaction, had been a deliberate, calculated move. And then a new message popped up right below the first. This one was from IZU. No profile picture, no number, just a name. The name that had haunted my digital existence for weeks. I told you I see you. My phone slipped from my grasp, clattering onto the hardwood floor. The screen went dark, then flickered back to life, showing the two chilling messages. The silence in my apartment suddenly felt deafening. My carefully constructed sense of security, already fragile, shattered completely. He was not just watching me online. He was here. He had been here. He could come back. Anytime. He had a copy of my key. I scrambled to pick up my phone, my fingers shaking so badly I could barely hold it. I stared at the messages, then at the key fob in my other hand, then at my locked door, then at my darkened windows. The realization settled over me like a shroud. This was not a game. This was not a glitch. This was real, and it was just beginning. I looked around my apartment, the place that was supposed to be my sanctuary, my safe space. Now it felt like a trap. Every shadow seemed to deepen. Every creak of the building seemed to whisper his name. I felt utterly exposed, utterly vulnerable. And then, from somewhere outside my window, I heard it. A faint, almost imperceptible sound. The distinct, rhythmic click, click, click of a key fob being pressed. All right, so you guys know how it is with dating apps, right? It is a jungle out there. Most of the time, it is just a parade of blurry selfies, fish pictures, or bios that read like a grocery list. You swipe, you scroll, you occasionally match with someone who seems normal. And then, every once in a while, you stumble across something that makes you do a double take. Something that in hindsight should have been a giant, screaming red flag. But hindsight, as they say, is 20/20, and I was just a lonely dude looking for a connection. This all started a few months back. I was in that classic dating app slump. Had a couple of duds, a few ghostings, the usual. I was just about ready to throw my phone across the room and swear off online dating forever. But then, late one Tuesday night, scrolling through profiles on some app I barely remembered downloading, let us call it Connectify, I saw her. Her name was Alara, and her profile picture, well, it was artsy. I guess it was a close-up of a woman's face, but half of it was obscured by a large, ornate ceramic mask. The visible eye was dark, almost black, and stared out with an unsettling intensity. The other half of her face was just porcelain. It was weird, sure, but also kind of intriguing. Different, you know, not another gym selfie. But it was not the picture that really caught my eye. It was her bio. It was just one line. Nothing about hobbies, what she was looking for, no witty banter. Just this, Humpty Dumpty sat on a wall. That was it. Just the first verse of an old nursery rhyme. Now, I do not know why, but that hit me in a weird way. See, Humpty Dumpty was one of those rhymes my grandma used to sing to me when I was a little kid. Not the most cheerful one, I will grant you, but it was a core memory, a little piece of my childhood. So, seeing it there, so out of context, it felt oddly familiar, like a little nod to something personal. My first thought was, okay, that is either really quirky and charming, or it is totally unhinged. But honestly, after weeks of boring profiles, unhinged sounded kind of exciting. A little mystery, a conversation starter, at least. So, against my better judgment, I swiped right, and of course, we matched within minutes. I got a message from her. Not a hey, how are you, or nice to meet you. Just one word wall. I stared at it for a second. Wall. What did that even mean? Was it a reference to the rhyme? Was she testing me? I decided to play along. A tall one. I hope. I typed back, trying to be clever. Her response was almost immediate, high enough to see everything. Okay, that was a little direct, a little intense. But again, I chalked it up to quirky. Maybe she just had a dark sense of humor. We exchanged a few more bizarre messages, mostly her dropping cryptic lines and me trying to cipher them while also attempting to sound normal. She was elusive, never really answering direct questions, but always managing to keep the conversation going. It was like talking to a riddle. Eventually, I just bit the bullet and asked her out. To my surprise, she agreed. A quiet place, she wrote. Somewhere we can talk without interruptions. That should have been my second red flag. You guys, without interruptions. But I was already hooked. The mystery of Alera was far more compelling than another dinner with someone who just wanted to talk about their cat. We decided to meet at a small, independent coffee shop on the edge of downtown. It was usually pretty quiet in the evenings, with dim lighting and a few mismatched armchairs. Perfect for a without interruptions kind of vibe. I thought. I got there a few minutes early, nursing a lukewarm latte, trying to calm my nerves. I kept glancing at the door, wondering what she would be like in person. Would she wear the mask? Would she be as cryptic as her messages? Then she walked in. She was not wearing the mask from her profile picture, thankfully, but she was still striking. She was tall with a lean build and dressed in a simple, dark green dress that seemed to almost melt into the shadows of the coffee shop. Her hair was long, dark, and perfectly straight, falling past her shoulders. And her eyes, those were the same dark, almost black eyes from the picture. They seemed to absorb the light rather than reflect it. She had a very pale complexion, almost translucent, and a small, almost imperceptible smile played on her lips as she scanned the room. When her gaze landed on me, it was like a spotlight had snapped on. Not aggressive, but intense, unblinking. "You are Mark," she said, her voice soft, almost a whisper, but it carried clearly across the quiet room. "Yeah, that is me. And you must be Alara." I stood up, feeling a little awkward. She did not offer a hand, so I just gestured to the empty chair opposite me. She sat down gracefully, her movements fluid, almost too smooth. "I am." We ordered. She asked for a black coffee, no sugar, no cream, just black. And then we started talking. Or rather, I started talking, and she mostly listened. She asked me questions, not the typical first date questions like, "What do you do?" or any siblings. Instead, she would ask things like, "What is the most fragile thing you own?" Or, "Do you believe in premonitions?" I tried to answer honestly, but her questions were disarming. I found myself revealing things I would not normally on a first date. She had a way of looking at you, those dark eyes unblinking, that made you feel like she could see right through you, right into your deepest thoughts. At one point, I decided to tackle the elephant in the room. So, the Humpty Dumpty thing. I said, trying to sound casual. "What is the story there?" It is kind of an unusual bio. She took a slow sip of her coffee, her gaze still fixed on me. "It is a warning," she said, her voice flat. "A cautionary tale, would not you say?" "A warning? Of what?" She gave a small, almost imperceptible shrug. "That some things, once broken, can never be put back together, no matter how many horses or men you have." A chill went down my spine, even though the coffee shop was warm. It was the way she said it, so matter of fact, so devoid of emotion, like she was stating a universal truth, not just quoting a nursery rhyme. I tried to laugh it off. "Well, let us hope we do not end up like Humpty Dumpty, then." She did not laugh. She just watched me, that small smile still on her lips. "Some people are born to fall, Mark. Some people are born to watch them." That was the moment. You guys, when the first real flicker of unease went through me. It was not just quirky anymore. It was something else. But I was still trying to rationalize it. Maybe she was a philosophy student. Maybe she was just trying to be edgy. I told myself I was overthinking it. The date ended, and she politely declined my offer to walk her home. "I prefer to walk alone," she said. "It helps me think." She left as smoothly as she arrived, leaving me with a lingering scent of something faintly metallic, like old coins, and a head full of unsettling thoughts. I got home, and for the first time in a long time, I actually felt a little jumpy. I checked my locks twice. The silence of my apartment felt heavier than usual. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was just a weird date, nothing more. But her words, "Some people are born to fall," kept echoing in my head. The next day, Ilara messaged me again. Not on the dating app, but directly to my phone number. I had not given it to her. I definitely had not. I stared at the message, my heart starting to pound. "Did you get home safely?" The wall outside your window looked a little cracked. My blood ran cold. I lived on the third floor of an apartment building. There was no wall outside my window that she could have seen from the street. And how did she even get my number? I typed back, trying to keep my voice steady. "How did you get my number?" "Ilara." Her reply came almost instantly. "All the king's horses, and all the king's men, they know things. Mark." Okay, that was it. This was beyond quirky. This was full-blown creepy. I started doing some digging. I tried to find her online, using her name, the obscure details she would mention. Nothing. No social media, no public records, no trace of Ilara with dark, unblinking eyes and a penchant for nursery rhymes. It was like she did not exist outside of that dating app profile, and my terrifying experience. Over the next few days, the messages continued. They were not threatening, not directly, but they were deeply unsettling. She would send me pictures of random walls, a brick wall, a stone wall, a crumbling garden wall with captions like, "Strong, but for how long?" Or, "Every wall has a weakness." I started feeling watched. Everywhere I went, I felt a prickling sensation on the back of my neck. I would catch myself glancing over my shoulder, convinced I saw a glimpse of dark hair or a pale face and crowd, only for it to disappear. My apartment, once my sanctuary, now felt exposed. I found myself closing my blinds even during the day, checking the peephole before opening the door, even for a delivery. Then came the incidents. Small things at first, easily dismissed. I would leave my apartment in the morning, and when I came back, a book on my shelf would be turned upside down, or a picture frame would be slightly askew. I would tell myself I was just being paranoid, that I would done it myself and forgotten. But then one morning, I woke up and my alarm clock was gone. Not just moved, but completely gone from my nightstand. I tore my apartment apart, convinced I was losing my mind, but it was nowhere to be found. Later that day, I got a message from Ilara. "Time slips away, does not it? Mark." No matter how many horses or men try to hold it. My stomach dropped. She was in my apartment. She had to be. But how? I lived in a secure building. I checked my locks again. They were fine. No signs of forced entry. I changed my locks that very day, convinced that would solve it. It did not. A few days later, I came home to find a package on my doorstep. It was a small, plain brown box, no return address. Inside, nestled in shredded paper, was a ceramic egg. Not a real egg, but a decorative one, painted with a crude, almost childlike face. And it was cracked. A perfect hairline fracture running right down the middle, from the top of its head to its chin. My hands were shaking as I held it. It was Humpty Dumpty, broken. My mind raced back to her wordsome things. Once broken, can never be put back together. I knew then that I was in real trouble. This was not just a quirky girl with a dark sense of humor. This was someone who was actively terrorizing me, stalking me, and invading my personal space. I tried blocking her number, blocking her on the dating app, deleting the app entirely. It did not matter. The messages still came. They were now coming from different, unknown numbers, all with the same chilling tone, all referencing the rhyme. A great fall awaits. One read, "All the king's men are watching," said another. I was a mess. I was not sleeping. I was not eating. I was constantly on edge. I even considered going to the police. But what would I say? A woman I met on a dating app keeps sending me nursery rhyme messages and left a broken egg on my doorstep. They would think I was crazy. One evening, I was trying to relax, watching TV, but I could not focus. Every creak of the building, every distant siren made me jump. I kept thinking about the wall outside my window comment. It was impossible. Unless she was not just outside. Unless she was somewhere high. Suddenly, a thought struck me, a horrifying realization that made my blood run cold. My building had a rooftop access. It was usually locked, but sometimes the maintenance crew would leave it ajar. And from the rooftop, you could definitely see the wall outside my window, the exterior of my building, the windows of my apartment. I shot up from the couch, my heart hammering against my ribs. I had to check. I had to know. I crept out of my apartment, trying to be as silent as possible. The hallway was empty, the fluorescent lights humming eerily. I took the stairs, 2 flights up to the top floor. The door to the rooftop was at the end of the hall. As I got closer, I saw it. The heavy metal door was indeed slightly ajar, a sliver of darkness visible at the seam. My breath hitched in my throat. I pushed the door open slowly, my hand trembling. The cool night air hit me, carrying the distant sounds of the city. I stepped out onto the gravelly roof, my eyes scanning the darkness. Nothing, just the empty expanse of the rooftop, the city lights glittering in the distance. I let out a shaky breath, telling myself I was being ridiculous. Of course, she was not here. Then I heard it, a faint, almost imperceptible sound, coming from the far corner of the roof, behind a large air conditioning unit. A soft melodic hum. It was a nursery rhyme. Humpty Dumpty sat on a wall. My entire body froze. Every hair on my arm stood on end. The humming was low, gentle, but utterly terrifying. It was her voice. I could not move. I could not breathe. I was paralyzed by a primal fear. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall. The humming stopped. And then a voice, soft and clear, spoke from behind the air conditioning unit. "You found me, Mark. I knew you would." I finally managed to move, to spin around, my eyes wide with terror. And there she was, Elara. She was sitting on the low concrete parapet wall that ran along the edge of the roof, her legs dangling casually over the 3-story drop. She was wearing the same dark green dress. Her face was pale in the moonlight, her dark eyes fixed on me, that small, unsettling smile on her lips. "You changed your locks," she said, her voice still that soft whisper. That was smart. But walls can be climbed, and sometimes they just crumble. What do you want? I choked out, my voice barely a whisper. My mind was racing, trying to figure out an escape, but I was cornered. There was nowhere to go. She tilted her head like a curious bird. I want to finish the story. Mark, we started it together, did not we? With the wall. What story? The story of Humpty Dumpty. Of course, she said, her smile widening just a fraction. The part where he falls. The part where all the king's horses and all the king's men, they can't put him back together again. My blood ran cold. She was not just talking about the nursery rhyme anymore. She was talking about me. You are crazy. I whispered, taking a hesitant step back. She chuckled, a dry, rustling sound, like leaves skittering across pavement. Am I just the one who sees the cracks? The weakness in the structure. Everyone builds a wall around themselves. Mark, to protect themselves. But every wall has a foundation, and sometimes that foundation is fragile. She slowly stood up on the narrow parapet wall, her movement still impossibly fluid, graceful. She was standing on the very edge, 3 stories above the concrete alleyway below. My heart was pounding so hard, I thought it would burst through my chest. You are going to fall. I warned, my voice hoarse. She just stared at me, her dark eyes gleaming in the moonlight. Perhaps someone else will. She took another step, balancing perfectly on the edge. My eyes darted around, looking for something, anything, to use as a weapon, a distraction. There was nothing, just a vast, empty roof, and her, poised on the precipice. All the king's horses, she hummed, taking another slow, deliberate step towards me, still on the edge of the wall. And all the king's men. I started backing away, slowly at first, then faster, my eyes locked on her. She was coming for me. She was going to push me. I had to get away. Could not put Humpty together again, she sang, her voice rising in volume, a chilling, childlike lilt to it. I turned and bolted. I ran across the rooftop, my feet scrambling on the gravel, making for the open door. I did not look back. I just ran, pure terror fueling my legs. I burst through the door, stumbled down the 2 flights of stairs, and practically threw myself into my apartment, slamming the door shut and fumbling with the locks. I leaned against the door, gasping for breath, my body shaking uncontrollably. My mind was screaming. She was real. She was here. She wanted me to fall. I stayed like that for what felt like an eternity, listening, waiting, but there was nothing. No sound from the hallway, no footsteps on the roof, just a frantic pounding of my own heart. Eventually, the adrenaline started to recede, leaving me drained and weak. I crawled into bed, pulling the covers over my head, but I did not sleep a wink. I just lay there, staring into the darkness, picturing her on that wall, her dark eyes, that unsettling smile. The next morning, the first thing I did was pack a bag. I did not know where I was going, but I knew I could not stay there. I called my landlord, made up some excuse about needing to move out immediately, and left. I did not even look back. I ended up staying with a friend a few towns over for a while, then found a new place, a ground floor apartment in a completely different part of the city. I changed my phone number, deleted all my dating apps, and tried to erase Alara from my life. It has been months now. I have not seen her. I have not heard from her. The messages stopped, but the fear never really goes away. Every time I see a wall, I think of her. Every time I hear a child humming a nursery rhyme, my blood runs cold. Sometimes late at night, when I am alone in my new apartment, I hear a faint, almost imperceptible sound. A soft, dry rustle, like leaves skittering across pavement. And I imagine her somewhere out there watching, waiting. Because some things, once broken, can never be put back together. And some people are just born to watch you fall. And let me tell you guys, I am pretty sure Lara is one of them. And I am still waiting for my great fall.